Hello everyone and everything, and welcome to Game Breakdown, where we're gonna start breaking down Sly 2, Band of Thieves, Sucker Punch's critically acclaimed stealth action platformer. This has always been a favorite of mine, so to show my affection, we're gonna do such a deep dive into it that we're gonna have narcosis when we're done. So, let's get started. Today we're breaking down the game's intro slash tutorial slash prologue slash whatever you want to call it, a shadow from the past, and that's as good a place to start as any. Who actually knew what this level was called? In order to find out, you have to beat the level, save the game, and then look at the file select screen before starting the first chapter. This level is so short that I seriously doubt any casual player actually finished it and went, okay, that's enough for today. Still, it's a cool name, with a couple double meanings. So, looks like we're in Cairo, the capital of Egypt. What a cool way to set the scene and tone of the game. I feel like Cairo gets pretty often overlooked as one of the world's largest cultural hubs, passed over in favor of many European and American cities, but we're here at its epicenter. A museum holding arguably the world's most valuable collection of art and treasures, and we're clearly up to no good. They didn't put the word thieves in the title for aesthetic purposes. We're already showing rather than telling. Okay, alright, I have to talk about this now. So, the footage you'll be seeing for these videos is going to come almost entirely from the Sly Collection, an upscaled version of the original PS2 trilogy bundled together on the PS3 by a company called Sanzaru. As is pretty well documented these days, Sanzaru attained the rights to Sly Cooper from Sucker Punch because they wanted to create a sequel, Thieves in Time. And as such, they weren't really interested in making this collection, but Sony had them do it for, well, any number of reasons. So what we ended up getting is some of the laziest porting jobs I've ever seen, with countless graphics designed for the PS2's 4:3 resolution just being left completely unaltered, and so ending before going off screen. I'm playing this version because I do feel the higher resolution and brighter lighting are worth it for showing this game off, but if you see anything that looks a bit you know why. This is the last I intend to mention it, so just don't come at me too hard if it comes up in later videos and I don't draw attention to it. Okay, let's get back into the good stuff. I swear we're actually gonna push a button in a second here, but god, I just love how this game does its title screen. This room Sly's in is actually the first room of the game, so when you press start on a clean save file, there's no loading screen, no menu, just boom, straight into the game.
Breaker Alpha Foxtrot, this is the Wizard. Do you read me, Sitting Duck?
This is Peking Duck. I hear you, Blizzard.
No, Sly, I'm the Wizard, and you're Sitting Duck.
I read you loud and clear, Lizard.
No, I'm... Forget it, you're not taking this seriously.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, Bentley, I know this is your first time out in the field, but you've gotta loosen up. If we're gonna get to those clockwork parts, I need you on your toes. So in plain talk, what's your status?
Well, I've established myself in the basement, and I'm pretty sure I can rewire the service elevator if you can power it up from that security station.
Hang tough, pal. It might take some time, but I'll figure out a way to get up there.
Characterization is already coming at you thick and fast here. Sly being so blasé could easily come off as insufferably cocky, but you instantly see that it's for the good of the job. And that brings across Sly's own experience and expertise just effortlessly, just mwah, masterful. Okay, now we're in control, and I gotta say, I love this. They give you free reign to play around with Sly's buttery delicious controls here, but you also get very gently tutorialized. The way to your objective is to bounce on this whatever it is and across this giant whale skeleton. When playing as Sly, you almost always want a vantage point like this, and the game has already planted the seed for that mindset in your head.
Okay, I spliced the wires. Ouch! Hold on. There it is.
And then we have Bentley.
Okay. Let me at that security computer.
After spending the bulk of the first game being almost exclusively a tutorial giver, seeing him enter the field right here in the opening job is the first major tip-off to how much things have changed since the first game.
There goes the laser security system. I'm working on the security gate. Presto, all clear.
Thanks, pal. For your first time out, you did pretty well.
Oh, this operation is far from complete. Now that the lasers and spotlights are offline, Murray should be moving into position for your rendezvous. I'll stay here and provide computer support while you go on ahead.
It's nice to see how he's got our backs here, even if our faith might be a little shaken by this, less than convincing PA performance.
Attention all guards, this is the network administrator. We're installing some new software into the security mainframe, so don't be alarmed if the systems get turned off for a while. Thank you. You're all doing
Hey, you know what really help us keep a low profile? Yep, that'll do. Okay, this museum here is absolutely packed with Easter eggs and references. Nearly every piece of art relates to some other bit of Sly lore. You've got some members of the Fiendish Five, this picture from the Panda King's intro cutscene, various artwork and statues from Raleigh's treasury, several pieces of concept art made for the original game, including some with some of Sly's older designs, a few pieces of concept art for this game, and even some stuff from Sucker Punch's first game, Rocket, Robot on Wheels. Like this absolute masterpiece right here, where you can see some of the game's characters, and the name Whoopee World, which was the name of the theme park Rocket inhabited. People even believe Jojo the Raccoon here was the original inspiration for Sly's design. Pretty much every other painting we see here is something we'll see somewhere later in the game, but then there's this one, which is just like a collage of random textures. Oh, and finally this one. I'd give the rest of these the benefit of the doubt if I were Sly, but if I saw a picture of just straight up me and my gang hanging in a museum that me and said gang are currently robbing, I would get the absolute hell out of there. It's either a setup or some weird Twilight Zone Dorian Gray scenario, and I want no part in either one.
According to my information, the clockwork parts are being stored up there. Now to get access, you're gonna have to meet up with Murray at the rendezvous point. Unfortunately, the route through the garden is filled with guards.
No problem. I'll just take the long way around.
If memory serves, you need to jump and hit the circle button to run along ropes.
Ooh, the blue sparkles, man. This is just inspired. A simple, easy to recognize indicator for anything you can parkour on. I remember the first time I played the 2018 Spider-Man game, and I noticed these little indicators on corners, points, and rails, and I was like, it feels awfully familiar. Well, wait a minute! Okay, I love these pigeons, but also if you don't scare them off and just watch, you'll see that they are 100% in sync. And between that and the painting back there, this would seriously not be passing the vibe check.
Murray must have gotten lost along the way. Try pressing on ahead without him.
Yeah, we could do that, Bentley, or we could...
Thunderflop!
Oh, and the big guy himself.
Greetings, citizen. I hope you weren't harmed by my meteoropic entrance.
No, Murray, I kept at a safe distance.
Good, good. The Thunderflop knows neither friend nor foe, only destruction.
Yeah, could you maybe channel some of that raw energy into the security gate?
Of course. It is nothing before the Murray.
My man didn't let being pink and pantsless stop him from taking names and kicking names also. Not just Murray, the Murray rounds out our trio. And I love how much Sly hypes him up here.
All clear. Another barrier stands before you. Fear not. I shall bend it like the truth.
Solid work, Murray. You're really in the zone.
My hulking frame is too much for that puny rope. You go ahead and unlock the doors from the inside. I'll be waiting in the hallway to help you carry out the clockwork parts.
Murray was so completely timid and borderline useless outside his van in the first game. To see him take such a 180 here already feels good. That being said, I do kinda dock some points here, cause I could definitely see this feeling like too much of a 180, you feel me? He got a passing line in the last cutscene of the first game about overcoming his fears, but I don't think we actually got to see any of the steps from point A to point B. Might feel like they just rushed an arc for the sake of having Murray on the front lines, but you know what? Even if that's exactly what they did, I'm glad they did it. Let's just imply a Rocky training montage off screen and be glad the Murray is here. Okay, another thing though, how did Murray get here? We saw in the beginning we were all together on the roof of this building, but somehow Murray worked his way over to this one despite definitely not being able to cross these ropes, like we just went over that. Here's a thought, why didn't Sly go back on the roof of the first building after bringing Bentley up, and then both he and Murray just drop onto this balcony and he lifts this gate? Yeah, we're only 5 minutes into the game and I'm nitpicking this hard. This is gonna be good. Before going into this room and triggering the next scene, you can check out these blueprints on the back wall. You got Clockwork's skull, his heart, his wings, and his, sideways D-shaped organ. Yes, the most critical component of all mechanical owls. Indeed, you can't have a mechanical owl without one of those.
I don't get it, Sly. The clockwork part should be here. This is all wrong. We need to pull the plug on this operation right now.
Freeze, Cooper.
Ooh, Ooh, hello, we got coppers on the scene. Gotta love this ambush. Like earlier today, Carmelita is like, okay, I need a good place to stake out. How about inside those 4,000-year-old golden sarcophagi? And the museum curator is probably just like, you can't. But by then she's already inside and he's just like, screw it. The better this thing goes, the more likely nothing will get damaged.
Freeze!
In all seriousness, this is another great introduction to two more of our key characters. Carmelita and Sly have such a great rapport. I love how she doesn't remotely falter at him calling her beautiful.
Inspector Fox, as beautiful and unpredictable as ever.
Whereas you crooks are so predictable. You always return to the scene of the crime.
Crime? I haven't stolen anything. Yet.
Oh, really? Then who broke in last night and made off with all the clockwork parts? You've got the motive.
Someone already stole the parts?
Don't play dumb with me. It might not have been him, Carmelita. The method of entry and guard casualties all point to this being a Claw Gang job.
The Claw Gang?
Constable Neela, I allowed you to sit in on this stakeout as a favor to the Contessa. I really don't need any help. Oh, I think you might. Look at the facts. Facts? Sly Cooper is right here. I caught him red-handed. I'm just saying that there are other criminals in the world other than Sly Cooper! After him!
And then we have Neela, the first brand new character we've met. And she's a fascinating wild card. She's obviously here on the same side as Carmelita to catch Sly, but it's because of her that we get away. It's not clear if she distracted Carmelita on purpose, but it's undeniable that she did distract her. Ooh, and we get a mention of the Contessa here. If you've only played the game once, I bet you forgot this is where she was first name dropped, but it makes for some pretty cool foreshadowing.
After him!
Alright, looks like we're in trouble. Hurry up, run for your life, go, 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 go! But first, check out this cool Panda King statue. It's actually a scaled down version of the one at the epicenter of the Panda King's lair. That's pretty neat. Also, hey, Egyptian Museum, half these pictures are all just copies of each other. How'd you get away with that? Oh, right, I guess we're running from the law. Okay, here we go.
Hey, come back here, Ringtail!
This wasn't part of the plan!
Yeah, well, this is where things get fun.
Stop! Thief!
This is honestly one of the game's defining moments. You got all the boys side by side, ride or die for each other, and their bond is brought across through gameplay. And Carmelita herself is a much clearer and more competent threat than she once was. Her shock rockets used to move at a snail's pace and fired so slowly, but now look at this, she's out for blood. This is where you really see this is going to be a very different game from the first.
This is getting a little hot. You guys go warm up the van. I'll keep Carmelita busy.
You're all going to jail.
Pick me up at the rendezvous.
You can't run forever!
Yep, hang on Carmelita, Sly just has a lifelong grudge against Antenna he needs to settle. Also, check out these precision landings Carmelita's pulling off on these obelisks. This is some Ryoichi level acrobatics and she's just doing it no problem. The game likes to play Carmelita and Sly off each other in dialogue to build up their relationship, but seeing Carmelita in action, and that she even has some abilities similar to Sly, is a subtle nod towards their compatibility through gameplay as well. Gotta love that. So I love how many police cars there are just already on the scene. This wasn't just a stakeout, this was a full-on sting, which makes me feel like this whole thing wasn't just set up as a he'll probably return to the scene of crime sort of hunch, but rather they 100% knew the Cooper gang were coming tonight. I'm telling you, that painting of us, we should have bounced as soon as we saw it. Luckily, we're none the worse for wear, as Murray miraculously shakes this whole herd of pursuing vehicles, how do you even do that, and we make our escape.
I'll find you, Cooper!
Now, we get our first animated cutscene, and these are all a treat, so I'm just gonna shut up for a second.
Carmelita's just as angry as ever. She's really quite lovely when she's angry. And that Constable Neela, was a reference to the Claw Gang just a slip of the tongue, or an intentional clue? Either way, it's our only lead on the missing clockwork parts. Clockwork. He was consumed with jealousy for the Cooper clan's thieving reputation. Is it inappropriate to refer to him as a monster? No, not at all. What kind of person stays alive for hundreds of years with the express intention of wiping out a rival's family line? Imagine the hatred fueling that first decision to replace his mortal body with soulless machinery. Ultimately, it did the trick. Clockwork lived on. He caught up with my parents, and I wound up in an orphanage. It's there that I met my pals, Bentley, the brains of our outfit, and Murray, the brawn. They turned out to be all the family I needed. 2 years ago, I thought I'd finished it. How naive to think I could so easily put an end to that kind of hatred. And now he's back. In pieces, sure, but the threat is real. Does the Claw Gang even realize what they've stolen?
God, the presentation here is so stylin', man. The inspirations here are clear, a super confident comic book aesthetic that's both fun to look at and concise. So much information is conveyed in all these panels, yet none of them are overloaded with details. You've got some great blink and you'll miss it moments in here too, like the museum with its glass pyramid rooftop in the opening shot, and Paris off in the distance as we drive off. And then you've got the Cooper ancestor roll call here. We know half these guys from the first game: Tennessee Kid Cooper, Otto Von Cooper, Ryoichi Cooper, and Slight Common. The other 5 we didn't know until the third game, but we have the 40 Thieves inspired Salim El Coupar, the piratical Henriette, the gentlemanly Thaddeus Winslow Cooper III, this absolute unit Slay McCooper, and finally the knightly Sir Galeth Cooper. Now, as good as the attention to detail has been, I do have to be that guy right now and point out that Sly definitely has 6 fingers on his hand right here. Okay, one final major character intro to touch on this chapter: Clockwork. I've been skirting around him this whole level despite several mentions of him, but we've gotta talk about how effectively he's set up. The greatest threat to the entire Cooper lineage. We tore him apart and left him in the center of an active volcano, and it still wasn't enough. He told us in the last game we'd never be rid of him, and it looks like he's still having the last word.
I don't know what's in my future, but I won't let it be a repeat of my past.
What an intro. Really gets you hyped up for the adventure ahead. Despite every nitpick I could throw its way, there's not a weak moment here. Every line serves either as excellent characterization or establishing the plot. Not a word is wasted. The first half really helps you feel Sly's competence as a thief, with guards patrolling the halls around you and the public rushing around on the roads beneath you, like you're pulling off this heist directly beneath everyone else's nose, effortlessly slinking from vantage point to vantage point. Then the whole script is flipped at Carmelita's entrance, and that last chase is just exceptional. A brilliant opening, and we've only just begun. Next up, we're going to be breaking down Episode 1, The Black Chateau. Go, Murray, put on those gloves. Yeah, Bentley, service that crossbow. Yeah, Sly, raise that cane that you're literally never without. Great prep work. Okay, things are gonna go a little differently this time around. Last time we covered a single mission, and while it was definitely a beefy mission, this time we're covering the entirety of the Paris level, which has about 10 missions. So honestly, it's anyone's guess how exactly this is gonna go, so just bear with me. But we're off to a strong start with another animated cutscene. From here on in, these are going to act as bookends to the chapters, ensuring they all start and finish strong.
I had to call in a few favors to get the goods on the Claw Gang's local operator, Dimitri, a sort of underworld celebrity, equally at home in high-class art circles and shady back-alley crimes. He was once a passionate young art student who worked hard to develop his own visionary style. Unfortunately, the art world wasn't quite ready for his kinetic aesthetic. So he gave them what they wanted and started forging old masterpieces. His way of punishing those with bad taste.
Our villain to episode, Dimitri, is a fan favorite, and for good reason. His design is off to a great start with a strong visual pun, being a lounge lizard. And look at this artwork, it's got real meme potential, I tell ya. This is gonna take off. Okay, so the artwork he forges, obviously we've got the Mona Lisa and the Birth of Venus, well, sorta. And then what's even this middle one? Well, it's slightly more obscure, but this is The Kiss, painted by Gustav Klimt. God, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Oh, and you can bet we're gonna obsess about these little bits of art for a second, because they're a really cool bit of world building. Of course, everyone in Sly's world is an anthropomorphic animal. There's no people, so even the people in these pictures are animals. So it is a little weird that they all appear to be the same species as Dimitri, even before he adds his own personal touches. Is every artist and subject in this world a lizard?
Dimitri now runs a nightclub on the west side. The thumping music, colorful light shows, and a hint of danger lure in chic young patrons from far and wide. And it's here, hidden somewhere, where we'll find the Clockwork Tail Feathers. What Dimitri plans to do with the clockwork part is beyond me. but those plans end tonight.
Nah, I think you guys were closer when you had the music synced up with you. This is just poor prep work. Alright, and the title, The Black Chateau. This has always struck me as unfitting. Chateau is French for castle, and yeah, the nightclub is a bit of a stronghold, and black is probably meant in the sense of it being corrupt, but I feel like they could have come up with something, I don't know, pithier? But I did do some searching, and if you translate the whole thing to French, you get Le Chateau Noir, which is the name of another famous painting, this time by Paul Cézanne, which I know I pronounced right. Now, I probably don't need to tell you that I'm no art major, because just a few seconds ago I said The Kiss was an obscure painting, so I honestly don't know what else Le Chateau Noir could have to do with this level thematically. Like, is it a painting that's been famously forged? I don't know, but I feel like I did my due diligence here, so let's carry on. Oh, but not the proper gameplay, no, of course not. Instead, we're gonna look at the original version of this cutscene that was shown to the public at E3 2004, several months before the original release. We have some demo footage of the last cutscene we looked at too, but there really isn't anything too different in that one from the final product. Except for Neela, oh my god. But here though, oof, you can tell it's early days.
Things were happening fast. Our first target, Dimitri, a shady underworld celebrity who straddled the worlds of both high-class art and low-life nightclub.
The dialogue is more or less the same, apart from it obviously being not voiced by Kevin Miller, but the cool part is seeing the overall different visual style. It's more in line with the cutscenes from the first game, super bright and colorful backgrounds, competing for attention with the focal subjects in each frame. Definitely much less of a treat for the eyes. Okay, now we can actually play the game a bit. One of the game's central marketing points was of course the ability to play as any of the three boys we got sitting around the table here. But you start off, and no matter what you do, there's no selecting either Murray or Bentley. It's either Sly, or logging onto Bentley's computer to see all the power-ups you can't afford. Sly it is, at least for now.
I tell you, Bentley, it's gonna be a real pleasure robbing this nightclub.
I share in your enthusiasm, but before we hit the inside, we'll need to do a little reconnaissance work.
What do you have in mind?
I've installed this special antenna on the safe house to help with our first job, hacking into Dimitri's satellite array. The coordinates for the job start beacon have been uploaded to your binocucom. Make your way to this position, and I'll give you a full briefing on our objective.
I'm on my way.
The training wheels have really come off since Egypt. You have absolutely free reign over this entire area, and while we have an objective in mind, there's nothing to stop you from exploring a bit first. Navigating this space is totally freeform. The devs used the term jungle gym to describe the feel of it, and that's completely apt. Playing as Sly in these spaces is all about improvising your way from one place to another, making snap decisions about what means of traversal to use, where to cross between rooftops, and how to avoid the patrolling guards. Or not.
I need you to hack into Dimitri's communication array so that we'll have access to his database.
How am I supposed to do that?
To start, you'll need to get to the top of that tower. Then reposition the satellite dish to point at my safe house antenna.
I'm on it.
Extremely smart of them to have the first mission in this more open area be all about navigation and wayfinding. It gives you a familiarity with the geography and helps you get to grips with Sly from more of a platforming perspective. But better yet, this is a great time to start looking for this game's main collectibles, bottles. There are 30 of them in each level, and these are so gratifying. I love the soft little noise they make when you're nearby. They're a great counterbalance to the game's relatively hand-holdy waypoint system, challenging the player to explore on their own terms and build their environmental awareness. Also, I'm going to show where all 30 of them are right now, because at this point the streets have the fewest and weakest kinds of guards, so focus up. We're going to go through them literally as fast as I can. Starting from the water tower, past this lower path to this boat. Then from this patio there's one on each balcony, and you can sidle along this wall to reach one on this third balcony. Then one down below that ledge, then from this building here, drop down towards the back, then back up. There's one on this bridgy sort of arch thing, then back towards the water there's one on this boat, and we can go ahead and operate the second satellite right here.
Okay, only one more to go.
Another one right next to us there, then another one next to this table by the ramp. Let's cross back over to the safe house and onto this low building on the other side. Then from this high point to this balcony, cross the theater courtyard and onto the top of this building and drop onto the back side of it for another boat bottle. Cross this little bridge to the hotel, which by the way is called Le Sneaky Touris. I love that. And we can finish up our satellite mission.
I'm downloading from Dimitri Dimitri's mainframe as we speak.
All in a night's work. So, where do we go from here?
Your next job is to break into the nightclub and take some reconnaissance photos of the clockwork tail feathers. To get inside, you'll have to sneak through an old wine cellar beneath town.
Okay, I'll head out for the cellar.
Then there's one on the bridge between us and the Purple Dome, one on top of the Purple Dome, and one on the bridge between those two adjacent buildings. Cross from this one to another balcony, then drop from there to sidle along to this bottle by the theater sign. Another great name the game doesn't call attention to, but this theater is called Formidable, which does literally translate to formidable, but it's more of an idiom in French, used to say like, wow, or brilliant. Now let's head back towards the Purple Dome, cross to the theater wall from this building, and jump over to this dining area where there's another. Now down to the streets and in this tunnel, then back up this building apparently called the Sneaky Cheese, hopefully that's some sort of fondue restaurant, and get this one on the bridge towards the Purple Dome. One more boat bottle behind us, and we can completely ignore our next mission till we get the rest. Head back towards the clock tower to get another one behind it, then up across this skinny bridge. That balcony actually doesn't have one, so let's drop down to this awning. Only ones left are behind this gate, so jump over using this car and find one on each balcony, one on this lighting rig, and one over the central fountain.
Well, that's all the clues. But we still don't know where the vault is. Keep looking. It's sure to be inside this place somewhere.
Woo! We'll find out what those are all for later, but it's nice to have that out of the way already. Now, I suppose we should actually do our next mission.
Good to see you, little buddy. I guess the way through the wine cellar is guarded by those rats. Bentley thought you might like some help clearing them out.
Sounds like fun. You and me, back to back?
Totally. Outnumbered, fighting impossible odds. It's perfect.
All right, pal. Let's get to it.
Fear the Murray!
The game really eases you into combat. You could engage with these rats, or you could literally just let Murray take care of all of them.
Hold on, Sly. Let me lower those bars for you. There you go.
I love this tiny dig Sly sneaks past Murray about taking on most of the first game's missions alone.
Looks like you're on your own from here.
I'm used to it. Thanks for the help.
Anytime, partner.
Now the game's gonna teach us about stealth, with a level that feels rather a lot like those from the original game, with lasers and guards to avoid along a linear path. Alright, you know what's crazy? I'm like 99.9% sure crawling under things wasn't in the first game. And the only reason that's not 100% is because it feels like such a basic thing for Sly to do. How is this in addition? Ooh hoo hoo, flashlight guards. Honestly, this might be even more ingenious than the blue sparkles. Name a stealth game and I'll bet you the enemies in it have some sort of variation on the vision cone mechanic. Basically, a literal coded representation of what they can and can't see. In a stealth game, being seen is a much bigger deal than pretty much any other genre, so clearly defining these vision cones is something a lot of games have to nail. Or else the game can feel unfair. But man, Sucker Punch really took the Occam's razor approach, didn't they? It's dark, these guards need flashlights to see, and the light from the flashlight creates an easy to identify visual. And given the game's cartoony art style, it gets away with this. This is why these kinds of games are upheld today as standards. They may not be the most realistic, but this very gameplay-first mentality makes them extremely gratifying to revisit, even 20 years on.
In order to shut down those yellow lasers, you'll need to take out that guard.
Oh no, the yellow lasers do damage, the villains have really learned since the first game. I'm gonna keep an eye out, but I'm at least 95% sure these yellow lasers never make a return. I can't remember a single place they might have, so we'll pretend this is their siren's song.
Sneak up behind him and press the triangle button to knock him into the air. Then the square button to slam and finish him off.
Alright, now we've got a stealth takedown to make use of. Another staple of stealth games, but this game does something with it that I think really sets it apart. It's loud.
If you get in a fight with those rats, the sneak attack won't work. It's purely a stealth move.
In a room like this, all the takedown is going to do is remove one rat from the equation, but it is going to begin the combat engagement, and unless you run away, you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. Combat in this game, like traversal, feels very improvisational. You have a small handful of simple options, which make it easy to make lightning-fast decisions on your best course of action. The situation evolves as longer fights draw the attention of more guards, and the rats really aren't pushovers. They've got this retaliation attack they do every time you knock them over, so if you get too fixated on one, they punish you for it, encouraging you to spread out your damage and fight them as a unit, not one by one. Alright, now before we head into this vent, there's just some weird stuff in this room. Jump up on this ledge and you'll find that you can interact with some of the stuff up here, making your way onto these upper balconies. One is empty, but the other has an operable door, and then a set of lasers, and a rope to cross, and at the end of it, nothing. I have to tell you, when I first found this, I was just completely baffled. All this stuff doesn't just appear here, it had to be deliberately coded. Why is it here? How is it here? Well, to find out, I'm gonna have to shed my retro gaming shackles and embrace the mindset of a modern gamer. I'm going to have to willingly choose to play an unfinished product. The Sly 2 Alpha. So it seems, earlier in development, there was a plan to put treasures that Sly could pilfer inside many of the game's buildings. They could generally be found in hard-to-reach places in exchange for a load of coins after finishing the missions. It's hard to say just how late in development this idea got the axe, but it's safe to say it was pretty late, since most every place where these treasures could once have been found is still in the game. But now there's nothing to find except maybe some breakables. Definitely a bit of a shame. It could have functioned as an indoor equivalent to the bottles outside, an incentive to explore and experiment, not just blindly follow Bentley's directions. Something else we can find in the alpha is a bit of an explanation for the weird yellow laser functionality. Like, the security system guy really said, oh, let's hook up the laser system to this guard's vitals, so that way, unless someone kills him, they'll stay online. And somehow no one saw any possible holes in that design. No, instead, the guards would carry keycards that you could steal off of them to disengage the lasers. Again, these lasers basically never show up again, so I don't mind this omission as much as the art thing, but I do still think it's a weird thing to cut.
Jackpot! The heart of Dimitri's operation! Head for those windows and take some reconnaissance photos.
That's right, we're a first-person shooter now.
Ingenious. Dimitri's using the clockwork tail feathers as printing plates. Given their rare alloy, they'll never wear out. Unlimited forged money.
So Dimitri went from forging paintings to forging money. I mean, I haven't had any first-hand experience with either of those, but do those things equate, like, at all? They're both forgery, but I'm pretty sure they're extremely different kinds. Also, if you zoom in far enough, you can see that Dimitri is exclusively forging $5 bills. And don't tell me those are euros or francs either. These are definitely Liberty Bucks right here. Also, please do not blow up generator. I don't know how many times we have to have this chat, but you know what? We're writing it on the damn generator.
That should do it, Sly. Head back to the safe house and we'll cook up a plan of attack.
The recon photos are a grim reminder of what the modern thief is up against. Spotlights, stepped-up patrols. The sum of it all renders a direct assault impossible.
Hold up, Bentley. I didn't take even one of these pictures. Where'd you get these?
To solve this puzzle, I'm going to need some more intelligence. First, replace this bugged painting with one Dimitri has in his office. Once in place, we should be able to listen in on his communications. Second, if you see the boss, tail him. We might learn something from studying his movements. Once we've got a proper understanding of the operation, those clockwork tail feathers are as good as ours.
So now there are flashlight guards out on the streets, and the smaller guards now patrol many of the rooftops, so we have a lot less free reign of this place now. Things as simple as running will have to be considered carefully going forward. We can't even carelessly smash an antenna without making enough noise to be spotted. Oh my god, he's got dynamite! On the bright side, out here we've got the ability to take advantage of our environment, and knocking enemies off of a rooftop will usually take them out instantly.
Fly, I managed to outfit this forged painting with a bug. I need you to sneak into Dimitri's office and swap it with the original.
Nice. So we'll be able to listen in on his conversations.
Yes, I thought things might go more smoothly with an ear on the inside. Just be careful with the fine art. Take any damage and the painting's ruined.
So, you've probably noticed, Sly's got a health bar, and we can take a couple hits before going down. But to balance this out, the game likes putting in Sly in a lot of situations where taking damage or even just being spotted is an instant fail condition. Although Bentley did say any damage, and that's just straight up a lie. These little pebbles the guards can throw at you don't count.
The schematic indicates that door is locked from the inside.
That's all right. I never was one for the direct approach.
Swell, because the indirect approach is way up there through that air vent.
Okay, these janitors in here are completely unique to this area, and while they're no flashlight guards, they're some of the toughest foes we can take on, with a moveset completely unique from anyone outside, and I think that was done on purpose. Engaging them in combat is almost sure to get your painting broken since you don't know what to expect, even if you've been spending as much time as possible fighting guards outside. But at the same time, there's not actually any clear way around them. You've got to cross the floor here to reach this bar area, but they definitely don't leave any gaps in that route. You can try a couple approaches, sneaking carefully, picking them off one at a time, avoiding them, but hilariously, the easiest way to do this is literally just to run straight past them. What are they gonna do, chase you onto this laser grid? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Dimitri, coming at you loud and clear. I've got to high-five give it up to my main men working the disco. Spice sales are up. Keep on moving that spice, alright? And do every home slice down in the special big money-making room. The nicest of jobs there, man, I know. Keep full steaming ahead with my new clockwork printing plates. All of us retire early. You picking up on what I'm throwing down? Peace out.
Okay, so the way Dimitri talks is why he's so memorable. We'll talk more about it in a bit, but just know I freaking love it. So the painting we're replacing is obviously The Scream by Edvard Munch, and while it's a cute touch that our replacement is a picture of us, I kinda think he'd notice the swap, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice work, Sly. The bug's in position. If you manage to get the original painting back to me in one piece, I could sell it through my internet connections and make us a ton of coins.
Oh, also, we found the vault we hunted all those bottles for.
It took some higher level math, but I believe the code to Dimitri's vault is 231.
You guys are probably gonna think I'm crazy, but do you guys think this combination could be a deliberate reference to the Ocarina of Time 23 is number 1 puzzle? I'm just saying, I seriously doubt a lot of the dev team didn't play Ocarina of Time, and it feels like a pretty distinct set of 3 numbers. You know what? I'll just stop talking.
You've gotten the knockout dive move.
About that, anyway. Instead, I'll talk about the knockout dive. As classy of a move as it is to make the first power we get out of a vault a parallel to the first move we got out of a vault in the first game, I think drawing that parallel really undersold this ability. The dive in Game 1 was kinda, sorta, really useless. It didn't do anything a normal cane swipe couldn't have, and in this game, the aerial version of it is part of our basic moveset. But now, if we equip it, we can try it out on the rats outside, and you can see that it immediately knocks out any enemy it hits, even flashlight guards, which primes them for a stealth takedown even if they've already seen you. Nice. Alright, as Bentley said, we can sell that painting now for a load of dosh, and nobody tell whoever's buying this, but we definitely got that painting from a known forger, so anyway, we can afford some stuff now. Now that we've got Dimitri's office bugged, we can listen in on him from the safe house, and there's some gems in here, I gotta say.
I am not cold-blooded, my friend. I am cool-blooded. Get someone to check that stinking fountain. It leaks onto my money. Now I need to make some more. OD. Original DJ.
After completing that mission, we've essentially unlocked the mechanic of finding treasures to bring them back to the safe house. The same principle as those alpha paintings, but exclusively found outside. I'm not salty. Alright, where to next? No, seriously, where do I go next? I can't find the freaking waypoint. Oh.
I just intercepted an email from Dimitri. He's ordered his guards to ring the boat's bell when the coast is clear.
Coast is clear for what?
Of that I'm uncertain. Ring the bell and follow him without being seen. Then maybe we'll find out what he's hiding.
Okay, in the last episode I was going to talk about how whack it is that Carmelita didn't get some sort of splash intro like the other main characters, but I rationalized thinking it must be just for the Cooper gang. But look! They gave Dimitri one! Carmelita got ripped off, what the hell? Alright, this is where the game really shines. I know, it's an Assassin's Creed trailing mission before there were Assassin's Creed trailing missions, but hear me out. This is the difference made by having enjoyable characters. Between the music and just listening to Dimitri hype himself up, you want it to keep going just to see more of the big boss here.
Breathe art, feel art, be art. Yeah. Make art, be art. Got to keep it smooth. Smooth. Keep it smooth, baby. Walk tall, stand tall, feel funky.
Okay, so about Dimitri's vernacular.
The coolest part about Dimitri is how he talks. English is his second language, and he learned all his English from watching hip-hop videos.
I feel like they just had way too much fun writing him.
Talking about me, my friend? Well, I'm not seeing anyone else here, so you must be talking about me.
You have a lot of leeway to stay pretty far from him without failing the job, but it's a lot more fun to see just how close you can get away with. Really sell the narrative of being a thief hanging just out of sight. But to end the mission, you don't need to be any closer than on this pole here.
Aha!
Ow! Dude, your tail!
Good job tailing him, Sly. He had no idea you were watching while he typed in that secret code. Hold on. Looks like that door leads to the nightclub's aqua pump. This might be useful for the heist.
Alright, now it's time to bring out the big guns. We get access to Murray now. Sorry, the Murray, and he and Sly are night and day. Sly is best suited to avoiding combat. He has essentially free range of his environment, and especially better access to the rooftops with climbables and tight ropes. But while Murray is often forced to ground level, he thrives there. He can take twice the damage and take out any of these guards with just 2 punches. And the first one clean knocks out the little guys. No dive power-up required. Tell a lie, Murray can sneak a little bit. Maybe that's down to just how much he looks up to Sly, but honestly, he can make as much ruckus as he pleases and punch his way out of most situations Sly would have to run from. Oh shoot, yellow lasers. It doesn't count. We're still in Paris.
Murray, I need you to make your way back to the aqua pump room and sabotage it.
Jeez, I don't know. How am I supposed to get past these lasers?
You should be able to break that power box by throwing something at it.
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. Murray's even got ranged options over Sly. Man's a machine. Okay, so this level's got the whole kitchen aesthetic going on. Fridges, ice machines, sinks, no idea why, considering this is just some sort of utility tunnel. But in the alpha, they leaned even more into it, with the main obstacle being this annoying stove fire mechanic, where the fire would keep regenerating between hits with the ice blocks. They even made this amazing fire graphic for it. Definitely a better move to teach the player how to knock out the flashlight guards from afar here. Though I gotta give the alpha credit here for teaching the player something the finished game actually didn't. That being the ability to snag guards directly out of the air without having to knock them out first.
That did it, Murray. With the aqua pump out of commission, they'll be forced to route water through the old pipe tower. Those fools! They're playing right into our hands! Okay, fellas, I've constructed a plan to get at the clockwork tail feathers. But we'll need to pull off a few more jobs to set things up for the heist. First, Sly will have to pick a few pockets in the theater so that we'll have access to the Spotlight Control Center. Once that's accomplished, we'll be able to turn off all the security around the printing press. We'll need your muscle, Murray, to take out all the exterior alarm horns. We don't want anything to alert the guards while we pull off the big job. And finally, we'll need to get into the discotheque to drop this mirror ball. Trust me, it's all part of the plan. Okay, Sly, there's the power boxes which route to the printing press area. To take care of them, I'll need you to put a splice clip in those spotlights.
Sorry, Bentley, but those fans are spinning way too fast to walk on.
They can be slowed down from this control panel, but you'll have to do a lot of pickpocketing to get at it. The guards are carrying special fragile keys that will be destroyed if you attack. Make sure you pickpocket their keys before you take those thugs out.
Alright, now we're getting into the good stuff. Pickpocketing is such a natural extension of Sly's abilities. As I've said, combat isn't his forte, and even using the stealth takedown isn't always a good idea because of the noise. Oftentimes, if your goal is just to get past a guard, you're better off leaving them alive. But now we have a third option. Take the risk and rob them blind. This slightly more merciful playstyle is further encouraged by the fact that guards whose pockets you've pilfered won't drop any coins on death. But pickpocketing provides a lot more of them. Not entirely sure how that works from a logical perspective. What happens happened? Did some of the coins break when I hit them? Not much to talk about in terms of the alpha here, but... Okay, hear me out. In the original release of the third Ratchet & Clank game, you could press all 4 back buttons on the menu and access a demo for Sly 2. Even though the game was released after Sly 2, this demo is based off a slightly earlier version of the game than the final release, but a later version than the alpha I've been showing, and there's a few cool details here too. Like, Bentley mentions that these guards have red flashlights, even though they don't, and there's just a few details that haven't been fully ironed out, like this version of the health bar that doesn't have room for the ability meter, likely because power-ups still weren't implemented. Back in the final version, you can hop across these lights to find another area where a painting was intended to be, but this one is populated by these cash briefcases. But in the Ratchet & Clank demo version, I'm gonna need a better name for that, let's call it the beta version, these briefcases actually worked a bit differently, being filled with tons of coins. I wish that were still the case, because these final briefcases ain't it, Chief.
Check 1, check 2, solid. Dimitri on the mic with a shout out to all my nightclub samurai. Stand tall and feel beautiful. I hear some raccoon dude giving a static. If you all spot his cracker box, bam! Make him unhappy. Take no prisoners. Go hardcore. Extreme all over his face. Okay, peace out.
I love how Dimitri calls his guards his nightclub samurai. You get the sense that Dimitri's probably a super supportive boss who just wants all his boys living their best lives. Alright Sly, what's up with this 1 key at a time schlock? What happened to throwing 7 at a time? You've lost a step, my guy. Okay, so the goal here was to slow down these fans so we could walk on them, but let's see just how often we actually have to touch the spinning part. Nice.
I'm overriding the spotlight security guns. That should do it. No more security in the printing press room.
Easy to miss detail here, Bentley seems to have programmed the spotlights to be our calling card.
That was real subtle, Bentley.
Hey Sly, you can pickpocket all the guards around the nightclub. Try to find guys carrying shiny loot in their back pockets. We can pawn the good stuff for a lot of coins back here in the safe house.
So we're encouraged to just rob blind everyone we see, and if you want to afford all the power-ups in this game, you're gonna definitely want to do that. And being fair, this wasn't in the alpha. Pickpocketing was reserved for keycards, so it's possible they thought that putting the pocket loot along with the art within the levels ended up providing too much money, but come on, we're thieves! That's gotta be the point. Am I harping on about this? I'm harping on about this, aren't I?
Hold it, Cooper.
Constable Neela. Another policewoman hot on my tail.
Please. I led you here.
So that Claw Gang slip was a clue. Why are you helping me out?
I'm not as black and white as Carmelita. I know what a menace those clockwork parts are, and I don't want the likes of the Claw Gang putting them to use.
So what? It takes a thief to catch a thief?
Something like that. But if I'm going to trust you in this case, I need to know that you can keep up. Literally.
Literally.
Don't fall behind.
Ooh, the wild card returns. Remember how I mentioned they showed off Carmelita's athletic abilities as a subtle nod towards her and Sly's compatibility? Well, here's Neela showing off an identical run speed to him, the ability to cross thin rails, and she even shows the same flagrant disregard for public property. This golden trail she leaves even puts me in mind of the gold horseshoe glow Sly could have on his back in the first game. Oh my god, she even shares our lifelong grudge against Antenna, be still my heart. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Well done, Sly. We should work well together.
Glad you approve.
Now, legally, I can't enter Dimitri's nightclub without a warrant. But I happen to have obtained a key to his back door, which a person like yourself can use however he pleases.
Oh, we are absolutely going to work well together.
More symbolism at play here in this literal reversal of the relationship Sly and Carmelita have. Sly now chasing after Neela as she plays the more confident role in their banter.
Who is that fine tiger lady I've been seeing around in my woods?
This is a good opportunity to grab the treasure in this courtyard on our way back. It'll be easier to sneak it across this back way, where we'll have a route across nearly unpopulated rooftops. I definitely want to mention this little back route did not exist in the alpha, and neither did this car. In fact, there's a whole cut mission about unlocking this gate from the inside by latching onto the treads of a helicopter and dropping off on the other side after it flies you around town trying to shake you. Yeah, it sounds cool as hell. In practice, it was a little lame, but I don't know, I feel like they could have made something fun out of this. But ultimately, I think the cut was worth it for giving the map more connectivity.
I'm going to need access access into Dimitri's rear.
The helicopter does get an honorable mention through Dimitri, though.
Maybe my helicopter, eyes in the skies, will find that big stick.
Okay, now the third member of the crew, Bentley. Sly has the acrobatics, the agility, Murray's got the power. What does Bentley have? Well, he's just as frail as Sly, and hits with even less oomph, but, to counterbalance that, he can't do most of the climbing and sneaking either. And what he can do, sidle along walls and crawl under tables, he does at half of Sly's speed. So, yay. Alright, I'm not being fair. Bentley is the gadget specialist of the team, armed with sleep darts and explosives, enabling him to put guards down from afar and cause destruction from close by. This makes him more effective in combat than even Murray given the right conditions, but it makes playing as him feel fraught and tense, as none of his tools are effective if he's caught by surprise. Hammered home by Matt Olson's brilliant performance.
Hey Bentley, how you holding up out there in the field?
Fine, I'm just fine. I just need to bomb all the pillars supporting that disco ball and I can get out of here.
What's with taking out the disco ball?
Its impact will shake the nightclub's front peacock sign loose from its mooring. Look, I can't talk now. I've got to keep moving, keep safe.
Before blowing this place to Kingdom Come, I want to take a moment to appreciate the details in here. I love this partially submerged window, Dimitri's office looking over the whole thing, these ridiculous egg tables, the subtle joke that you never once have to step on the dance floor, but it's covered in lasers, forcing you to dance around them if you come down. If you come back as Sly, you can also reach these upper areas for, you guessed it, some alpha treasure paintings. But honestly, I'm not even upset about it this time. I think this area is really cool on its own merits. And it would take someone with way too much time on their hands to find it in the first place, so gold stars all around. Okay, except, who the heck is that? That's just straight up a guy. I mean, who even? First guess, maybe it's Peter McConnell, Sly 2's composer, but oh, definitely not. Next guess, maybe Yashif Hakik, Sly 1's composer, and, well, he's got a guitar at least. Yeah, okay, I got nothing. My only other guess is that it's an inside joke with the company, and this is the same guy they put on the hot dog in the first game.
Wow, Bentley, we felt that all the way back here at the safe house. And you were right, the peacock sign had half of its bolts pop off on impact.
Alright, now for Murray's next mission.
Okay, Murray. That alarm horn will tip off Dimitri during our heist. There are 3 of them out here, and I need you to take them out.
Check.
This is going to take some serious muscle, Murray. You're the only guy on the team who can pull this off. Good luck, pal. This could get rough.
Evildoers feel my wrath.
In the alpha, we got lots of early voice lines spoken by a lot of people who are not the voice actors. It's super cursed.
Relax, Bentley. I'll just make a little noise to lure this dependable guard off his post, and then sneak behind him while he's distracted. That's all right. I never was one for the direct approach.
Hey, Bentley, you don't have to talk to me like I'm a child.
Well, I'm just trying to make it crystal clear for you.
What's clear to me is that you're not sure I can pull this off. Look, if I'm the guy for the job, then I'm the guy. Don't worry, I'll take care of these alarm things for you.
But in the beta, we've actually got Chris Murphy reading this line.
Hey, Bentley, you don't have to talk to me like I'm a child.
Well, I'm just trying to make it crystal clear for you.
What's clear to me is that you're not sure I can pull this off. Look, if I'm the guy for the job, then I'm the guy. Don't worry. The Murray will lay waste to these alarms and emerge triumphant.
I almost like this one better. I just like hearing the characters amp themselves up, but it's probably better we got the version where Bentley shows more confidence in his partner. When playing as Murray, if you do use the triangle circle grab combo, pretty much everything is way easier. Though I want to point out that the guards in the alpha could take a lot more punishment.
Okay, fellas, the dominoes are all in place. Time to pull off the big heist. First, Murray will help me break into the old water tower. From there, I should be able to shut down the plaza fountain. Dimitri's sure to send someone out to get the repair truck. Sly, you'll pickpocket the truck keys off this guy once he shows up, then hand them off to me and Murray in the plaza. We'll go steal the truck while you climb to the top of the nightclub's peacock sign. When you're in position, Murray will fire the truck's winch line up to you and will use it to pull down the side. If my calculations are correct, the impact should create an entrance to the printing press room. Then, Sly, you jump in, grab the clockwork tail feathers, and we all get the heck out of here.
I honestly don't have a lot to say about these little Bentley slideshows, except that they're apparently called Jock Talks, so yeah, I'm never calling them slideshows again. Alright, Murray, sick 'em.
Jump into my arms! I'll toss you up there!
Okay, I swear this throw is incredibly easy almost every time I play this game, but once in a blue moon it takes me like 20 tries and I have no clue why. Just freaking get up there! Ooh, scary looking puzzle. It'd be a shame if the solution was just to press every switch one time.
Success!
Sly, the water pressure to the fountain should be disabled.
It's off all right. They're already sending out the repair guy to fix it up.
Pickpocket the keys to his repair truck without being seen.
Alright, this is where it all comes together. The goal when designing these levels was to recreate the feeling of a Hollywood heist movie. The reconnaissance, the setup, the pieces falling into place, and then the heist itself going off without a hitch. The feeling of not just being one thief, but well, one of those. It pulls this off with varying degrees of success with each mission. I think, in general, you get a lot more brawling and laying the smackdown on guards in this game than any heist movie I've ever seen. But that's really just a consequence of the medium. In the grand scheme of things, this really sticks to the landing.
I'll take the wheel. I know how to drive a stick shift.
I'm in position.
Great! We're just driving up right now. Get ready to grab the tow harpoon.
Hook's on. Pull away.
Behold the majesty of gravity and inertia.
That was real subtle, Bentley.
Okay, you jump in, grab the clockwork tail feathers, and we're out of here.
God! So Raccoonus do this. Right totally bumming my house up and bringing me down. So very uncool. Why can't you let birds and bees be free, bro?
Listen to me, Tree. You have no idea what you're playing with. It'll bring more than your house down.
Look, bro, I see you are a tough cowboy. A man with taste, style, vision, a connoisseur of finer things. Like me. Look, I'm sure the two cats in a bag like us can work something out. Yeah? We smooth. Yeah? Look, see the money. You like the money. You can take all you want. I can't.
No deal. You and the rest of the Claw Gang have to be stopped. Clockwork will never again see the light of day. Just hand over the tail feathers and we can...
What is this with clocks, bro? Have you no vision? Are you hearing what I beam to you? You think you have juice? Don't show me a little mind when talking about such big things. You think you can swing the bat? Show your bling and let me shine you.
I have no idea what you're saying. And your suit sucks.
Oh! Let's dance!
Now, we've got a boss fight with Dimitri. Here he comes. Mechanically, this is pretty simple. He'll fire his ring at you 3 times before it shorts out and you can close the distance. Then it's close quarters combat until you hit him enough times to make him retreat. He only uses 2 attacks, this uppercut and this tail sweep. You can avoid both by jumping away to the side every time you see him wind up. But now we got that over with, I think this is the most interesting room in terms of alpha content. In the final game, you've got these elevators that don't do anything, but in the alpha you could ride them up to the upper levels, and Dimitri would actually chase you between them. With some clever platforming, you can reach these upper areas in the final game and see that everything up here is still interactable, including this second set of elevators. We can only speculate what all this was for, but you've got to imagine the boss fight was originally going to function a bit like mugshots from the first game, building tension from level to level as you steadily get less safe ground and cover to work with. Presumably, it may also have paid off the Chekhov's gun that is this "don't blow up the generator" sign, with the area getting steadily more destroyed as the fight went on, forcing the duel to upper levels as the first floor flooded with water, or something. I don't know. I wasn't in the room where it happened.
You take clockwork feathers and my counterfeit in operation. It's past tense.
I'm doing you a favor. What kind of thief prints money? There's no honor in that.
You... Crackerbox!
my gang and I had done it. The clockwork tail feathers were ours, and Dimitri's counterfeiting operation was ruined. Due to the untimely arrival of Carmelita, my escape got a little tricky. Angry at having just missed me, she took it out on Dimitri. Shutting down the nightclub.
Alright, I don't want to be that guy, but, yeah.
Shutting down the nightclub and throwing the frustrated forger behind bars.
I gotta say, it seems like the cops really show up apropos of nothing here, don't they? Like, if they could have just busted in here to take down the operation at any time, why didn't they do it sooner? Neela obviously already had the intel necessary to blow the whistle on them, so what was accomplished by her helping us? I'm pretty sure the only difference is that we now have the tail feathers instead of the police. Interesting.
The gang and I headed out of town for a week in Monaco. I figured the team had earned themselves a well-deserved break.
Oh, hang on, that's not where the cutscene ends. Play it again?
Team had earned themselves a well-deserved break.
Nope, yep, okay, it just stops there. What's going on here? Okay, so slight tangent. There's an organization called PEGI, and PEGI's job is to regulate the age ratings for games released in Europe like the ESRB does in the West. Ever since their inception in 2003, things have become steadily more strict, especially in terms of gambling. If you're familiar with the Pokemon series, you probably already know this, but these days, if a game contains any, glamorization of gambling, then that game's for adults only. I tell you this because, as far as I'm aware, this scene was present in its entirety in every release of the PS2 version, and the part that got so clumsily sliced off in the PS3 version is about gambling. And some sort of adherence to the international age rating is the best faith motivation I can think of for why that decision was made. There's just one tiny little wrinkle. I am not playing the international release of this game. This is the case in all versions of the PS3 Sly Collection, but listen here, you bunch of baboons. PEGI makes considerations for remakes and re-releases, and unless actual changes to the content are made, they retain the age rating of the original release. Or maybe you could have only made changes to the version set to release where there are actual age restrictions in place, or were you just too busy looking for more corners to cut? And you didn't change the casino level in the first game. So whatever this was meant to accomplish, I'm pretty sure you didn't do it. Look, I know I said I wasn't gonna bring this up again, but this isn't just some lack of visual polish. This is a chunk of one of the game's cutscenes, which I emphasize are some of the best parts of this game, and losing even a second of them is a big issue. So pardon me while I fix your mistake.
The gang and I headed out of town for a week in Monaco. Bentley wanted to try out his new card counting formula, and I figured the team had earned themselves a well-deserved break.
There, that was it. Nothing major, but it's the principle of the thing. Anyway, that was the Black Chateau. I love it. Honestly, it's probably my third or fourth favorite level in the whole series. Paris is such a natural fit for Sly. Their harmony further illustrated by the similar palettes, literally helping Sly blend right in. The overall level is designed to put you at your ease, with long stretches of conjoining rooftops that ensure you pretty much never have to touch down on the streets if you don't want to. The missions are almost all tutorials for some mechanic or another, navigation, stealth, chasing girls, but they're all crucial skills in the game ahead, and they all feel totally organic within the structure of the heist. Except maybe the pickpocketing one, cause like, there weren't even spotlights in the printing room, and what's up with designing the keys to be fragile? I can think of at least one reason that'd be a terrible idea. Overall though, we're still at a super strong showing. Dimitri's a joy to have on screen, and though Carmelita's absence is certainly felt, Neela serves as an exciting and flirtatious presence in her stead. With one unqualified success under our belt, I can't wait to take on our next chapter, a Starry-Eyed Encounter.
Another clockwork part had surfaced in India.
I like the idea that the gang is basically just waiting around for some internet algorithm to turn up news about the parts, like they're Tony Stark or something. But what this doesn't explain is how they ended up learning about Dimitri's part. He was using them as part of his secret money-forging operation. How did anyone learn about that?
So the boys and I loaded up the van and zeroed in on our next target. A mysterious spice lord known as Rajan. A self-made man who grew up poor on the streets of Calcutta, he started his life of crime selling illegal spices in the black market, eventually growing his small outfit.
Acne on a tiger. Yeah, that something doesn't seem right about that. How does an animal with fur get acne over top the fur?
Eventually growing his small outfit to a sizable operation, and earning himself a seat in the prestigious Claw Gang. He's since crowned himself Lord of the Hills, and while he goes to great lengths to convince others of his royalty, it's mostly to convince himself. True to form, he's holding a lavish ball in his newly purchased ancestral palace. The reason? To show off his latest acquisition, the Clockwork Wings, the symbol of my enemy. If you saw the wings silhouetted against the night sky, it was already too late for you, especially if your name was Cooper. Rajan believes displaying the wings will bring him prestige, and maybe they will. But they're also bringing me.
Honestly, you've gotta appreciate the juxtaposition between the uses of the two parts we've seen so far. It's great characterization for Rajan here. Dimitri literally got the tail end of the deal, and used it for an incredibly practical purpose. Rajan got what is honestly most of the owl, and what's he doing with them? Displaying them as a trophy to impress party guests. Okay, so I gave the last episode's title a hard time for not being pithy enough, but literally right after it was uploaded, I finally realized how clever it actually is. For one, when said quickly out loud, it sounds like you're saying the Black Shadow. Black Chateau, Black Shadow, yeah, you know. I don't really blame myself too much for missing this. I've never been too good at catching those jokes that only make sense when you say them out loud. Even when I say them out loud, that's just not one of the ways my brain works. But one of the ways my brain does work is memorizing useless historical trivia, and so I'm actually super ashamed I didn't catch this next part. I was talking about Le Chateau Noir being the French translation, but I was so fixated on the famous art aspect of things that I completely overlooked something super cool. Le Chateau Noir is only one syllable off from Le Chat Noir, which was the name of the first nightclub as we know them today, with live music and drinks and everything. So the whole title is a triple pun. Well done, Sucker Punch. I shouldn't have doubted you. But now I'm super determined not to let any cool hidden meanings in the Starry-Eyed Encounter pass me by. Well, grammatically, there should definitely be a hyphen there to describe the encounter as romantic and dreamlike, not as having both stars and eyes, therefore... Nope. I got nothing. So this time around, our safe house lies on the outside edge of the map, unlike in Paris where it was pretty much dead center. This is going to remain the case for the rest of the game's episodes, and it's significant both symbolically and functionally. We're no longer on our home turf. Here, we're the outsiders, further hammered home by the fact that our first objective is just to figure out a way past the palace walls. It makes you feel a little bit more like an intruder. What's more, the safe house represents one of the only consistent checkpoints and places to replenish your health on the map. In Paris, you could even use it to defuse situations with guards, so the further you get from it, the higher the tension, like a mouse cautiously working its way further from its hole. Weirdly missable detail here, the dome of the palace is always spinning. Man, how architecturally unfeasible is that? Now before we get into the palace, let's explore this little place outside of it first.
Yeah, oh jeez, oh no, my goodness!
Yeah, so we've got a couple interesting new enemy types. These cobras blend in with the environment, and while these elephants aren't technically aggressive, getting spotted by their searchlights summons guards from their backs. We can also explore this mega sketchy bridge over here and find this semi-secret area behind the waterfall. And I've long held the belief that all the best games have secrets hidden by waterfalls and all the worst games don't. Seriously, you can check. Good job, Sly, it seems like you passed that test. And what we have down here is some booby-trapped loot. An interesting twist on the pedestal loot idea where it will blow up if you don't make it back in time. I think. Honestly, the timers on these are all so generous, I've never seen what happens if you're too slow. Let's find out, shall we? Huh. Well, that was kinda lame.
With the drawbridge up, the only way across that river is on those conical rocks. Do you remember how to spire jump?
What? You think I'd forget one of the Cooper family's greatest thief moves? Whenever I'm near pointed objects, I just need to jump and hit the circle button to perform a ninja spire landing.
That's correct. Now let's see it in action.
So we're in a much less urban setting this time around. It's really cool to see this whole other side of Sly's abilities, trading lampposts and strung lanterns for vines and tree branches. He does a great job of showing how adaptable he is.
Easy does it, Sly. Just don't go out onto that balcony and you should remain undetected.
Alright, looks like it's time for some more reconnaissance photos, and boy, do I have a lot of cool stuff to show off about this room. First, Bentley's gonna task us with taking pictures of a couple key elements and a lot of the party guests.
Looks like the wings have been welded onto that statue.
Yeah, keep this in mind for later.
They look heavy. Getting the wings out of here will be a real challenge. That's him. Rajan's really pulled out all the stops to impress people with this party. An electronic witch. That could be useful. Another Claw Gang member. Arpeggio specializes in exotic technology. Jean Bisson, a member of the Claw Gang and Canadian shipping baron. He owns half the trains in Canada. That's the Contessa, a high-ranking prison warden for Interpol. She must be working undercover to expose Rajan's spice ring. Carmelita's here too. She must be undercover with the Contessa to help bust Rajan. Leela, another officer undercover. Watch yourself, Sly. This party is crawling with cops.
Nice to see a lot of faces here, old and new. But speaking of old, it's time to revisit our dear old alpha version. This area is much less finished than the first. There's no voice acting, even by the placeholder actors, and god, this curtain covers like 2/3 of the screen no matter where you position yourself. This is awful. But angled the camera just right, and you can find a beautiful T-posing Carmelita and... Dimitri? Honestly, he's probably just here because he's one of the only models they'd animated by this point. I doubt this reflects any changes to the game's story. So that's all pretty cool, but I don't know about you guys. I have always been desperately curious to explore past these two guards. Unfortunately, that's not really possible without just blatantly hacking, so let's do that. Oh, come on, yeah, it's happening. We're free. One thing you'll notice when exploring out of bounds a lot in this game is that Sucker Punch took the time to map collision detection onto a lot of areas that might surprise you, like this lamp up here. You'd expect this sort of thing to be completely intangible, like a lot of the floors around here, but nope. You can also reach the guests that we were ogling earlier, and though none of them are programmed to detect you, they're almost all interactable in some way or another. The Contessa even has a pickable pocket. As for why, I'm gonna avoid spoilers for the benefit of the two of you who are watching without any prior knowledge of this game, but know that some of these character models are direct copies of those seen later in the game, including some hitboxes and behaviors. This may seem odd, but understand that Sly 2 was developed in just under 2 years, and quick and dirty tricks for saving time like this are why finishing a game in that comparatively short amount of time wasn't just possible for developers back then, it was comfortable.
That's all the photos I need. Bring them back to the safe house and we'll start building a game plan. Stealing the clockwork wings in the middle of a crowded ballroom is going to take some serious misdirection. And the squad of undercover cops only makes things more complicated. Although, we might be able to use them to our advantage. But no matter what we do in the ballroom, sooner or later we'll need to deal with Rajan's security chopper. Murray can take it out with some of the local armaments, but he won't be able to get inside the palace until Sly lowers the drawbridge for him.
Here's an interesting point. Water. Sly being a terrible swimmer makes some sense. Most land-based mammals aren't born with those instincts, they have to be taught by their parents, and But one sentiment I hear a lot around Sly Cooper fans is, why can't Bentley and Murray swim? After all, turtles and hippos spend most of their lives in water. Well, for Murray's part, fun fact, hippos can't swim. They're way too dense, so they actually just hop along the bottom. Doesn't really explain why he takes damage, but at least we know why he can't float. And Bentley, though he's only ever called a turtle by characters in the game, is, well, he's a tortoise. I guess he's just really chill with the distinction, but guess what? I'm not! He's obviously a tortoise because he doesn't have flippers, and he can fully recede into his shell. Yeah, go ahead, call me a nerd. At least it's more accurate than calling Bentley a turtle.
Sly, Murray and I can't get inside the palace unless you lower the drawbridge.
I'd love to, pal, but the winch is all locked down. You know where I can find the keys?
Key guards have recently taken up positions around the palace. Sneak in, pick all of their pockets, and bring the keys back to the lockdown winch.
So we've got 5 keys to pickpocket from all across the map. Another mission designed to get you familiar with the landscape, which makes this another mission that's perfect to use to go over the bottle locations. For starters, I want to take a second to appreciate this level's layout. There's a real sense of place, as the whole thing is neatly divided into several sections, each with their own unique architecture and atmosphere. This also makes it quite easy to go through them one at a time, so let's start up here with the palace exterior. One key guard hangs out here to start us off, and honestly, what even is this? How are you gonna have one of the guys with the key to the drawbridge outside the drawbridge? Can this guy pull off a ninja spire jump, or does he just have to throw the key whenever it's needed? There are 2 bottles along the sketchy path behind the waterfall, then one across this set of ninja spire points above it. Then, along this other set of spire points, there's one behind this tree and another at the top of the stream. Now let's enter what I like to consider the palace's market district. There's one at the end of one of these spears facing the big waterfall. Then you can run along this vine to get atop one of these... What do you call this? Is it a battlement? A parapet? Anyway, it's on top of one of those. All the way at the other end of the wall, jump from this nearby building to find another on top of this battlement. Then directly down from there to find one on this wooden walkway. Then back up to the building we were just on, head inside this tunnel. Here we can start to appreciate some of the complications the game is ready to throw our way. Notice that though we are definitely up and off the ground, the flashlight guards have access to this area with some well-placed ramps and bridges. You have to be more aware of this place's structure than before to steer safely out of their way. Our last 2 bottles in the market district are on the other 2 buildings. One on top of this big torch structure and another hidden on the backside of this one. Now let's take this vine over to the palace grounds and pick our 2nd key. Here in the gardens, there's one on top of the arch and then another one on the far side of the bonfire behind a tree. One more is tucked right inside this tunnel, then we can make our way around the back of the castle for one next to this outflow pipe, and 2 more along these balconies. We'll also find another pedestal treasure up here, and just be aware you can't pick these up during jobs, it just won't let you. From here we can cross over to the palace's front entrance and find a guard that needs to be cleverly distracted with noise to pick his pocket. Then jump all the way down to the street to find yet another bottle tucked just inside this tunnel. Tunnels like these are incredibly stressful when playing as Sly. It feels like you never know when a flashlight guard will turn a corner, and you have no means of swift escape. They absolutely knew what they were doing, putting all these bottles down here. Now we're gonna make our way back up to the other end of this district by following this outside edge to find one more on this balcony, one more on this balcony, and finally one on the backside of this torch. Only one district left, and that's the guest house. This bridge isn't too different from the tunnels from a game feel perspective. You feel super exposed, and without immediate access to higher ground, you want to spend as little time on it as possible. You're not completely without options though. If you get spotted, you can drop down to the bridge's structure, and there's even a bottle down here. Okay, we're gonna blast through the last of these. One on top of this torch, then one on this balcony, then the backside of this torch, then this torch on the central building, then followed the attached vine all the way down to another, then on top of this torch, and finally there's one on the large balcony on the back of the building, along with our last key.
Good job, Sly. Now take those stolen keys back to the padlock winch to lower the drawbridge.
Also be aware of this treasure beneath that balcony.
Thanks, Sly. Now Murray and I can access the palace grounds. That chopper is a menace to all future aerial operations while on this job.
Yeah, it's all covered in missiles and guns and stuff.
Now be a team player and take it out with that rusty pre-war turret.
Okay, I had a potato gun once. I'll bet it works just the same.
Okay, now we're really a first-person shooter. It's interesting that Murray was given this mission considering Sly has historically been the gunner of the group. Maybe that's why they added this 5-foot-tall on switch that only Murray can flip. As long as we're comparing things to the first game, it's cool to see the difference in design sensibilities between then and now. In Sly 1, there was nothing stopping you from simply firing your turret as much as you pleased, except that you had to be careful exactly what you shot. Oops. But now we've got an overheat meter, and if we get too carried away, we'll be unable to fire for a few precious seconds. Add to that the missiles inbound, and you're faced with a tough set of conundrums. Obviously, keeping your own health from dropping is a higher priority than taking down the chopper, but you're gonna have to find space to shoot it eventually. The missiles become easier to hit the closer they get to you, but the closer they are, the less time you have to shoot them. It looks pretty simple, but striking a good balance between all these factors is not easy. Just look at this mission in the alpha. When you don't have all the elements nailed, this is agonizing.
Murray triumphant!
Good work! The sky's all clear!
Okay, we're gonna go do the best mission in the game now.
Yeah! What do you want?
Hello, I'm here for the dance.
Huh? Sorry, sir, but we have a dress code. You got a tuxedo?
No.
Sorry, pal. No tux, no entry.
Sorry, Sly. Somehow I totally overlooked the need for formal wear. That guy's not going to let you in without a tuxedo.
Don't beat yourself up, Bentley. At a party this ritzy, there has to be a spare penguin suit around here somewhere.
Try the guest house. Someone may have overpacked.
Alright, I get not realizing you needed a tux, but what was your plan here? Just to walk right into a ballroom currently filled with cops while wearing no disguise?
Okay, Bentley. I'm in position inside the guest house. Have any intel for me?
Well, I'd recommend searching all the rooms. It's statistically probable that each should hold at least one portion of a tuxedo.
What do I look for inside the rooms?
This isn't an exact science. Ransack the place until you find part of a tuxedo.
Any plan which involves ransacking is okay with me.
Oh, game you shouldn't have.
Attention guards, this is Lord Rojan. The party here is in full swing and all visitors are now in the ballroom. Now, why this ball may be on the up and up. Not all of the guests are, so be on careful lookout for problems. I don't want any bad press from this event.
Rajan, maybe, if you didn't want bad press, you shouldn't have put giant cobras in the guest house. Just a thought. You can actually go about this a couple different ways. You can either sneak through the building itself, or you can duck in and out of it using the room's balconies. Each room has guards in it, varying in strength and number, and some rooms are slightly easier to sneak into from the main entrance than from the balcony and vice versa. It all feels very free-form, along with the fact that the game fully encourages you to absolutely wreck everything in these people's rooms. If that doesn't sound fun to you, and you don't possess a soul, then to get this mission over with as fast as possible, hit this luggage cart in room 101, this bathroom dresser in 102, this wardrobe by the bed in room 103, this chest by the bed in room 104, and this luggage cart in room 105. Also, I just want to hold on this frame for a bit because I find it inexplicably hilarious. Yeah, sure!
You got your tuxedo now, sir?
Of course I do. I'm here to dance.
Then come on in.
Your tuxedo disguise is working perfectly. No one will recognize you in that outfit. Now, during the heist, you'll need to dance with Carmelita to keep both her and the crowd distracted. The only problem is, she's picky about dance partners, so you'll need to impress her first.
Alright, I know just the girl for the job.
I'm gonna be honest, it took me forever to realize that Neela's hair here wasn't a wig. I don't know why it never clicked for me. Carmelita's got hair after all. I just don't think it's her color. The scarf she usually wears suits her much better.
Constable Neela, you look lovely this evening.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
I used to chase after you back in Paris.
Paris? Sly Cooper? You aren't by any chance here to turn yourself in? Old Ironsides would fall out of her dress.
As good as that sounds, how about a dance first?
Enchanté. Try to memorize the steps.
Check and turn the signals to the right. Check and turn the signals to the right.
Okay, where do I even start? This mission is so good, man. I love how it directly parallels your behavior as that of a low-class burglar against that of a man capable of charming society's elite on the dance floor.
Are you using me to get at old Ironsides?
Yes, I am. Do you mind?
Not at all.
Of course, we get to build up Neela and Sly's relationship as we go, and while there's definitely been more of a flirtatious banter between Sly and Carmelita,
delicious.
He and Neela just click effortlessly, which, as ever, is brought across not just through dialogue, but through gameplay.
That fellow is very graceful.
If only you moved spice shipments as well.
Silence.
We also get this hint of Rajan and Jean Bassan's characters. It's not much, but we do keep hearing this spice brought up.
Rajan spice, so spicy. I love and hate all at the same time.
But we needn't worry about that now. We can simply get lost in this beautiful moment.
Yes.
It's almost a shame that I get to do what I'm about to do, but check it out. Neela's dance only has one fail condition. Miss too many input timings. Press a button off the beat too many times, or press nothing on the beat, and Neela will give up on you.
My feet can't take anymore.
However, this mission actually doesn't care at all what buttons you press. And poor Neela has these hilarious unique animations for each missed input. No, Neela, I am afraid we must spin. Now it is time for the dips. Now step, Neela, step, I tell you. And now again we must spin. I would feel bad, really, but it's so worth it.
Thank you. That was delightful.
Thank you, Constable Neela. After all, it takes two to tango.
Yes, and three is always a crowd. Neela, your friend here is quite an accomplished dancer. I tried to make him look good. Please, Neela, his skills far surpass you.
Perhaps later you and I might share a dance, Miss
Fox. Carmelita Fox.
Wait, aren't you undercover?
I accept.
All right, boys, we're ready for the next phase. My plan to get at the Clockwork Wings requires the use of the electric winch above the ballroom. To get control over the device, I'll need to hack the computers in Rajan's boardroom. Plus, we'll need an extra strong saw blade to cut the wings off the statue. To make a saw blade that durable, I'll need Sly to steal the gems off the headdresses on Rajan's prize elephants. And finally, I'll take to the field with my remote control helicopter and nullify the palace's surface-to-air defenses. That should clear things up for the heist.
Alright, as much as I would love to spend the rest of this mission on the dance floor, we've got work to do.
Sly, we need to find a way to get Rajan's prize elephants out of their pen.
I don't know, Bentley. That door looks pretty heavy. Maybe I can crawl on that hole under the steps and find an alternate route.
Yep, let's perpetuate the myth that elephants are afraid of mice. That's an old hat, Sucker Punch, come on. Everyone knows elephants aren't scared of mice, they're scared of bees.
Wow, you sure look spooked.
Job well done, Sly. Now comes the hard part. I need you to snatch the headdress jewels worn by both elephants. The jewels are firmly embedded, so keep whacking at them with your cane to knock one loose.
I'll need to make use of the rooftops to get to one of the elephants' backs, but it shouldn't be a problem.
This mission's kind of awkward, but I appreciate what they were going for here. We haven't really had any proper platforming challenges yet, and this is a cool, organic use of the rooftops to maneuver our way onto a fairly quick-moving platform. Then just make sure you jump every time the elephants trumpet, and you'll be home free with 6 exquisite gemstones that we could no doubt use to make a fortune. Oh, but Bentley's got a much better idea?
That's it! With these jewels I can make an ultra-hard radial saw for the heist.
A saw, made of gemstones. Yeah, okay. Oh man, Rajan treats his guards right. Check out this lounge.
Murray's rotund features prevent him from fitting through the drain pipe, so we'll need you to unlock the vault room from the inside. I've heard through a reliable source that the guards keep the vault combination written beneath one of their break tables.
So you want me to crawl under each till I find it?
That's the idea.
Of course, you know we're gonna have to wreck the place. It's just the name of the game.
Attention, vault room guards. Allow no guest entry to the inner workings of the palace. This party is supposed to be legitimate, and I don't want my flawless reputation being spoiled by some flunky who doesn't know how to lock a door. This spice trade is dangerous work, particularly for those who anger me.
Ready for me to blow your mind? Rajan's voice acted by the same guy as Dimitri. I cannot hear that at all. That is range I'd kill for. And nice, we found our vault for this level. Let's see what we got.
I'd love to see the look on Rajan's face when he finds this vault empty. The code should be 857.
The Insanity Strike. Definitely a fun one, but we'll have to talk more about it some other time, because we're about to take control of Murray for the rest of this mission.
Thanks for breaking us in, pal. The Murray approves.
Let's get down to brass tacks. I need to hack both the vault room computers to get control of the electronic winch above the ballroom.
So what are me and Sly here for?
The second I enter their servers, they'll be on to us. You guys need to work together to keep the thugs off my back.
You and me, pal, side by side.
The Murray knows no fear.
Okay, I'm in. Hacking the level 6 barrier.
So we're tasked with defending the crap out of Bentley for like a solid 5 minutes of incoming enemies. And there really doesn't have to be a lot to this if you don't want there to be. Just stick close to Bentley, hit anyone that comes close, and let Sly with his infinite health take care of the rest. So as long as we've got a minute, I do think this would be a good time to acknowledge that these monkey guards are actually reskins of the janitor rest from outside Dimitri's office. Honestly, a pretty clever use of them. By the way, pay close attention to the message the game is sending you through this mission. Bentley's role in the game as a computer expert is indisposable, but if you can help it, Sly and Murray are always more capable on the field. Playing as them here and not Bentley almost provides a sense of relief for the player, that we get to be the more combat-savvy Murray and not have to frantically fend off these guards as the much frailer tech guy.
I'm unstoppable! I've got control of the winch. Thanks for the backup, guys.
No problem. Me and the big guy had it covered.
Murray, let's hook up the direct feed and get out of here while the coast is clear.
Oh yeah, lock those doors behind you. Wouldn't want anyone to know we were here. Alright, let's go ahead and try out our new Insanity Strike power. It's basically a charm ability. Any enemy we hit with it turns coat and attacks other guards. It's hilarious and fun and can create some absolutely amazing situations, but ultimately it suffers from something that I think most charm mechanics suffer from. That when there's only one guy left standing, there's really nothing to stop him from coming after you. I don't think there's any situation where this would be more practical than running, but it's definitely the kind of thing I would look for any excuse to make use of. Alright, no way to put off playing as Bentley any longer now. But it's fine, we just got this weird new power up for him too, and I do mean weird. Aw, look at the little baby flashlight guard, he's trying so hard. Uh-oh. Yeah, this one doesn't have a lot of practical use either. In fact, just copy everything I said about Insanity Strike here. Hey, you wanna know the most useless fun fact about playing as Bentley? His sleep darts can actually take out the snakes.
Bentley, what's your status?
I'm in position with the RC chopper. All systems are go to neutralize their surface-to-air defenses. We're going to need free reign of the sky during the heist.
Well, be careful. Chopper parts aren't cheap.
Hostile has been sighted.
Hey, Bentley, use the left analog stick to steer the chopper and hit the X button to drop bombs.
Yeah, they're really starting to throw a lot of new gameplay gimmicks at us, huh? We had the turret mission, the rhythm game, and now we're playing this top-down chopper minigame. They're all fun, but I could definitely understand if this strains someone's enjoyment a bit, given the strength of the core gameplay. Still, I think it's in part because of the variety that going back to the core of things is so fun.
Nice flying, partner. That Jeep's out of commission and we'll have clear skies for the heist.
Okay, synchronize your watches. This heist is going to take extreme precision. Here's the plan. I'll start things off by demolishing the palace's main bridge. That should cut off reinforcements from the guest house and hopefully distract the ballroom guards standing watch over the clockwork wings. Sly will then take Carmelita up on her offer for a dance.
Okay, I am with you so far, Bentley.
And while the crowd is transfixed by their tango, Murray will lower into the ballroom on the electronic winch.
Got it.
Once down, he'll cut the wings free
He'll
and then
what?
winch back up for an exit.
Wait, hang on.
Murray should then make his
Wait,
way
hold on,
out
Bentley.
of the palace. I'll cover his exit with the RC chopper.
Hold on a
Once
second.
he's past the drawbridge, we're home free.
Okay, Bentley. Murray and I are moving into position. You still think you can demolish something that large?
It doesn't take an engineer to figure out how to blow up a bridge. I'll start by placing charges on all of the lower cleats. Once the structure destabilizes, those retainer rings on the upper cleats should pop right off. That should enable me to bomb all of the upper cleats, which will bring it all crashing down.
Just watch your head when that thing gets unstable. We need that brain of yours in one piece.
Honestly, this bridge is an eyesore. It could use a bit of impromptu renovation. This mission can get pretty tough. The shadows of the rocks aren't super generous as far as helping you stay clear. And when you get up to the second layer, you have way less safe ground, and each strut takes 2 bombs to destroy. On these skinny little support beams, you really feel the strain.
One more cleat and this bridge is going down! Okay, Sly, the bridge is down. I'll warm up the van and get ready with the RC chopper. Good luck!
Bentley, how are you gonna get over here?
The bridge is destroyed. Take all the manpower you need and look into it.
Murray, you in position?
Check.
It looks like Bentley's little distraction did the trick. Initiate phase 2. I'll take care of Carmelita and the crowd. You handle the heavy lifting.
Miss Fox, I believe you owe me a dance.
About time. I thought you had left.
Just waiting for the perfect moment.
It's either very fortunate or very unfortunate that Carmelita's standards as a dancer are much higher than Neela's. She is much more strict about you pressing the right buttons as we go about our performance here.
Ow!
What? A thief above the statue!
Okay, so Murray is now supposedly cutting through the welding that attaches the wings to the statue, using a rotational saw blade made of ultra-hard gemstones. I don't care how utterly suave Sly's dance moves are, that is going to be the loudest thing you have ever heard. Have you ever been near a construction site? You can hear a buzzsaw from like a mile away. Let me show you how this should almost definitely have gone. In all seriousness, this dance is everything. This is, in essence, Sly and Carmelita's first amicable date.
You look familiar to me. Are you in law enforcement?
I often deal with police while on the job.
A romantic dance at a high society ball. Their dance so enchanting that every eye in the crowd is on them. Neela and Sly may flirt, but it remains clear that these two are meant to be. Right?
Ah.
I also want to talk a bit about the music. Throughout the game, we've been hearing a certain leitmotif through almost every song.
That Constable Neela, was a reference to the Claw Gang just a slip of the tongue, or an intentional clue?
This is more or less Sly's theme, a way to signify him sneaking through the background of every track. Always there, but never quite long enough to grab hold of. And this entire tango has been written around it. Absolutely stunning.
Nice. Tell me, stranger, what's your name?
Why ruin the moment?
Huh? I don't understand.
The wings! What happened to the clockwork wings?
What? How? Who could have... What? Cooper!
Murray, I'll cover your escape with the RC chopper. Let me worry about the guards. You just keep moving.
Alright, the home stretch. I hope you got the hang of this RC helicopter, because everything depends on it now. True to form, it is entirely possible to kill Murray yourself, but the hitbox is incredibly small. Hitting the guards, on the other hand, is quite generous, so this whole thing shouldn't be a problem.
This is tense!
Murray, where the heck are you going? Did Bentley tell you to take this route? I'm starting to think you shouldn't listen to a word he says. I guess we have to assume Sly's at the wheel here, although Murray is the kind of guy who would tell himself to punch it, huh?
After the gang and I got away with the clockwork wings, Carmelita blew her cover and started making arrests left and right. With his reputation in shambles, Rajan was forced to flee from his own party. He's now in hiding, somewhere deep in the jungle. The gang and I took a break and headed for Bollywood. It took some doing, but we eventually snuck Murray onto the set of a full-blown Indian musical.
Man, that's the heist I want to play.
I was happy the guys got to unwind, but Rajan was still out there. And somehow, I knew things were about to get tough.
It's kind of weird that Sly expresses so much concern about Rajan not being arrested, isn't it? Like, the wings were our priority, this was never personal. Either way, that was a starry-eyed encounter. As much as I loved Black Chateau, I think this one trumps it in every way. The area design is beautiful, the missions are downright cathartic, and the more said about the dances with our two lady friends, the better. This is the gang operating at their peak, and we're gonna have to work incredibly hard to top it next time, with Episode 3, The Predator Awakes.
It took some detective work, but the gang and I managed to track down where Rajan had gone into hiding.
Immediately, we've got a pretty subtle bit of storytelling. When we last left the gang, they were literally just screwing around in Bollywood, but here we see them back at Rajan's palace. But, of course, like, where else would they start the search for him?
Somehow, he'd managed to transform a long-forgotten temple into the thriving center of his spice operation, and it's there where we'll find him. The jungle, too thick to drive through, forced us to walk the long distance to our target. We ran into a few problems along the way, but pushed on. For the temple was more than just Rajan's hideout. It was also home to the Clockwork Heart. A pump so strong and tireless, it could increase spice production tenfold. Good for Rajan, but awful for the rest of the world.
Okay, so my question is this. What would you guys have done if Rajan didn't have another clockwork part? The way this scene plays out, I'd almost assume they didn't even know he had it until they found the temple. So like, what's the gang's beef with Rajan personally? Yeah, he's not an upstanding dude, but he didn't even know you guys until you stole his wings. And we've got a job to do. Vigilante justice has always been like number 5 on Sly's to-do list at the highest.
Hope he's not counting on that heart too much, because tonight, it comes home with me.
I love how this entire level is basically centered around Rajan showing his true colors. We had his lavish ball behind a literal palace facade, now we're deep in a jungle. No guests to impress, just us and him. Time to fight dirty. Alright, another day, another new setting, another opening mission tasking us with reconnaissance.
Sneak into the temple and take some recon photos so I can assess the situation. Just be careful. If you get hurt, the nearest hospital is 106 miles from here. According to my map of the area, there should be a hidden passage into the temple behind that waterfall.
Nice work, Bentley. I'll take a hidden passage over the front door any day.
Something about Bentley's dialogue here sounds a little rough. Like, the way he says,
"Sneak into the temple,"
sounds like a follow-up statement, but no one said anything before that. It's funny, I probably wouldn't even notice this sort of thing if the rest of the game's dialogue weren't so tightly written and delivered. So while this may sound like a nitpick, it's actually a compliment to the rest of the game. Keep up.
Bingo, you found the spice growing facility. Now, from what I know of photosynthesis, all the expensive equipment should be found at the top of this room. That access tube should get you up there.
All right, I'll head for the top.
Alright, what do we got going on here? We're stirring up some water with leaves in it, a couple giant chemistry balls, rags on sticks? I don't know. Do you know? Is this how you grow plants? They're not letting us start off easy here. Sneaking around all these guards challenges your use of the environment, and fighting past them isn't easy either.
Here we go. Time for a few recon photos.
Oh, I got you, Bentley. By knowledge of photosynthesis, you meant there's a skylight up here, so that's where the plants are. I mean, sure, I could have figured that out.
Looks Looks like half of the heart is being used to super irrigate the spice plants.
What?
That crane is keeping half of the heart suspended. There's the entrance to this level, only I can't figure out how to get in here from the temple's exterior. Check it out. Rajan's carrying half the clockwork heart on that stick.
Yo, did that photo just blink? I wouldn't take that with you if I were you.
Bring those photos back to the safe house. We'll really need to think about this one.
The clockwork heart is under some steep security. Heck, Rajan is carrying half of it at all times. To get at the goods, I'll need to gather some more information. Sly will plant a bug in Rajan's office, while I lift the spice operation blueprints off the Spice Lord while he makes his rounds. Unfortunately, while we're collecting intelligence on him, he'll be collecting data on us with an elephant-driven satellite array. Take it out, or he'll be able to intercept all of our communications.
Rajan is able to monitor all of our communications out here with that elephant-driven satellite array.
That's pretty grim. You got a plan for shutting it down?
Don't I always? Now, the local spice plants are illegal for good reason. Eat too many, and you'll go into a fit of uncontrolled rage.
Okay, so the spice is just bath salts, yeah? Plant-based narcotics, illegal to produce and distribute, alters your behavior, high in demand. Elegantly done, Sucker Punch. Our only hint as to why people like the stuff, despite it making them angry, is Dimitri's throwaway line in episode 1.
Rajan's spice, so spicy. I love and hate all at the same time.
Maybe it amplifies all passionate emotions, and anger is just usually the forefront.
Keep that stuff away from Murray. Oh, wait, I get it. I put some spice plants in the elephant's feed bag. He chows down, gets all crazy, and then presto! The satellite's in pieces.
A crude interpretation of the plan, but accurate. The trick here is harvesting the spice plants. You'll have to do some serious climbing, as they only grow high up in the jungle canopy.
Alright, so we've really settled into a pattern here, haven't we? Done with recon, let's do a mission that helps us gain a familiarity with our new map by scattering a bunch of objectives around us. And you know what that means. Tackling the baubles as well. For starters, this area is dense and complex. Very possibly the most complex map in the game, not being easily divided into any sections from overhead, and consisting of several layers. Way down here at the bottom, we have the foot of the temple. Close quarters, high walls, and few opportunities to climb them makes this a nasty place to get caught off your guard. A step up from there, we have the temple's surroundings. Wide open and generally crawling with guards, and very few buildings with which to escape the flashlights. Another step up, we have the temple itself. Plenty for Sly to latch onto at least, but consisting mainly of skinny walkways and places easy to lose your footing. And finally, at the very top, we have the jungle canopy. A series of structures and treetops all connected with vines, only reachable from a few very specific points on the map. So the game is done going easy on us. Navigating this space has its challenges pretty much no matter where we are or where we're trying to go. We'll no longer be able to move directly to our waypoints just by running in their direction and climbing whatever's in our way, with many of these trees and structures only being summitable by crossing from other heights. We're gonna start down here in this area with the elephant satellite. The first bottle is right here near the bottom of this tree, and then the first spice plant is on top of it. Head on over to this teetering structure to drop down onto this bottle directly beneath it, then there's two more nearby, one on top of this truck and one behind this tree. Drop down to the river from there to find this one floating on a branch, and head back to that first tree and use the other vine to cross to the top of the safe house, which I should probably acknowledge at some point is shaped like an alligator head. This level actually contains several small references to the third mission in the first game, including the large ruby presiding over it all. One bottle up here, then take the next vine towards what I'll call the other elephant plaza. For this mission and this mission only, this elephant is standing still, which makes grabbing the bottle on this satellite and the spice plant in this tree much easier. Now let's head down this road on foot, because we've got a bottle to grab right here behind this tower, and another on top of this torch. Then another spice plant to grab up in this tree. Yes, the mushrooms are bouncy, don't question it. Now, there's a path circling around the base of the temple, which I can't really show on my map, but we're gonna run through it to find one more bottle down here by the water wheel, one right here at the very back of the circle, one within this overhang at the front of the circle, circle, and then after coming all the way back around, one on these spire points across the river. After that detour, head back to the second elephant plaza and resume our course through the canopy. Cross this vine to the teetering tower, climb to the top of it, and then use the next vine to slide all the way down to the top of this archway, finding another bottle. The next two vines get us to the top of this temple wall, with one bottle up top and a second down on that arch. This one's mean. You can either jump from here and swipe with your cane just as you fall past, or you can make this tight jump from down below. It usually takes me a few tries. Of course, there's a pedestal treasure to note the location of for when we're no longer mid-job. Cross the front of the palace by sidling here to find the bottle on this balcony, then jump up on top in order to reach this bottle from above, jumping onto this torch structure to get us back on track. Use this vine and another tight jump to get this bottle beneath the bridge, then head all the way up the main path to the temple's grand entrance to find one against the door. This ruined bridge has another tricky bottle underneath, gotten by climbing down these vines, then cross another vine to find a bottle on this balcony, and another pedestal treasure above that. Hop up these stones to grab a bottle up here, and yes, I see that one, but unless you're some kind of wizard, we're not getting up to it from down below. Instead, we're gonna drop straight down and find one beneath us, then cross to the tall tower at the left of the map, and climb to the top to find 5 more vines attached to it. We'll go through them clockwise, with this first one on the left being the longest, leading to one bottle here, one here, then a spice plant, then an area from which to drop down onto another pedestal treasure and a bottle, and from there we can grab that bottle we saw a minute ago. Now let's go back to the top of the tower, and the second vine yields a spice plant, the third yields a bottle, the fourth our last spice plant, and the last one our last bottle. Take a breath. I think that's as bad as it gets. And look, we're right back where we started. Now to commit some light animal cruelty. Yes, we're the good guys, I think.
Sayonara, satellite array.
Sly, the insect in that pool is a rare Indian water bug. If you can carry it into Rajan's office, its wings will transmit local sound waves at a frequency I can monitor.
Let me get this straight. We're gonna bug Rajan's office with a bug?
It is an elegant plan, I agree. Now pay attention. That water bug can only survive in stagnant pools. If kept out of water too long, it'll become unhappy and likely draw the attention of local guards.
Looks like there's a few pools along the way to Rajan's office. A short swim every now and then should keep our little friend quiet.
And this is a low-tech mission, hitting a lot of the same beats as the first. Satellites, listening devices, only now it's all animal-driven. Almost makes things feel a little desperate. We're in the middle of nowhere here, gotta use what we can, but past that, functionally, this mission feels so much more fraught than carrying that bugged painting through Paris. There's no winning with this little guy. If you move slow and stay quiet, there's almost no way you're making it to the next pool before he starts causing a racket for you. But if you sprint, you'll be making plenty of noise yourself, so really the best way to do this is to sprint from pool to pool, drop off your charge, and brawl it out with the parade you picked up while the bug is safe in the water. Then repeat when the coast is clear. Of course, that's all assuming you want to do things the intended way. If you want to work smarter and not harder, and don't really care whether this little bug is perfectly happy, just climb that tower with all the vines, and take the long path via the leftmost vine all the way to the top of the temple's main entrance. Then to your objective, knocking the enemies off the ledges as you go. However, if you go that route, be warned of a flashlight guard that can randomly be up here during this mission. If he shows up, you can just rush him with a knockout dive, or you can keep trying until he doesn't show up. But it's weird. I swear, I'd never seen this guy before recording footage for this episode, and this is always how I did this mission as a kid. Just to make sure I wasn't crazy, I went back and checked the PS2 version, and oddly enough, he does exist. But after trying like 10 times, he only showed up about twice. And I have no idea why. Did Sanzaro up this guy's spawn rate? And if so, why? I have so many questions. Man, gotta love how Rajan powers this place with elephants and wooden water wheels, lights it with torches, and yet also has laser grids protecting his office. What a guy. Alright, drop that right here. Hopefully he doesn't notice the world's largest bug chilling out next to his desk.
Excellent. I've already tuned in to the bug's wing vibrations. I'm a genius.
Besides that, we found our safe, and it's a good one. Oh, here we go.
Good thing I'm fluent in Sanskrit, or this last code would have been impossible. Try 386.
The voltage attack makes your next hit one-shot any guard, making it great for removing flashlight guards from combat situations, or just as a quick takedown if you're in a hurry. It's also much quieter than the stealth slam, only making as much noise as a regular attack, so it's fantastic in almost any combat situation. And woo! Back in the safe house, we've got an ear on Rajan, and thank goodness, this is how we got some of my favorite Dimitri lines, and I really felt Rajan's character was shortchanged in the last episode.
What do you mean Dimitri has ceased ordering spice?
Like, we didn't get a good look at what kind of character he was, but can we ever fix that now?
The dance was going so well, so grand, until that ragged raccoon. Maybe I'll have just a little spice. Steal from me? From me? I've taken care of bigger rodents than him. I should be brewing the claw. I'm the source. I'm the supplier. Without me, their silly tinkering will go nowhere. What's this I see in my meditation pool? A bug? I know your true use. You will work well to eat those pesky mosquitoes.
Oh, that's why he didn't just shoo out the bug.
I'm Rajan, master and lord of... No. I am Lord Rajan, master of spice, emperor of terror. Yes, much better. This Kuba gang will be crushed by monkey, by rhino, or by tiger.
Man, what about these little ram guys? What are they? Chopped liver? Okay, Bentley's up, and man, I thought navigating around here as Sly was tough, but without his athletics, there's pretty much only one path around here. We are officially at this area's mercy, so bear in mind one very important strategy when playing as Bentley. I call it the Bomberman technique. Just run and drop bombs, don't look back, and anyone on your tail should pay the price.
As I expected, Rajan is out for his daily tour of the operation. My sources claim he always carries 3 blueprints on him, which, when read together, tell you everything about his spice operation.
Too bad he doesn't have that section of the Clockwork Heart we saw during the recon.
Wait, what?
Heck, Rajan is carrying half of it at all times.
Too bad he doesn't have that section of the Clockwork Heart.
Carrying half of it.
Section of the Clockwork Heart.
At all times. At all times.
You could just pump him full of sleep darts and we could all go home.
Unfortunately, my sleep darts aren't powerful enough to affect Rajan.
What? How are you gonna get at those blueprints?
Rajan has an insatiable appetite for Indian watermelons, which, if eaten whole, will force even him to nod off for a while. Once he's asleep, I'll creep in and lift the blueprints.
Well, that's fine and all, but how do you plan on luring him over to the watermelons?
I've equipped my sleep darts with a sonic disruptor. The strange sounds they make should be enough to lead the ever-curious Rajan from place to place.
Okay, for real, this mission terrified me as a kid. Bentley feels so frail and slow and lacking in options. Using the sleep darts as bait runs counter to the fact that other guards usually get lured straight to you if you don't hit them directly. While these sound darts work differently, it lures Rajan and lures enemies, making it harder to get near him once he falls asleep. And if you accidentally shoot the ground next to you, the attention goes straight to you. And getting caught by Rajan feels like getting jump scared.
Viper in the grass!
Man, even Bentley's idle animations feel so frantic compared to Sly's. My guy, do you need a Benadryl?
What? The blueprints! They have been stolen!
That's the complete set of blueprints. Great field work, Bentley. You're really getting the hang of this.
I've got some bad news. Rajan has gone into hiding somewhere in the temple. I guess the destruction of his satellite array and my invasion of his personal space to get the blueprints spooked him. To get his portion of the Clockwork Heart, we'll need to drive him out into the open. Given Rajan's spice-addled temper, I'd recommend making him angry. First, we'll destroy the center of his operation, the Spice Grinder. Then we'll demolish the dam above the temple in an attempt to flood him out. If that doesn't work, I've made arrangements to exchange one of the temple's facade rubies for some high explosives, which, if necessary, we can use to flood the whole temple grotto. If my psychological profile is accurate, Rajan should pick up the other half of the Clockwork Heart before making his escape, effectively bringing it to us.
The way these waypoints interact with the ceiling over the safe house balcony makes me laugh. They're programmed to always display high enough that you can spot them over the tops of whatever might be obscuring them, so if you're underneath a structure, they literally go as high as possible, but if they just didn't, I could actually read what they say from here.
Cooper, we meet again.
Constable Neela, thanks for not ratting me out back at the ball.
Oh, I should be thanking you. The look on Carmelita's face was priceless.
She took it hard, huh?
No one likes to have their affections played with.
I know I certainly don't. Look, Neela, as soon as this India job is over, why don't you and I go out on the town? We'll dance through Bollywood and eat curry all night long.
Ooh, forget the will they won't they. Sly's shooting his shot.
I'll keep it in mind, but first the task at hand. I've learned of a secret entrance leading to half of the Clockwork Heart. Legally, I can't enter the premises without a warrant. But now a thief like you...
A thief like me can go wherever he pleases. I read you.
Don't fall behind while I lead you to the entrance. This place is thick with guards, and standing still can be lethal.
I hear that, sister.
Feels like it's been a while since we first ran with Neela, but something about this one feels different. A lot of it is the dramatic increase in the amount of guards around here, as she said, but because so many cross her path, she will quite literally take them out left and right. Typical police brutality, if you ask me. Putting that to the side, though, running with Neela after spending so long dealing with this amount of guards on your own almost makes you feel safe. It sets me at ease just to settle in behind her and let her do the hard part. Put your trust in her, the game seems to be saying. I certainly has.
This is it. And remember, if push comes to shove, I never showed you this door.
And
we're on for that date in Bollywood.
Oh, we got it, boys, we got it. Wait, so hang on, the entrance is right here? Neela, we started right here. What was all that? We couldn't have just jumped?
There it is, just like Neela said.
In order to lower the Clockwork Heart, you'll need access to that control box, but it's locked down tight.
Oh, I'm sure these guards won't mind if I borrow their keys.
So we're up in the top of the Spice Grove now. We can even see the window we took those pictures from. Though we've picked plenty of pockets, the second guy is a good test of how far we've come in that skill. He has us back to this pathway that has no clear route to it from up here. It's up to you how to go about it. Distract him with noise to sneak behind his post, or find a way around. Really cute detail to have these sprinklers get blocked when we land on them, but anyone who's ever played with a sprinkler will tell you that's not how that works. We're gonna try and find a way around, because there's some interesting stuff to see, like this green force field mouth-shaped vault that we apparently already know the combination to. Maybe it's the same one that was written on the bottom of the table in the last mission. Of course, despite the showboating, all we get is a few coins, and as before, the reason lies in the alpha, where these briefcases were instead a pedestal treasure. Speaking of, the alpha version I've been showing only has the game's first 3 episodes in a playable state, though after we're finished up here, I won't have any more of it to show off. Now, when we were in here last, these barrels would drop you on this pile of spice, but now they'll carry us all the way to the top. A bit cheeky, but it does the job.
That's it! Half the Clockwork Heart! The spice won't be growing around here anytime soon.
Man, I'm still waiting on an explanation for how the heart was helping the spice grow in the first place. So in my very first playthrough, it was around about now that I first started wondering just how many clockwork parts we'd be collecting if his internal organs were involved. That opens the door to a whole lot of potential parts, but now all I'm wondering is which Claw Gang member got the clockwork gizzard and what did they use it for?
According to Rajan's blueprints, you're near the spice grinding facility. However, the passage is blocked by those laser fences.
Looks like they're using TNT to create these catacombs. Maybe I can borrow some to destroy the fences. You're the demolitions expert. How am I supposed to use that stuff?
Oh, it's simple. Just jump in, walk the barrel to your target, jump out, and get clear of the blast radius. But be careful around floor lasers, Sly. The TNT barrels won't work on them.
Attention guards. Make sure all laser fences are operational to protect the spice grinder.
Ooh, what a clever evolution of the barrel disguise. Ow.
I'm within visual range of the spice grinder. What's next?
Rajan won't come out of hiding while spice is still being manufactured. If If we destroy the grinder, he'll be out of business and have no reason to stick around the temple.
Great. We do the world a favor and Rajan's forced out into the open.
Start by getting a hold of that TNT down there. It's worth mentioning that guards won't be able to detect you if you stay still while in the TNT barrel.
Nice. An explosive disguise.
Place the explosive near that grinding wheel, and it'll be blown to bits.
Got another mouth vault thing here, and it's worth noting that the design was noticeably different in the alpha, with what looked like padlocks on the side. I couldn't figure out a way to open it, and I don't think one was programmed in this far back, but there is a painting that can be grabbed behind this destructible door. This door is also present in the final release, and it's actually a bit of a mystery. No, it's still just got some briefcases behind it, but blow it up and the game will appear to update your save progress? I have no clue why. Perhaps even earlier in development than this alpha, blowing up this door was the end of this mission, not blowing up the grinder above? Hard to say. There's an optional laser grid to blow up over here, but there's very little benefit to doing that, as you still can't bring the barrels up from the entrance. As far as options go, you can also feel free to just hop across this ledge and clear out these guards, giving you a completely clear path to the grinder with the barrel, but it's funnier not to.
What's going on down there? It looks like spice production has fallen behind. Wait, it's completely stopped.
Man, Rajan, how are you monitoring this so that you can instantly tell spice production is down? I'd assume you just have cameras, but then surely you could have just been like, attention guards, that barrel is moving, throw a sword at it.
We've been contracted to acquire that huge ruby of Rajan's for a local crime ring. In exchange for the goods, they'll set us up with a Cherry Bomb 500 for the heist.
A Cherry Bomb 500? That's a lot of kick.
Trust me, we'll need it. To get that ruby free from its moorings, you might have to whack it a few times with your cane.
I'm on it.
Is that so, Bentley? Well, I guess gems in this world are pretty sturdy. We made a saw out of them after all, so I'll let this slide.
Murray, you're on. Sly's knocked the ruby loose, and now we need your muscle to get it to the buyers.
Muscle on the way.
Navigating this place as Murray is only slightly easier than doing so as Bentley, and that's only because of a power-up you may have bought by this point called Turnbuckle Launch. Hold the button, then press the jump button to get to heights that even Sly can't hit with his basic jump, unlocking several nifty shortcuts around the map. Although, do I even need to say what this looks like?
Murray, you can pick up the ruby with your stop move. Despite its size, that rock is really fragile. Really fragile.
Really fragile. At all times.
I'm gonna need you all to stop gaslighting me right now. Huh. This thing's really fragile.
Bentley will run ahead and inflate cushions that are safe to throw the ruby onto. Use them, or this operation's a bust. Now, head out to our rendezvous near the waterfall.
At least this mission's pretty fun. The first mission outside a heist or the opening where all three boys played a role. And it's a cool twist to make Murray vulnerable by making him carry precious cargo. Okay, I want you to take a second and imagine what you think this shadowy figure sounds like.
This ruby is near flawless. I'll recommend to my superiors that we purchase it. Take it to our buyer and complete the contract.
That is not the voice you came up with. Toward the end of this mission, all the guards sort of start auto-alerting to you, and this door even spawns infinite monkeys just to make things interesting. Bentley? 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 Bentley, please? Bentley? Bentley, please? Come on, Bentley! Bentley! Darn it!
I must say, the Cooper gang certainly lives up to its reputation. This is a true Indian treasure. We will honor the bargain and provide a Cherry Bomb 500 at the time the turtle requested.
Rashawn's holed up in his temple. Got any ideas to force him out of hiding?
My research indicates that tigers have an aversion to water.
Your research is frickin' wrong, Bentley.
By destroying that dam, the temple will be filled with a runoff.
Flooding him out, huh? Good plan. But I don't think your bombs are strong enough to do the job.
You're correct. Unfortunately, while monitoring the bug in Rajan's office, I overheard that a new autopilot attack helicopter had just arrived. It's sitting inside this truck.
Stay sharp. That dam is sure to be well protected.
This mission's got a lot more going on than the last turret mission. No matter how many gunships you destroy, they're basically just gonna immediately spawn more, ensuring there's always 4, all constantly shooting at you. It's actually not bad though. The rockets with the pink smoke will miss you 90% of the time, so just worry about shooting the ones with the red smoke and otherwise focus your fire entirely on the dam. After surviving long enough, the enemy gunships will start rapid firing at you, and that actually is a concern. So take out the gunships once they start doing that. Beyond that, your chopper actually has a surprisingly generous amount of health. This shouldn't be too tough.
Nice shooting, Bentley. Hope Rajan knows how to swim.
A piece of the dam struck the chopper! It's going down! Ooh, ow! Ah! Oof! Partial flooding didn't work, so it's time to go the distance. Blowing up the temple's elephant mouth should turn this grotto into a swimming pool. I'll cover Murray from the chopper's gun turret while he pries the mouth open. Once that's done, Sly will need to walk the Cherry Bomb 500 into the throat. Then get to high ground as fast as you can. Rajan is sure to show up and be extra angry. Jump him, snag his half of the clockwork heart, and we're out of here.
So this is as good a time as any to talk about how frickin' clever and amazing this area's design is. These massive elephant tusks are striking, all the elephant motifs and little flourishes. It's definitely made navigating difficult, but architecturally, this area is just exciting. I love it.
Let's head out for the turret, Murray. All right, I'll set up shop here and provide covering fire while you try to pry open the elephant's mouth for Sly.
Check.
Alert! Temple facade under assault. Put down this attack.
Gadzooks! Rajan is raining
Yeah, whatever,
down
I got
a
this.
bunch of...
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Okay, so I've never actually failed this mission before, and had no idea they gave it a unique cutscene if you let the bombs reach Murray.
Bentley!
In all seriousness, doing this mission right after blowing up the dam is effortless. These mines hardly do anything to make this difficult.
All clear for mine position. How are you coming on that lever, Murray?
I'm working on it! Yes! The Murray's might and muscle triumphs again! The mouth is open! You're all clear to bring in the Cherry Bomb 500!
Just when you think this place couldn't get tougher to get around, they're gonna make you do it in a barrel. On the bright side, those Jawa guys gave us an infinite amount of bombs to work with, so we may as well have a little fun with them.
Black clouds and thunderbolts! My spice temple ruined! I will no longer hide while you villains destroy my hard-won empire! This place is mine! Here I am king! Come, face me, Cooper! With Clockwork's black heart, I will show you true power! You are nothing! Come face the might of Rajan, lord of these hills!
Boy, when we try to tick someone off, we really do the job.
Yes, you do seem to have quite a talent for it.
Constable Neela, slumming it with the thieves again?
That man is an illegal spice trader. He should be brought to justice.
All I'm after is the clockwork part. You help me take him down, and the bust is all yours.
Just try to keep up.
Okay, so is Rajan straight up a wizard, or is this all the Clockwork Heart's doing? Heck, I've got one of those halves. Can I do that, or is mine just good for growing plants? Making it up to Rajan is just a matter of watching where his staff is angled, indicating that he'll be firing left, right, or down the middle. Not too bad, but hey, anyone want to tell me where these poles came from?
Neela, now!
Sorry.
Oh, that ain't good.
What are you doing?
Oh, Sly! I'm coming, buddy!
This is it? This is the Cooper gang I've heard so much about and feared these long hours?
The Murray will renew your fear!
Who's the Murray? All I see is a fat, pathetic weakling!
I might be big and not as smart as the other guys, but one thing I'm not is weak!
Hell yeah, Murray, talk your talk. I gotta say, Rajan's I win taunt, if you die here, always made me grit my teeth so hard.
Fat, pathetic weakling!
I'm gonna frickin' show you how far Murray's come. This hippo will never again be a burden to the team. Rajan's tough though. Our punches only barely hurt him, so we're gonna have to rely on being quicker and more agile than Rajan. Luckily for us, he has only one attack in his first phase. This low spin followed up by an overhead slam. Jump over the initial spin and keep circling around him, and you'll dodge it just fine. Knock him into these electric walls for a little bit more damage, and it's only a matter of time till his second phase, starting once you take away a quarter circle of his health.
Dispatch this fool.
He'll start summoning guards to assist him and add this lightning attack to his repertoire. The lightning attack can only be avoided by standing on a lily pad, but the addition of guards provides a source of health drops. Focus on them to refill if things look dicey. Also stay aware of Rajan's knockback counter. Every 3 hits you land on him will stagger him, interrupting him if he's mid-attack, but it's easier for him to retaliate if he's just been knocked away. It's easiest to get in a cycle of dodging 1 attack, landing 3, and repeating. But if you want to get fancy on him, you can actually throw his own guards at him and knock him out. Then you can pick him up. Like, I've won, right? He can't do anything? That's it? No? Fine.
Victory belongs to the Murray. Sly's gonna want this half of the Clockwork Heart safe and sound.
Happy day.
What? Neela? Throw down the ladder! Sly's hurt real bad! Can you hear me? I said Sly's hurt!
There they are, Contessa. Just as I promised. The Cooper gang and Rajan all incapacitated.
Excellent police work, Constable Neela. Carmelita's never been able to catch the Cooper gang. Yet you capture them in just a few short weeks.
Well, I never...
Really, Carmelita. Accept your defeat gracefully.
We've had a long time to consider just what kind of person the Contessa might be, and now that we finally hear her, it's deeply unnerving. Her horrifying countenance directly opposes the pleasant way she speaks. Everything about her feels untrustworthy. Step into my parlor, she seems to say.
Actually, Contessa, there's a good reason Inspector Fox never caught the Cooper gang. She's been in league with them the whole time. Liar! Prove it! This is a photo of Carmelita dancing with Sly Cooper on the night the Clockwork Wings were stolen.
This picture Neela shows is actually the splash art from the title sequence of the last episode. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But I didn't know I was dancing with Cooper.
You two certainly seem very familiar in this picture. Men, place Inspector Fox under arrest.
I'll get you, Neela. Don't think I won't.
Such a pity when an officer falls from the light.
Yes, indeed.
I can't believe it! That double-crossing cockney liar!
Now, Neela going turncoat, perhaps inevitable. In a true crescendo of the reflection she's been playing to our relationship with Carmelita, after so long chasing her, it's her who catches us. If it weren't such a betrayal, I'd have to admire her for her cleverness, taking what is probably Sly's only weakness and playing it to the fullest. This was even foreshadowed in a really clever way. Here in the jungle, the tiger's instincts are sharpest.
It is good to be in the jungle. So cool. I have the desire to hunt.
Rajan showed his true colors. Neela showed hers. We were really settling in there, getting comfortable with a series of events that had become almost routine, but now?
Though statistically improbable, I had to face the facts. Neela had betrayed us, my teammates were captured, and I was all alone. While intellectually inferior, Sly and Murray had always been a rich source of sociological interest.
Man, Bentley's really talking like my 9th grade essays, huh? Don't worry, I'm fully fluent in nerdy thesaurus speak. Let me run this through the old translator.
While intellectually inferior, Sly and Murray had always been a rich source of sociological interest. The long walk out of the jungle gave me time to reflect, and with each passing step, my sense of isolation grew. Shockingly, my comrade's absence had a profound emotional effect on me.
The hard-to-parse wording is meant to put the player at their unease. Sly is so efficient at conveying all the necessary information in his voiceovers, but like so many things, that was never a role Bentley had to fill on the team. He does now, though. He has to do them all if there's to be any hope for us.
This was it. This was the true test of friendship. Upon reaching the van, my resolve was hardened. I had to save my friends. But first things first, I had to learn how to drive a stick shift.
The stakes have never been higher, and this leaves us on a delicious cliffhanger. Hopefully to be resolved when we tackle episode 4, Jailbreak. This is a good episode.
It took a sleepless week of data crunching.
A week? A week? I'm pretty sure after 3 or 4 days without sleep you literally start hallucinating. How are you still crunching numbers?
But I eventually tracked down the location of my friends, locked away in the mysterious towers of Prague. At the moment, they are the unwilling guests of Interpol's most renowned prison warden, the Contessa.
Okay, I tried, I really did, to see what was written on this tombstone here. Best guess, it says Countessa, but like with a W? Maybe it's an old relative of hers. A really old relative, okay, dang.
While still a criminal psychology student, she entered into a whirlwind romance and married a wealthy aristocrat. Sadly, the union was short-lived, as the general suspiciously died a few weeks after the ceremony.
Yep, I got it, game. She's a Black Widow. Like, yep, and yeah, I caught that. You can't sneak that past a smart cookie like me.
The widowed Contessa put her education and newly acquired estate to work by opening a criminal rehabilitation center. Her pioneering use of hypnotherapy has produced some good results, and subsequently earned her a prominent position within Interpol. My friends are locked up somewhere in the clinic and are slated for the Contessa's Good Samaritan brainwashing. If I don't bust them out soon, they'll be working a 9-to-5 job selling shoes, and I'll be out 2 best friends.
God, I love jailbreaks. They are one of my favorite anythings in fiction. It's like a heist, but the stakes are so much more personal, and the odds are so much more insurmountable. It's really no wonder that this is, to many people, the peak of the series. This is where Sly 2 stops being a kid's game. You're tasked to play as the weakest member of the gang, facing the toughest trials yet, and you feel it. The dread, the pressure. The game has gone out of its way time and time again to make Bentley feel frail and helpless. He's only out on the field if he has to be, and almost always with tactical support from his more capable friends. Putting you, the player, in this situation feels almost like a joke at your expense. I gotta play as Bentley? Only Bentley? Nah, I'm getting my friends back right now, let's frickin' go. Man, look how frickin' red this level is! The way they painted this level in the palette of a nightmare, or even like a depiction of hell. Our enemies this time around are closely associated with classic horror tropes. We have bats, wolves, and vultures. Combined with the tall, gothic architecture bedecked in bright, relentless spotlights, it sets the tone. Our luck has run out. The law finally caught up with us, and now we are in a waking nightmare.
I should make my way over to the Contessa's house. Maybe I'll pick up a few leads on the location of Sly and Murray.
Okay, so first task, make it across town. You may want to buy this Adrenaline Rush power-up available in the shop. It gives Bentley the ability to absolutely gun it for a short distance. The best part is that it's silent. If we're forced to navigate the streets as Bentley, this is the best way to do it. And how appropriate, too, that Bentley's adrenaline is in overdrive in this situation. Contessa, I don't mean to alarm you, but your veranda appears to be booby-trapped.
Aha! The Contessa is out making her rounds. Wait a second. The feathers on my sleep darts vibrate near sounds. If I maintain my position on top of this parabolic dish, I should be able to hear that frequency at a distance. This is great! If I tag the Contessa with my darts, I'll be able to listen in on whatever she says. I might even learn where she's locked up Sly and Murray.
The Claw Gang is falling apart. Spice shipments have all but stopped. I never would have joined if I'd known it would be this easy to disrupt the plan. At least the Cooper Gang is under lock and key. Their lopsided morality flies in the face of man's inherent selfishness. Ah well, they'll see it my way soon enough.
Now we get to see the Contessa's true colors. I'd normally be quick to snark about the fact that we're lucky she talks to herself so much, but even this is characterizing. The Contessa is an egomaniac, an elitist intellectual who sees everyone as beneath her. In her eyes, she's the only one worthy of conversation.
The Claw Gang is falling apart.
A surprisingly understated reveal that honestly might slip past you considering how much we've got going on right now. But the Contessa is a member of the Claw Gang, a high-ranking member of Interpol who double dips in the world of organized crime.
Their lopsided morality flies in the face of man's inherent selfishness.
Ooh, and you hear that tidbit? Man's inherent selfishness. This is how she justifies it. Obviously, she doesn't have to hold herself to any kind of moral standards. It's the nature of the mind to be selfish. Who in the writer's room kicked things up to 11? This is great. We've heard her say one line and learned all this about her?
Those fools at Interpol. They keep sending me criminals and I keep making money. How come no one ever thought of this before? Hypnotize criminals and force them to reveal where they've hidden their fortune. I'm a genius! If only I had more spice to help me with the hypnosis.
Bentley, I'm gonna let you take this one.
Inconceivable!
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Inconceivable! She's no healthcare professional! Why, that's the most heinous crime I've ever heard of! Putting inmates into hypnosis so they'll tell her where they've stashed their loot! It dishonors both law enforcement and thieves at the same time!
That blasted Cooper Gang! The fat one, what's his name? Murray. Yes, Murray. He'll be the first to break. I should spend a few sessions probing that feeble mind. I can only imagine the wealth that gang has accumulated over the years. That Sly Cooper. Such a complex and rebellious mind. A month or two in the hole should break his spirit. Let him squat there week after week. He's seen that the guards along the wall all have motion detectors. There is no escape. Slowly, the reality of his captivity will set in, and I'll get to work on his mind.
I should get to work and figure out a way to break Sly out of the hole.
Okay, heads up, this bridge right here might just be the most treacherous location in the entire game. It is teeming with wolves disguising themselves as these statues, and they'll make plenty of noise to call other guards up here. Even flashlights, as we're still on ground level. And is that a freaking tank? What the heck?
That computer is part of a control system for the electromagnetic train. By hacking all the terminals along the train tracks, I should be able to reverse their polarity, thereby turning the train into a giant projectile. Without question, its impact on the prison walls should create a hole large enough for Sly to escape through.
Ah, we get to hack again. It's been a while.
Nothing like a good computer hack job.
Presentation here is a lot less styling than it was in the first game, but it's not supposed to be. Rather than Bentley finally getting his gameplay debut and saving Sly's life to the tune of this banger, hacking in this game is more about conveying Bentley in his element, a comfortable world of ones and zeros where everything is clear and concise.
That's one down. The train should be picking up speed.
So this mission's gonna have us navigating the train tracks while our task causes it to become more and more treacherous. And watch out, the train is a one-hit kill. You can tell they've stepped it up with the hazards now. This is also the first level where security systems like spotlights are in the overworld. Man, I love a good twin-stick shooter. I sure wish this was one of them. Honestly, this hacking minigame is just a bit simplistic for my liking, but they're really just tutorializing right now, so I can forgive it. All about easing us into that gameplay variety.
2 down, 4 more to go.
Alright, and they're mixing things up already. We got these new melee enemies we gotta contend with while getting through the firewalls. Heck, if this is all there is to hacking, sign me up right now. I'm gonna be rich.
That should speed up the train by at least 50%.
Okay, now we're ramping up pretty well. You can't just brute force this one. Ow. And now the enemies move and shoot, okay.
Yes, the train's at full speed. Now, on to reverse the field's polarity.
5 down, and look at this train zoom! Whoa! How the heck does that work? How we got trains going 2 ways on this track? Actually, you want to see what happens when you pull the camera over here? Yeah, we're moving, we're shooting, we're twinning, we're sticking! There we go, all done. Alright, if there's one thing that is pretty cool about this minigame, it's the way all 6 of these levels actually exist in the same area, all interlocked with each other.
What a beautiful trajectory! Bullseye! All the guards along the prison wall are outfitted with a motion tracking device.
Man, these guys look surprisingly not at all alarmed considering a train just flew into the wall.
There's no way for Sly to escape. Unless I take those guys out with my RC chopper.
Ooh, listen to Bentley hype himself up here. Look at how far he's come.
Stuff me in a locker, will ya? Take that! That'll learn ya! Ha ha! Fear me! That does it! The motion sensor is offline!
Tiny missable detail here. As we take out these guards, we can see these red motion detector lights go out around the yard they're keeping Sly in.
Sly, can you read me?
How I missed that sensuous voice of yours.
Save the jocular comments for later. Do you see that hook above the train?
Yeah?
It's your only means of escape. Jump and hit the circle button to grab hold. Then swing onto the back of the train. I've already established a safe house and downloaded its GPS coordinates into your binocucom. We'll rendezvous there.
Wow, you've really thought of everything.
Don't I always?
Yeah, you do. Thanks for busting me out.
Oh, well, you know the old saying, if you can't count on a friend to bust you out of jail, what kind of a friend are they?
Truer words were never said, wizard.
Yeah, I know they're just stupid animals. It's okay, I need a minute.
Okay, here's the situation.
I've done some deep database crunching and figured out that Murray is doing time in cell block D. Getting him out is going to be tough. As you know, he's not very light on his feet. First, we'll need to get Murray into an isolation cell away from the other inmates. Second, I'll need you to get a sample of the Contessa's encryption algorithm. Don't worry, I'll explain later. Third, you'll need to pickpocket a few keys from the Contessa, but watch out for her pack of bodyguards. And fourth, you'll have to deactivate her giant attack robot. No, really, Sly, I'm serious. The Contessa has a giant attack robot. It just looks like a water tower. Now, once you've pulled off all these jobs, we'll be ready to make a play for the big guy.
Literally all 5 of these missions are for Sly. Bentley really just said, okay, I did my part, this is on you. Alright, well that giant attack robot sounds like a pretty high priority, let's do that one first. But we're gonna have to get up to the prison to do it. Unlike all 3 previous levels, this massive section of the map is only accessible by Sly. Every point of entry requires some kind of climbing or swinging to get there. These crawl spaces are also just really funny. They're actually blocked on both the inside and outside, but breaking either blockage causes both to shatter. Let me show you. Man, I used to think these wolves were really threatening. Okay, so this is kinda awkward. The only way to get to the mission I want to do is, blocked by a bottle. So, the good thing I'm gonna cover the bottles during that mission.
Okay, Sly, that's it. The Contessa's giant attack robot.
Look, Bentley, with all due respect, it looks an awful lot like a water tower.
Don't be moved. That's what she wants you to think. If we try to free Murray while that thing is operational, why...
What, we'll have plenty of fresh drinking water?
I'm serious, Sly.
Of course. I do owe you one.
Man, Sly is trying so hard to turn off his sass right now. I feel this in my soul.
The lightning rods around the prison are designed to draw lightning strikes away from the water tower. Giant attack robot.
Uh-huh, yeah.
By turning the wheels on the rod, you should be able to redirect the electrical current away from its ground wire, rendering it useless. Follow the lightning strikes to locate all 5 rods.
Okay, so you want me to break the ground circuit on all these lightning rods so that a bolt will strike and destroy the giant attack robot posing as a water tower.
That's an accurate summation.
Okay, so we've got a really interesting twist on a simple navigational challenge. For whatever reason, maybe because Sly gave him so much flack about the water tower robot, Bentley isn't projecting waypoints to the lightning rods, and the best way to find them is to look for the lightning strikes. However, these lightning strikes also make our job harder, doing huge damage to us if we're not clear of the rod we're working on when one hits it. In addition to that, since each rod we take out causes the bolts to become more focused on the ones remaining, it simultaneously makes them easier to find and harder to deactivate, rewarding us for what we've done and increasing the difficulty curve, all within the context of the elements at play within the mission. Who designed this? Good God, this is genius! Now, since we finally got a variety of objectives across the map, let's get those bottles as we go. Our map this time around looks a bit simpler than the last one, but it's got plenty of tricks up its sleeve. Dominating the south of the map, of course, we have the prison, where security is tightest, and both spotlights and flashlight guards are a constant concern. It sits far above the rest of the map, and so accessing it can only be done from certain points. From there, we have 3 major areas. This larger district with the safe house in the corner, this small space occupied by the Contessa's house, and this rather inconsequential 3rd district over here. The train track we're already familiar with connects them all by wrapping around the prison, and a network of bridges and waterways and a frankly absurd amount of guards makes navigating this section tougher than it looks. So starting from up here, we've got the bottle we collected a moment ago and our first lightning rod. There's also a treasure up here, dropped directly below the south end of this walkway for this bottle, and we've got one on the fence next to the water robot. Another treasure in that same yard, and then a bottle atop the main gate. Our third and final treasure already, dang. In this prison yard across from the gate, a bottle next to it, and another atop the fence right here. That's all from within the prison. Let's move on to the top of the walls. Starting right here, crossing this spotlight with a bottle. Cross from this battlement to this one to shut down lightning rod number 2, then drop down immediately outside the wall from there. We're gonna take a detour along the train tracks now, grabbing one on this ledge on the upper layer, then another on this bridge section, climb these poles all all the way back up to grab one more atop the walls. Continue along the wall to this hook leading straight to another. Use it, then drop down to this ledge outside the wall for this bottle. Another crawl space will get us back inside, so we'll jump right back up and find lightning rod number 3. Directly below that, another bottle. Another crawl space, rinse and repeat. Another bottle atop this battlement here. From the next battlement, drop down onto this rope for one, then make your way across this ledge to climb your way back up one last time. After coming full circle to that second lightning rod, drop on down towards the Contessa's house. And that's over half the bottles, and we didn't even really leave the prison. From here, we're gonna start at the train tracks and sweep our way all the way around. One atop the tracks, then one on this pole to the side of the bridge, then one directly beneath the center of the bridge, and another to the immediate right of that on the water. On the far side of the bridge, there's one on this little back alley, then atop the building next to that. Our next lightning rod is right across these hooks. This next building has 2 more easy to spot ones attached. One above, one behind. From there, we'll use the train tracks to reach this one on top of the safe house, which you can literally hear from within the safe house. Taunting you. Mocking you. Cross to this small building for an easy one here, and everything else is in that last little district. A bottle over the tracks, one over top this large building, and our last one is on this wire connected to, hey, guess what? That's our last lightning rod. God, that was slick. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one.
Like I said, giant attack robot!
Alright, this is the first time we've seen this particular waypoint marking the location of the safe. This would have appeared in the other chapters if I'd gotten the bottles after reaching the vault's location, but here, since this little basement under the Contessa's house isn't a part of any mission, it appears regardless. Actually, you know what? This area doesn't require any acrobatics to reach. Bentley, why don't you enter the code for yourself this time? Nope. You won't do it. Alright.
Of course. I do owe you one.
I'm gonna go ahead and buy and equip the alarm clock gadget right here, just to show something.
You need an IQ of at least 140 to figure this one out. That Contessa is smarter than I'd thought. I believe the code is 248.
Hearing Bentley admit to the Contessa's intelligence is a little unnerving, huh? Anyway, long toss. Not an equipable ability, but rather a passive upgrade to our skills. So that alarm clock gadget allows us to throw a noisemaker out and catch the attention of guards. However, Sly, didn't really have much of an arm on him until we got this gadget. By using the bricks on this bridge to compare, we can see that we can now throw gadgets about 50% further, which is sure to come in handy. Better yet, that doesn't just upgrade Sly, but also Bentley's abilities. Excellent.
Okay, Sly. In order to get Murray out, we'll need him to get thrown into solitary confinement. That pipe will lead you to his cell block. Try to locate him and relate the plan. After that, it's all up to Murray.
All right, I'm headed inside.
If you try to go through this pipe at any point besides this mission, it's blocked by flowing water. Ow, what the? But when we get inside, we see that this building's plumbing is directly connected to the ventilation system? Oh god. Hey, look at this tiny little extra detail they did not have to add to this vent branching off in other directions. We never go down these paths, they're just extra detail. I love it!
Sly? Where are you?
Over here, in the back wall.
Sly! I'm so glad to see you. They've been forcing me to eat meals covered in spice, and I'm feeling kind of strange. You gotta get me out of here!
Right, okay, so Murray is being force-fed drugs to make him more mentally pliable. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
No problem. Bentley seems to have found a weakness in the solitary confinement cell. If you can get in a big enough fight, the guards will throw you in there. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience.
Well, if you say so. I suppose a powerful force like the Murray could take down 50 foes. If I had to.
Excellent. You beat the snot out of 50 of those guys, and Bentley and I will take care of the rest.
Sly really said,
"Hey! Riot!"
Been a while since we've gotten to smack the snot out of a bunch of guards, or maybe prisoners in this case. Would have liked to see another unique enemy type in here like the janitor rats, or even if they had just used the members of Rajan's operation in here, since we know the Contessa took them in. Because as it stands, I really don't know who we're fighting right now. Tell you one thing for sure though, it makes for a great outlet for all the tension we've been building sneaking around as Bentley. Come on, who wants some? Who designed this prison. They said, yes, install the spike traps, that'll learn them. And don't forget the button they can press to summon a death laser. You never know when the rioters will need it.
49, feeling fine. 50, eat that, you incarcerating suckers. Is that antisocial enough for ya? Oh, what? You gonna throw me in solitary? Bring it on!
Guys, I kinda wanna do that mission.
Sly, those giant pipes under the bridge feed power to the prison's security systems. I'll need to cut the connection to free Murray.
Sounds like a plan. What do you need me for?
As you know, the bridge is heavily guarded.
I hear you. You'd like a little protection while you place the bombs.
That's correct.
Love to help out, but there's nowhere to hide on the bridge. We're totally exposed.
That's true. To fool the guards, you'll need to break those statues and take their place.
I pose like a statue, the guards walk on by, then pow! I hit them from behind. You're a genius.
That's also correct.
Now, while I love so much about this episode, this is my least favorite mission in the game. Positives first, I love the ability we get to use for it, disguising like a statue, though it's a shame it's only possible during this mission. Positives first, remember? I know, right. So, watching Bentley and Sly work on such equal footing now that Bentley's really proven himself is awesome. Heck, even though Sly's the one taking the guards out, Bentley's the one working totally in the open, taking risks, trusting Sly. It's great, but it's just so slow! Waiting for Bentley to plant the bombs as the guards steadily file by, only for you to strike as soon as they've dismissed you as a statue is fun, like, twice. But you do this like 6 times. They try to switch it up with different numbers and types of guards, but it's not enough. Let's be done with this.
The last charge is set! Let's get out of here! That takes care of the power to the security system.
Okay, to balance that out, let's do one of my favorites now.
To get at Murray, I'll need you to steal 2 tank keys and the tank patrol schedule off of the Contessa.
No problem. I'm an old hand at pickpocketing.
This is going to be tougher than you think. The Contessa's no fool. Since your escape, she never goes anywhere without bodyguards. You'll have to take them out one by one in order to get close to her.
I should probably use noise to lure them away from the Contessa.
Another escalation of the pickpocketing challenge. Getting past these guards to the Contessa isn't gonna happen with brute force, and can even chase you onto rooftops if you're not careful of how you distract the guards. Actually, she can be surprisingly aware of your position in a lot of situations, but that's all part of the challenge.
Who goes there? Huh? Where are my guards?
There are any number of ways you could go about this, but my personal favorite? Equip the Insanity Strike we got back in episode 2. Give whoever's last in line a good whack, and then just sit back while the Contessa completely ignores their infighting and saunters away from them.
Huh? They're gone again.
I like how she's got this whole hypnosis process involving months of spice and sessions and isolation, whereas I, an intellectual, just hit him with a stick.
What? Huh? Where are those lazy bodyguards? They're all fire!
Only thing is, how does she not see Sly? She literally looks right at him every time we pick her pocket.
Great work. Now we're all set up to steal a tank.
These prison gates might be the only Ninja Spire points in the game we can't actually use. Gotta wonder why they're sparkly. Maybe they use some kind of algorithm to identify sharp points in the geography and give them the ability to be used. More likely the gate is just copy-pasted, code and all, from somewhere else.
Sly, I need your help getting a handle on the Contessa's encryption algorithm.
I'd love to, pal, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, I'll explain it to you one piece at a time. See that security station? The guard nearby is responsible for its upkeep.
I'm with you.
First, I'll need you to pickpocket his key to the terminal.
Sure, no problem.
Then use it on the security station to set off the alarm.
Hold up. You want me to set off the alarm?
Yeah, set it off, then clear out as the guard's sure to come running. Once he sees that it's a false alarm, He'll input the code to turn it off.
False alarm? False alarm? Noticing the padlock undone and probably that his key is missing, and that's a false alarm?
So you want me to take a picture of the code?
Move to a safe place and get a clean shot of that digital readout.
Should I hit all the security stations out here?
That's right. Once I've got a large enough sample of the Contessa's codes, I should be able to crack her encryption algorithm.
Now, see, you lost me again.
Just take the pictures. I'll handle the rest.
And the security code displays in giant 5,000 point font over the head of the terminal for what reason? Yeah, no, I'm gonna say it. The Contessa is not that smart. Not if this is a security system she designed or paid for. All things considered, I do like this mission. It's a cool mix of different elements, putting a twist on what we already know about taking pictures by making things both time sensitive and only acceptable from a certain angle. Since this is all done out within the full world, actually finding the proper spot to take the picture from while under the pressure of a time limit is a very clever challenge, but man, the premise though. Yeah, good luck with this one, Bentley. Is that 101? 707?
Okay, that should be enough codes. Nice work, partner. Thanks to your recent efforts, we're ready to attempt a Murray rescue. I call this plan the Trojan Tank.
Yeah, we're already into the heist. This episode's a little shorter than the rest, only 2 phases of setup missions instead of 3. The map's a fair bit smaller too. It's only natural since there really isn't a lot they could contrive a mission around Murray for, and they wouldn't want things to get repetitive.
Step 1. We use the Contessa's keys to steal one of her tanks. I'll jump in and drive while you keep out of sight by crawling underneath. With some luck, the guards won't notice anything out of the ordinary and open the prison gates for us. We casually roll in and then blast the security doors to Murray's cell block. Once inside, you'll need to improvise your way up to the guard control center and open the doors leading down to solitary confinement. Let's hope Murray hasn't cracked under the Contessa's hypnosis. Okay, Sly, I'm heading out for the tank. I'm inside the tank, increasing the ride height on the treads. There, that should give you enough room. Crawl underneath this thing and let's get moving.
Wait, what the heck just happened? Okay, so I was about to make a joke like, oh yeah, that's clever, Bentley, but I could just, like, meet you inside, but check it out. They actually made this one spotlight home in on Sly and shoot one-hit kills just for this mission. It still doesn't make it impossible to climb into Sly, but, like, it's cool that they tried. Also, while I was climbing around to see if any of the other spotlights got in on the fun, I noticed the giant attack robot's eyes flicker just for a second, and after watching them for like 5 minutes, they did not do it again, and I am genuinely terrified.
I can't see you down there, so try to keep up and stay out of sight.
Ah, the spotlights lock onto you so you die instantly if you show from beneath the tank. Gotcha. Wait, so what happens if I crawl out before it locks on? Don't know what I expected. Okay, last one. What if I crawl out, then back under before the spotlight gets me? Alright, fine, I will do it your way.
We're approaching the prison gate. Let's see if they fall for it. Suckers! You'd better get out from underneath the tank before I let loose with the turret. Okay, you're all clear. Head inside and I'll be right behind you.
Look, I was curious, okay?
I'm having some trouble sabotaging the tank. Go on ahead, I'll catch up.
What are these little spiders anyway? Are they like little robot minions or actually spiders? Some of the guards can deploy them, so probably the former, but all these webs have got to come from somewhere.
Okay, Bentley, what's next?
Well, that should be the guard's control center. But to be honest, I'm not sure how you're going to get up there.
Don't worry about it. Thinking of my feet is what I do best.
Most of the security went down when we cut the power on the bridge,
Whoa, that's like a weirdly good cinematic shot.
but a few lights seem to have a backup generator. Be careful.
So this is the same area with Murray's cell, only now we get to explore the upper areas. This room actually plays a lot like a mission from the first game. We haven't really gotten a long sequence of curated platforming challenge in a long time. It's making me a bit nostalgic. But forget about that, this jail is an absolute madhouse. Look at the conditions some of the prisoners in these cells are dealing with. To get out of this one, you have to parkour your way across these hooks. Sorry, them's the breaks. And then this one, whose entire cell is covered by the range of motion-sensing turrets. Better sleep real still. Speaking of prisoners, now these wolf guards are literally emerging from the cells. If they're prisoners, why do they still have their maces? And if they're guards, why are they locked in the cells?
Okay, I'm running your algorithmic code decryptor. You see anything happening down there?
Success! We've got access to solitary confinement.
Hot stuff. I'm heading down.
Oh, that looks bad. I've never seen Murray like this.
He's all twitchy and bug-eyed.
You said Murray was being forced to eat spice, right?
Now, the local spice plants are illegal for good reason. Eat too many, and you'll go into a fit of uncontrolled rage.
Keep that stuff away from Murray.
Oh, the foreshadowing. Oh my god, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, he said he was feeling weird.
Well, he's weirded out all right. I doubt he even knows we're here. Clearly, we're going to have to lure him out of that cell the hard way.
The hard way?
Those hypno boxes are designed to heighten the effects of spice, and he's already in an agitated state. So if we turn them all on at the same time, Murray's sure to become wildly hostile and probably break down the door.
How do we turn on the hypno boxes?
The power switches are all defended by laser barriers. When you get close, I'll hack the laser system from my terminal down here. That should give you access.
Let's do it. Anything to help out old Murray. He's looking really bad.
You know, it's been a while since we rampantly ransacked a place for no reason, hasn't it?
Okay, I'm hacking the laser barrier.
Alright, we're hacking again. Time for this minigame to redeem itself. Here we go! And over the course of this mission, we literally do the exact same hacking level 3 times. But each time there's more enemies. Man, alright, that's really weak.
Flip the switch to turn on the hypno box.
What's that sound? Angry! Get gone! I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Tip me over and I'll smash up everything! Ah!
What are you doing speeding up the music like this is intense? I can literally make these red arrow dudes go destroy the dots for me while I make myself lunch. You're just embarrassing yourself now.
There you go. Heads up, Sly. The hypno boxes are too strong for you to destroy with your cane. Try using Murray's attacks to take them out. When they're all offline, Murray should be jolted out of his spice range. Watch out!
I love how Murray is basically the boss fight of this episode. It's a bit of a shame he's so easy. In fact, you can literally just stay up here on the second level and lure him beneath you if you want. But it's a really cool idea, putting you in a situation where you can be scared of your friend.
My head! Who? What? Is this heaven?
Sorry, pal. You're no angel.
Just take a few deep breaths and try to center your thoughts.
Okay.
What's with all the racket? My conscious mind is a wreck. I ought to... The weak-minded hippo is free! And he's got friends! Perhaps it's time to reevaluate some life choices.
I'm serious. I managed to keep this half of the Clockwork Heart safe.
Alright, all I'm gonna say is there is only one way Murray could have hidden that heart while being processed into this place, and you at least gotta respect the willpower.
It was hard to hide from the Oh, Contessa! She's getting away!
Murray, lift those crank bars so we can chase after her.
I'm on it. Let's go! You lousy, no good head shrinker!
Oh, come now, Murray. We were making such progress during our sessions.
The only mental help that I need is to never be reminded of you again.
Such displaced hostility. If you insist on getting angry, why not be psychologically productive and channel it at your so-called friends?
I'm done talking with my mouth. Now I talk with my fists.
Sorry, but our time is up.
Imagine if this were the only voice in your ear. If you had to spend months, if not years, hearing someone tell you only what they want you to think, confusing you and using spices to play with your neurochemistry. A lot of people chalk brainwashing up to the stuff of science fiction, but if the conditions are right, someone like the Contessa can genuinely change who you are. Masterfully done, Sucker Punch. I hate her. Now let me punch her in the face. Right the hell now. No. No.
Ah! She's getting away!
Don't worry, pal. We'll find her. With the three of us back together, she doesn't stand a chance.
It was great. The gang had been reunited and it was all because of me. Even the van ride out of town was like a party. Murray had to pull over twice because he was laughing so hard. But despite all the jokes, I think something had changed. Since childhood, the three of us had never been apart, and our recent isolation gave us all pause for thought. Needless to say, we took a few weeks off before getting back to work. And for the first time in my life, Murray let me drive.
The energy of that cutscene is amazing. They don't even mention the Contessa or the clockwork parts or anything about that mission. It's just a celebration of friendship, Bentley's triumph, the band is back together, and nothing's gonna stop us now. Better than that, the moment of quiet amidst the joy. This is a bond as tight as can be. They're literally as thick as thieves, and through their separation, that only grew stronger, and gave them a chance to really appreciate it. Also, can I quickly draw attention to this picture of Bentley? When? What? Why? I have so many questions. Oh, it's so good. It's no wonder Jailbreak is most people's pick for the best episode in this entire franchise. I haven't got a hot take as to how that's wrong. This is peak Sly Cooper. Storytelling, the atmosphere, the tone, it's all running on overdrive. Most of the missions are a ton of fun. The Contessa, she's so good at being bad, I want to strangle her, good God. And can you believe we're only halfway through? Episode 5, let's do this!
Time for a little payback.
See, this is what I was talking about back when we chased down Rajan. At this point, it does not matter what clockwork parts she's got, what role she plays in the Claw Gang. We're just talking good old-fashioned revenge. And you bet it's personal this time.
The Contessa, having escaped us in the prison, is now hiding out in her castle estate. It's a well-fortified Gothic nightmare that would make any thief run in terror. Terrible or not, that's where we're headed. To sweeten the deal, we've learned that the Contessa, who until recently was a secret member of the Claw Gang, is in possession of the Clockwork Eyes.
God, this still is gorgeous. I don't even know if I can describe the feelings it conveys. A little intimidating, a little mystical, a little alluring? I don't know, it's just cool.
The Thievius Raccoonus describes the eyes stopping opponents dead in their tracks, transfixed in their gaze. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what an accomplished hypnotist could do with such powerful artifacts. News of the Contessa's corruption has spread to Interpol. Constable Neela, being closest to the case, was granted a cash allowance to hire an army of local mercenaries. It looks like we're walking into a full-scale war.
It's funny that we didn't even mention Neela at all last episode. The Contessa was our jailer, sure, but the predicament was 100% a result of Neela double-crossing us.
News of the Contessa's corruption has spread to Interpol.
But more importantly, this escalation of events means that at some point in the weeks between the end of Jailbreak and the start of this episode, the Contessa was ousted as a criminal. And the question is, by whom? Neela is the obvious guess. She has quite a knack for treachery after all, and it would explain why Sly describes her as closest to the case.
But we have to act now, before things go from bad to worse.
Alright, hold up. Look at the store. We now have access to the paraglider power-up for Sly. Get it immediately, no questions asked. The paraglider enables Sly to glide by pressing R1 in midair, giving us a huge boost to his athletic ability and causing high points to give him an even greater advantage.
Okay, here's the plan. First take some recon photos around the area. Then make your way up to the re-education tower.
Looks pleasant enough.
Oh, and stay clear of tanks. You know, so you don't get blown up into little sticky pieces.
Okay, tanks. A lot of tanks. Yes, there was one in the last episode, but they're a much larger presence here. This section of the map is under control of Neela and her mercenaries, so these blue tanks serve as the only guards around here. They can't be damaged by any means we possess, and they do hit hard, but that's actually all that makes them threatening. Unlike other guards, they have no awareness of sound, can't really pursue you on foot, let alone onto the rooftops, and their projectiles move extremely slow compared to the flashlight guards. Out of curiosity, I tried to see if I could get the tanks to destroy each other, and no, I couldn't. But it was funny. Apparently, these tanks were originally designed to be more formidable. As I've mentioned, I haven't got access to any more playable alpha, but in one of this game's original trailers, you could see one of the tanks use some sort of electrical force field when Sly gets too close. Gotta wonder why that was changed. Maybe it's just that the tanks didn't look like they could do this, and getting surprised by it probably didn't feel too good.
Neela's made a headquarters out of that old bank. It's a pretty secure location. It'll take some doing to drive her out.
Now, this mission is really cool. For the first time, we have a basic recon mission set in the overworld. It helps us get a stronger sense of how this map is laid out while also conveying to us the power dynamics at play. It's honestly been a little while since we had a mission that felt expressly designed to help us get to grips with a new area. But this one earned it. This is our most vertical area yet. These massive towers aren't just set dressing. They are a tangled web, yes thank you, of high walkways and climbable objects. But let's start off easy. Here on this side of the river, Neela's side, things are pretty simple. For our first bottle, climb up this pole and cross to the building behind it. Then jump from the top of Neela's headquarters and use our new paraglider to reach this one atop the gazebo. From there, circle back behind the bank to find one in this tunnel. And then we'll find another almost immediately above that. Back on top of the bank again, and we'll use some fancy swinging to grab this one on the wire. Now we'll cross to the other side of the courtyard to hold up. What kind of jackass parked their car directly in front of my garage? Excuse me, officer, this car is parked illegally. You know what to do. Now climb up this building down the street for bottle number 6. One more on this island and it's down here in the sewer. The only way to get it is to crawl through this gap beneath the bridge. Right outside we can get a picture of a boat!
The Contessa has these boats out on patrol against Neela's army. They could be useful to hitch a ride.
Cross this bridge out of Neela's territory and climb this building to the back of this island to find a bottle up here. And we can find another on this wire leading into the main castle grounds. We'll find one more right here at the base of this tower surrounded by red tanks.
The Contessa's all geared up for war. Just our luck.
And I want to take a moment and appreciate the difference in the designs between the Contessa's tanks and the mercenary ones. The Contessa's have a very distinct World War II look about them, while the mercenary ones are much more modern, subtle nods to the sheer resources Neela has at her disposal. Now things are gonna get tricky. This castle has a lot going on. It's very difficult to do justice to with a still map, so focus up. This is gonna be tough. Ascend to the top of the tower we were just at the base of, and cross to this tower with a hook to get the bottle over top of it. Turn heel from that one and drop down to the plaza with the guillotine, grabbing this bottle, then climbing up the nearby light to grab this one. From there, we'll climb this long series of poles and balconies to get to the top of this structure, grabbing 1, 2, 3 bottles as we go. Once we're at the top, use this space to orient yourself. This is the largest structure on the map, if not the tallest. This is also a good opportunity to take a picture of the Contessa's blimp.
That's the blimp the Contessa used to escape from the prison. Maybe we could use it to our advantage around all these high towers.
Drop down to the opposite side from which we climbed up to find another trio of bottles around these cages. One on the tower above, one on the docks below, and one on one of the cages themselves. Use these hooks to climb back up, then drop down again slightly and find 2 more bottles as you ascend another set of balconies and poles. From there, we can look beneath this bridge to spot our first treasure. Back on track, hop up to this rooftop using the barrel, and we'll be on the top of the castle's main facade. From here, hop straight down to the front of the castle to grab a bottle here and one here. I'll also point out that treasure 2 of 3 is over top the main gate, but you'll have to paraglide down from where we just were to grab it. Next, hop down through the well to grab a bottle from these docks, and head to the right to re-emerge around the graveyard. There's one on the outside corner of it, and another over top this arch leading back to the courtyard. From there, circle the back of the rooftops for a bottle here, retrace your steps, and climb up to the top of this building. From there, you'll be able to spot our next bottle atop this building with all the points on it, and continue on to the building past that to find our penultimate bottle right behind a spotlight. Our third and final treasure is also right over here. From that treasure, use the wooden walkway to gain higher ground to see our last objective, the re-education tower. Getting to the top of it is simply a matter of using whatever climbables are in our way, and our very last bottle is on the front edge of the roof. Alright, that wasn't harder than Predator Awakes, but wow. While we're up here, how can you resist landing on the very tippy top, huh? This is easily the highest point we've been on any map. Take a look at that view.
Bentley, there's more than just the clockwork eyes up here.
Why are you doing this? Neela! She set me up. I'm an honest cop.
Of course you are. I've read your psychological profile. I know that you're honest.
Then why are you doing this to me?
Because, dear, you're honest. You see, by chasing after Sly Cooper, you learned too much about the Claw Gang and its spice operation. It was only a matter of time before you figured out that I was a secret member. So, when Neela gave me a chance to put you in custody, I took it.
Coward. You're a disgrace to Interpol. I'll make it my life's work to destroy you.
Oh, I'm afraid your life, let alone your life's work, isn't going to last much longer. Once I integrate the clockwork eyes into this device, your life's work will be whatever I tell you.
I won't be brainwashed that easily.
Quite right. It won't be easy or painless. But I will reprogram your mind, and you will take the fall for me at Interpol. Now, just lay back and relax. Go to your happy place, and stay there forever.
I don't think they've seen you. Take a few photos and get out of there.
No, I've got to help Carmelita. She's in trouble here.
There's nothing you can do now. Get the recon photos and come back to the safe house. I swear, we'll find a way to help her.
We've got a cool parallel to the first game here. It was also in episode 5 then that Carmelita was captured and Sly was compelled to save her, but we've got a cool bit of characterization for Bentley through it. In the first game, he just wanted to leave her for dead, and only begrudgingly helped Sly. Now he knows there'd be no talking Sly out of it, so he reassures him that they'll rescue her once they've got a plan.
Interesting. Inspector Fox is restrained in an old Iron Tech 250. Crude, but effective.
Right, where do I get an Iron Tech 250? Asking for a friend.
Those are the Contessa's elite shadow guard. Tough is too sissy a word to describe those guys.
Whoa, Bentley, you can't say that.
The clockwork eyes. They seem to be routed through that control board. Get a shot of the console so I can decipher its make. That's a mind shuffler. I didn't think they were real. It's made of equal parts science and black magic. Indestructible to conventional weapons.
Alright, okay, it's very possible that that's where you lose your suspension of disbelief. We've dealt with straight-up magic in the past, but I think the tone of the first game was Saturday morning cartoon enough that when magic entered the picture, it didn't feel off. Sly 2 has been going for a much more mature, consistent tone, and as I've already said, much of its identity is owed to Hollywood heist films. So black magic technology that is indestructible to conventional weapons suddenly entering the picture feels much more left field. But by this point in the game, I think we're all too invested for it to really be an issue. Now this is a cool trick they play here. These bars straight up vanish when you pull up your camera, so as not to mess up your shots. That's just considerate. Unlike hiding one of our objectives outside the room we're focused on, but that's fine. I can appreciate a bit of trolling now and then too.
That old terminal should be hardwired to the systems in this tower. We need to find a way to get it online. All right, head back to the safe house and we'll get a plan together.
Okay, hang on, I'm not done with this room yet. This, like the ballroom in episode 2, is a rare case of an area we can see but never enter, so I'm gonna hack my way through the fence real fast and see what kind of trouble we can get into. All kinds, it turns out. These tough with a capital T shadow guards, hilariously, seem to actually do far less damage than a typical flashlight guard. Carmelita can be attacked, and the shadow guards are even programmed to go after her as well as you if they're already aggroed. The Mind Shuffler over here also seems to have an interactable program to it, but pressing circle obviously doesn't do anything. But this still leads me to suspect that you were planned to be in control within this room at some point. Even funnier, it can be straight up wrecked with a single swipe of arcane, from which I can only conclude that Sly's cane is an arcane instrument of Cthulhu. And of course, what would I be doing here if I didn't just beat up the Contessa? I did it!
The war between Neela and the Contessa has put the castle on high alert. To get at the Clockwork Eyes, we'll need to subtly manipulate this conflict to our advantage. Here's the plan. Murray, sneak into the castle and kidnap the head of security. I want to ask him a few questions. Meanwhile, Sly and I are going to get a little paranormal. I'll slip into the crypts beneath the castle and put together a bad mojo bomb. It should be enough to destroy the Mind Shuffler. Sly, you capture a few local ghosts and drop them into Neela's headquarters. Hopefully the near-death experience will inspire her to purchase more mercenary firepower. We've all got our assignments. Good luck.
All right, Sly, there's your new objective. Sneak inside and smash the coffin of the evil wolf priestess.
Sounds pretty harsh. Does the old girl really deserve that sort of treatment?
Weren't you listening? She was an evil wolf priestess. Once you smash the coffin, it'll free all the ghosts trapped in there with her.
Okay, I don't know where you're going with all of this, but freeing trapped ghosts sounds vaguely heroic.
God, why do I love this line so much? Like, we are, on the whole, doing good as Sly. He's always been portrayed as a Robin Hood figure, stealing from bad people and generally getting them thrown behind bars, putting a stop to whatever scheme they had going on by proxy, but it has always been for selfish reasons. This whole game, we've been doing what we do primarily out of a beef with Clockwork. So Sly throwing this lampshade about how gray our morals actually are with just dubious enthusiasm about being a hero is a lot of fun.
Nice work. Now head outside and I'll fill you in on phase 2.
Good, Sly. Yes, very convincing, not at all robotic walk.
I've modified the imager in your binocucom to capture ghosts.
Didn't I just set these guys free? Why would I want to capture them again?
Not to worry. It's only a short-term confinement. Gather all the ghosts, then set them free down the chimney of Neela's headquarters.
I get you. She'll think it's a sneak attack from the Contessa.
Correct. If I did my math right, and I always do my math right.
Hey, that's a reference to the first game.
If I did my math right, and I always do my math right, Neela should respond to the assault by purchasing more firepower.
Anything bad for the Contessa is good for us. And we get to really freak out Neela.
Ooh, wow, this is pretty inspired. Literally capturing ghosts on film with our camera? Bet you wish you'd thought of that, huh, frickin' Luigi? Ghostbusters? Fatal Frame? Oh. Side note, I love how most of these ghosts are hanging around places closely associated with death. We got one in the graveyard, one around these crow cages, one by the guillotine. Don't worry, Carmelita. I'm sure it's just coincidence one is hovering around the re-education tower.
Okay, Sly, you have all the ghosts. Now just make your way to Neela's HQ and drop them down her chimney.
Contessa wants war, eh? Perhaps it's time I purchase a little air power. A few bombers should put that old charlatan in her place.
That's it! I knew she'd have a bad mojo collector to transport the overflow.
Huh?
It's a semi-magical device that sucks up bad mojo. I'll need it to gather the runoff from these spouts.
The tone at this point is a little frantic. We're skittering around this gothic castle, relying on ghosts and black magic to ensure our scheme's success. The entire gang just nodding along as we fall further from reason. It's just as well, it's a ton of fun.
Wow, sounds easy.
Not really. That mojo is a powerfully dark force. Take any damage while carrying that collector and you're done for.
Wow, sounds hard.
Yes, it presents an interesting tactical challenge. Perhaps I could use the death traps native to these crypts against any foe that might attempt to thwart my collection of the ectoplasm.
Huh? No way that'll work. I'd use that switch to smash up the guards before they ever got near me.
Precisely. Once all 4 cylinders of the collection device are full, that should be enough black magic to destroy the Mind Shuffler.
This is one of my favorite missions as Bentley. Each of the 4 crypts we're tasked with basically playing tower defense in has its own rules and rhythms. Get the hang of it, and the wolves will never even get close to you, but it's also super fun to see just how many of them you can pile up, or heck, why even bother killing them all?
Looks like the spouts run out of bad mojo. No matter, I'm 1/4 of the way to a full tank.
I'm not really sure how to use your computer, but a new crypt should be up in your binocucom.
Stay back! Back, you animals!
Excellent! Another chamber in my mojo collector is full. Moving on to the 3rd crypt.
There should be a new waypoint in your binocucom.
God, okay, everything about this mission is great. You've got so many tools at your disposal, but you're always only 1 hit from death. You are the ultimate glass cannon, and the game feels more than happy to let you approach this however the heck you please.
That does it for this room. Looks like I've only got 1 more crypt to go.
I'm really getting the hang of this. I just sent you another waypoint, but it's kind of buried in the well. You'll figure it out.
Meanwhile, we've also got Murray kinda hyping himself up, learning some tech stuff, and Bentley, who at the start of the last episode felt overbearingly vulnerable, is now out running around the most treacherous environment yet, strapped with a bomb, and yet it feels almost easy. How far he's come, how far we've come.
Alright, the deed is done. With a mojo collector at full capacity, I should be able to blow the clockwork eyes off that Mind Shuffler. This is going to be great!
I also love the way Bentley steadily gains more enthusiasm for explosives the further we get into the game. It's subtle, but he's our demolitions expert for a reason. Before starting our next mission, I highly recommend picking up the Atlas Strength power-up from the shop, which will let us run and jump while carrying things. Wait, what? Why does he carry the wolves like that? He's got them by the mouth. Dang, Murray, okay. Whoa, hold up. Did you guys know pedestal treasures could be retrieved by Murray and Bentley? I don't know why you would. The challenge of safely navigating to the safe house, especially under a time limit, is obviously best undertaken as sly. But hey, it could be a fun limit to impose on yourself, I don't know.
Hey Murray, can you see the general from there?
Nope. Just an old man coming up the ramp.
Don't let his appearance fool you. That's General Clawfoot. And he's one of the toughest old soldiers you'll ever see. Not to mention head of castle security.
What if he doesn't want to come? I don't want to hurt him.
You don't?
Booyah, jive turkeys!
Oh, don't worry about that. He's only afraid of 2 things. Fire and water. Other than that, you couldn't hurt him if you wanted to. He might even come in handy along the way, as a projectile.
Wow, that is handy.
Now this is a first. We have a completely non-hostile guard, one we can get as close to as we want and he won't lift a claw. This is a great opportunity to address something really incredible about this game, the guards. These are not just your everyday mooks to be stomped on and left behind. No, every single one has been injected with as much character as a member of the main cast. Every animation, every attack, every grunt is caricaturized, and every guard is different from the last. These bats are a perfect example. They're this level's equivalent to the bullfrogs and the rams, so just look at a difference in their jumping animations here. They also have a unique version of the way these guards call for backup, because, like, of course they would. The absolute care that went into making sure this game's basic enemies stand out among the crowd is staggering, and General Clawfoot over here? He's just the best.
Great! Now bring it back to the safe house. I marked it in your binocular.
While we're here, I also want to take a gander at this surprisingly detailed blueprint on the table over here. It's actually the exact same one Bentley takes out in his idle animations. I am convinced it must be a reference to something, but for the life of me, I do not know what. The smart money's on Rocket Robot on Wheels, but as I've never actually played it, I can't say for sure. I'll tell you what is undoubtedly a reference to Rocket, though. Some of these tombstones in the graveyard are legible, and check it out. They actually say "Rest in Peace, Rocket," along with a picture of his face. So the General will basically do his best to wander back to that first rooftop no matter where you put him, which of course got me curious, and I did successfully get him stuck on the boat, but I also discovered that the Contessa's mercenaries are really bad at their job. Like, come on, guys.
Well, well, General Clawfoot, we've got a lot to talk about. You wouldn't by chance know the security codes to the castle gates, Don't feel like talking, huh? How about a little of this?
Jack!
Talk, you scoundrel! All right, fellas, let's get down to business. The first steps to escalating the war between Neela and the Contessa have gone well. We're down to the final setups before we spring our trap. Sly, I need you to steal a voice modulator from the castle and install it under Neela's headquarters. If all goes as planned, it should allow us to give orders to her mercenaries without being detected. Unfortunately, Neela's recent bomber purchase has made her army over-enthusiastic, and they might strike before we're ready. Which leads me to Murray. I need you to hotwire one of the Contessa's tanks and go to town on the mercenaries. We just need to intimidate them a little. And finally, I'll venture back into the crypts to power up that old computer in the re-education tower. We're going to need it to save Carmelita. Oh, and Sly, if you haven't already got one, you'll need to buy a paraglider for the heist. Okay, let's move out!
Okay, so this is a cool bit of evolving world design. These aerial bombers aren't just showboating, they actually make navigating the Contessa's castle way more difficult, as they'll target us with their bombs pretty much anytime we're on the rooftops. On top of the sheer verticality and already gratuitous guard count, it makes this undoubtedly the toughest area to navigate in the game. But even cooler than that are these aerial spotlights in the castle that can actually shoot at and destroy the planes. And even though I don't want to tell you how long it took me to get footage of that, I love it when elements of a game interact entirely independent of you. Like this world could freely tick on without us. Really makes things feel organic. And of course, I was curious to see if you could destroy them for yourself, and yeah, you totally can.
The Contessa plans on taking control of Neela's army by fooling them with a prototype voice modulation device. To get the thing working, she'll have to jack it into the satellite connection beneath Neela's headquarters.
So, I'm guessing you'd like me to steal the device and hook it up for our side, giving us control over Neela's mercenaries. Sounds great.
You'll have to steal a few keys here and there to get access to the more secure areas of the castle.
If there's pockets to be picked, I'm your man.
First, steal a wiretap and the voice modulator. Then head for the sewers beneath Neela's headquarters.
I'm on it.
The fact that they're still finding new ways to escalate the challenge of pickpocketing is so cool. Throughout this mission, we'll have to pick several pairs of keys, each key holder essentially guarded by the other. Get as creative as you want, or bring it down to sheer timing. Anything works.
Smooth work. Now use those keys to break into the castle and get at that wiretap. wiretap is at the far end of the room. Easy does it in here, huh, pal?
This room. A simple jump on this sword up to the chandelier, and this pack of wolves can do nothing to you. I tried to get them to take each other out, but, yeah, they didn't do that. Old-fashioned way it is. Hey, there's our safe. Quite a bit later in the mission than usual.
Security around the Contessa's castle is tight. She must have something really good in here. Punch in 969.
The Rage Bomb is interesting. We'll use it in a bit.
You've gotten the Rage Bomb move! Oh yeah, that wiretap is perfect. They've posted a lot of security around the voice modulator. This could be tricky.
This next area is pretty fun, based around destroying torches and forcing the guards to take the long way around to investigate the noise. But it's as good a place as any to try out our new Rage Bomb. It's basically the Insanity Strike, but in bomb form, meaning we don't even have to get our hands dirty to kick off a skirmish. However, it's also cool not just being a ranged attack for Sly, but one that always knocks out opponents for a moment, enabling us to get through this room like this.
That's it! You've got the Contessa's voice modulator! Let's go put that thing to work!
This pair of guards around the guillotine are hilarious. See, when guards see you hide beneath like a table or something, they'll always break it immediately. However, since the guillotine isn't breakable, they're just vibing, you know them.
That's some quality thieving, Sly. According to my blueprints, this sewer should take you underneath Neela's headquarters.
Ah, what sewer would be complete without some ambiguous giant tentacle monster? Which I discovered you can take out from complete safety using our rage bombs, which happen to be waterproof and float.
Looks like we got lucky. The Contessa's men have already excavated Neela's satellite cable. How should I proceed?
Splice in the wiretap, then attach the voice modulator. I'll broadcast from the safe house to make sure it works. This is going to be so cool. Hello, mercenary tank forces.
Why spinning your turrets for me? Guys, this is cool. I mean, you are all really cool. Carry on.
I'm noticing a distinct lack of turret spinning.
Hurry, use both analog sticks to drive the tank. Press both up to move forward, both down to go in reverse, and in opposite directions to rotate. To fire your turret, tap the R1 button. You'll need to take out 6 tanks to get the job done.
Alright, I already said I hate pointing out the consequences of this game's widescreen adaptation, but this is just egregious.
Here we go. The seat's gotta go back farther than this. Okay, guys, I'm in a tank.
Remember, both sticks up to move forward, both down for reverse, and in opposite directions to rotate.
Okay, let's take stock of our situation here real quick. Sly 2 does still bill itself as a stealth action platformer, and yet, here we are, over halfway through the game, introducing another completely unique dual-stick control scheme. This is one complaint I would absolutely not blame you for leveling at this game. What I can only assume was a way to keep things fresh and combat monotony has left us with an at times sporadic mix of gameplay styles. I absolutely appreciate the effort to keep things varied, but ask anyone who's played this game what their favorite mission is, and I sincerely doubt they'll tell you it's one of the several odd vehicle segments. They're not bad, they're just not a good display of this game's strengths. And this tank segment especially puts that into stark relief, with its downright bizarre control scheme where each stick controls one of the tank's treads. I do like the narrative through line of Murray being able to hotwire the tank though. He's the car guy, so it's not a stretch to give him that skill. And it explains why we had to steal the tank keys last episode, but not this time. And of course, I appreciate the ability to roll through enemies and break down otherwise indestructible parts of the environment.
Nice work, Murray. That should cool down those mercenaries for a while.
How are you gonna hack the computers down there when they've got no power?
According to General Clawfoot, a mobile energy source is stored at the end of this hallway.
Hallway is a pretty kind term for what looks to me like a complex medieval gauntlet of death.
Yes. Well, while the idea of jumping down a crypt filled with whirling, razor-sharp spikes might scare me, in fact terrorize my every fiber, it's the only way to power up that old computer in the re-education tower. Without that thing online, we'll never get in the Clockwork Eyes or free Carmelita.
You're a good man, Bentley. Just make sure those traps don't rip you into 100 little turtle pieces.
Why'd you have to say that?
Definitely an interesting twist to send us platforming down a hallway as Bentley. Without Sly's tools to essentially, well, cheat and magnetize himself to safety, this can be decently tough. Oh, and look, we've got more tentacles down here. I'm actually fairly sure these are reskins of the Cobras from episodes 2 and 3. And just like those, we can take them out with our darts, which you may actually want to do.
Aha! This acid battery should do the trick. Just walk close to the electrode and voila! Prepare to be hacked, you knave.
Alright, more hacking. My hopes remain this won't completely suck. Still pretty dry.
I'll get you, Contessa.
Oh, how many times must you say that? It's not going to happen.
I'm dead serious. I'll get you.
I'll get you, I'll get you.
I mean it. I'll get you.
Yes, yes, so I've heard.
That's 1 down, 2 to go. I'd better not take any damage while carrying this battery to the other terminals. It is, after all, filled with acid.
Oh, but this is cool. We've got to navigate the same path, but backwards and now without taking any damage. Take it slow and steady. Did you guys really design another trio of hacking minigames that are just the same 3 levels, but each with more enemies than the last? Guy, I swear hacking gets fun. It's just gotta get there.
Maybe I should approach this through your id instead of your conscious mind. It might help to get around your super ego.
Alright, this line is actually insane, and bear in mind as I explain that this was written for kids. Come with me on a tangent for a sec. The way this is delivered, it sounds like the Contessa is saying, ugh, you have such a huge ego, or high opinion of yourself. And as a kid, you just go with it. But remember, in the Contessa's worldview, not only is everyone selfish, but everyone should give in to that selfishness. So this is actually her contradicting herself, isn't it? Well, no. That's not what the term superego means. In psychological terms, the superego isn't a large ego, but more like its opposite. These are the 3 major elements of the human psyche. The id governs basic instincts like hunger and sleep, the ego manages self-awareness such as preferences and dislikes, and the superego covers one's awareness of others, like morals and judgments. So what the Contessa is actually saying is, more or less, God, you're so selfless, which, considering her stance on morality, makes so much more sense. Hopefully I explained that right and didn't just infuriate any psych majors who might be watching. Oh, so this 3rd level has a boss. Yeah, that makes it very unique. Yeah.
Inspector Fox, why fight it? Don't you want to be my friend?
No, you horrible 8-legged cow. No.
With that old computer powered up, my work here is done. It's time to wage war on the castle, and in the confusion, pull off a heist I've named Operation High Road.
I haven't commented on any of the operation names yet, but alright Bentley, that one's pretty good.
First, Murray will take down the spotlights on the main gate with the codes provided by General Clawfoot. Then, with the help of the voice modulator, I'll order Neela's forces to attack. Sly will then paraglide the 2 of us over to the Contessa's getaway blimp, and we'll use it to get inside her re-education tower. The assault on the castle will undoubtedly draw the Shadow Guards off their post, and if we free Inspector Fox, she's sure to clear out the Contessa. With the Mind Shuffler exposed, I'll plant the Bad Mojo Bomb, and presto! The Clockwork Eyes are ours.
So if the two of you are ready, let's take our positions and get this thing started.
All right, Murray. Head for the castle's main gate and power down those searchlights. While you do that, Bentley and I will climb our way up to the top of the castle. Good luck.
I hope that general guy told the truth, or this is gonna get ugly. Oh yeah! The lights are down, Bentley. Time to call in the cavalry. I'll see if I can find some extra firepower to help out.
Attention, bloodthirsty mercenary forces! The castle
defenses are down. Seize this opportunity for aggressive military action by pressing an attack on the castle. Charge! For victory, for glory!
That should do it.
Now that you're done being a warmonger, feel like paragliding over to that blimp?
Just make sure to grab the rope hanging off that thing. I don't want to drown.
Aw, look at my little miniature Bentley. He's so small.
All right, let's head for the re-education tower.
What? The mercenaries have breached the castle defenses? All of you go! Defend this tower to the last man! Don't worry, my dear. I still have time to finish with your readjustment.
Let me out of here and I'll readjust your face.
Okay, partner. Looks like the Shadow Guard is out of the picture. You ready to free our violent little princess?
Affirmative. That Iron Tech 250 is a fully integrated system. Access to Carmelita's restraints has to be in this old terminal somewhere.
You can actually see the wires running from the terminal to the bed thing, just so you know it is, in fact, connected to the computer. Hey, there we go. We've got cover, a combination of melee and ranged enemies with similar abilities to us. It's not amazing, but there's actually something going on this time.
That should do it.
Aha! I've isolated the brain pattern. You and I are about to become the best of friends.
Okay, new best friend. Hands up, and I mean all of them.
My dear, you really should... Shadow Guard! Shadow Guard!
Come back here, you witch!
That Carmelita. Always trying to resolve her problems with the shock pistol.
She is rather truculent. Stand clear, Sly. This might have a larger blast than anticipated.
Bentley, you okay?
This is no place for an asthmatic. But I've located one of the clockwork eyes. Can you find the other?
No worries, chaps. It's safely in hand.
Neela?
Thanks for clearing out the Contessa. Nothing I did could pry her away from the clockwork eyes. One should be enough for the old bird. Ta-ta!
Bentley, take the eye and escape on the blimp. I'm going after Neela.
But the plan! This wasn't in the plan!
Attention all bombers! Focus your attack on the Contessa's blimp.
Heads up, Bentley. You're about to come under fire. Get to the blimp's turret and stay sharp.
Just like old times, eh, Neela? So similar, but oh so different. While we chase her tail one more time, let's talk a little bit about the last time we did this. While Sly still thought she was on our side, the mission where she ran us around India was actually called Neela's Secret, which on the surface was referring to the fact that she showed us the secret entrance to Rajan's operation. But in hindsight was referring to so much more. But it actually runs deeper than that. When you ask how she even knew where that entrance was to begin with. Unlike Dimitri's club, it's hardly likely Interpol just had the blueprints to that Forsaken Temple. And then there's the fact that she's a tiger, same as Rajan. And you have to consider the fact that outside the Infinite Guards, we've never seen any two characters share a species unless they were related. Likely none of this is a coincidence, but perhaps this isn't really the time.
You really should watch where you're going. This place is dangerous.
Actually, Mr. Cooper, the eye belongs to me.
Heads up, Bentley. You're about to come under fire. Get to the blimp's turn and stay sharp.
Okay, I can do this. I can do this.
Another day, another gunship. Not much to this one that we didn't deal with while shooting from the chopper. Bentley's really getting the hang of heavy weaponry.
That did it. The sky's all clear. Okay, guys, I'm heading out for our rendezvous.
Come back here, Contessa. That getaway blimp won't save you.
Oh my god, Carmelita hit something! She did it!
Merciful Hades! Sly, can you read me? Carmelita shot out the guidance system, and the blimp's descending at a decidedly unsafe rate. I'm going down! Down! Down!
That eye belongs to me, and I want it back.
No way. You think I'm crazy? Actually, on second thought, don't answer that. I really don't want your professional opinion.
Not crazy, just stupid. You're an ignorant child playing dress-up in his father's legacy. Oh, I know all about you and the Cooper clan.
And now we're getting to it. You want to know why people still talk about Sly Cooper after 20 years? Its jumpy, stealthy gameplay is a strong foundation, but its theming, its storytelling, is where it punches way above its weight. Let me play that back for you.
You're an ignorant child playing dress-up in his father's legacy.
Everything Sly has done since we first took control has been for the sake of his ancestors, doing his family name justice, fighting against an enemy that was chosen for him millennia before he was born. The Contessa's not just on to something, she is dead on. But it's not just about Sly's past, it's about all of them. What's the one thing we've consistently learned about every member of the Claw Gang we've taken on? And for that matter, the Fiendish Five as well. Their backstory, their defining moments that set them on their respective paths. We can't help it, our past is what defines us, and yet, when you take a broad look, when you use the Contessa's lens, you see that Sly really isn't as different from them all as perhaps he'd like to believe. A criminal with a tragic past, fighting his whole life to right the wrongs against him. It's all about legacy. Think about where we stood at the end of the last episode. The gang reunited, Clockwork's wings, tail, and heart all safely within our possession. If we weren't so blinded by those who hurt us, so motivated by our own hypocritical grudge against Clockwork, we could have walked away. Secure in the knowledge that without his heart and his wings, he'd never be a threat. Perhaps he'd never even be operational, but Sly's too wrapped up in an image of himself, projected by his father's legacy.
Then you'll understand why this eye needs to be destroyed.
Short-sighted fool! I've no interest in your narrow interpretation of morality. I'm above all that. Above good and evil.
And you think I'd give the eye to someone that's above morality?
Enough talk, insect. It will be just as easy and more fun to pry it from your cold, dead hand.
But no time to breathe and ponder that just now either. No, this is what we've been waiting on. A smackdown with the Contessa. Oddly enough, despite her imposing design, this is the easiest of the three major bosses so far. Her only two attacks, this little flurry rush and her spider summon, are extremely straightforward, and don't have particularly threatening hitboxes. She's not packing a ton of HP either, so you're almost free to wail on her as long as you're not holding still. On top of that, using a jump attack may even give you 2 hits for the price of 1, for reasons I can only speculate on. She won't even let you take damage from falling off the rooftop, instead webbing you back free of harm. A cool you're not going anywhere moment for her, but mechanically it just adds to her being a bit of a pushover. However, because she's so easy, I never knew what her victory taunt was before, and man, that is a shame because...
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that an immoral act?
That is one of the best lines in the game. Oh, and don't miss out on Bentley's lines either.
Give me the clockwork eye. I said give it here. Now keep your hands up for 10 minutes after I leave. I'll be watching.
Carmelita, she... Oh, the guys are going to kill me.
Enough. You've shown me the error of my ways.
I feel sorry for you. All your education and you still don't know right from wrong. Huh? Oof!
I know enough not to let my guard down around an intellectually superior opponent.
She got the eye? She's got the eye!
How's this thing work? What's this do? And this?
Guys, help! Carmelita took the eye, and she's trying to get away in one of the Contessa's tanks!
Don't worry about it, little buddy. I won't let her get away.
Shoot at her tank to incapacitate it. She won't be harmed.
I guess they figured this mission was so easy it didn't need a job failed line. And for good reason. The route she takes is long, and she doesn't even shoot back, and all these guards that spawn don't even so much as clog up your treads as you roll through them.
Oh yeah! I'll grab the eye while Carmelita's still stuck in her tank, then come around to pick up Bentley for a quick exit. Do what you can, Sly. We'll all hook up at the rendezvous for extraction.
There's nowhere left to run. We both know I can beat you in a fight. So why don't you just hand over the eye?
You're right, Cooper. In a battle of strength, you've proven yourself. But with this clockwork eye, I can battle in your mind.
The Contessa adds another attack now. This green spotlight will cause you to temporarily have reduced movement and visibility. And also my recording software absolutely hates it, oh dear lord. Funnily enough, the safest thing to do is to try and walk off a ledge, stalling out the hypnosis timer with her web sling animation. She also has a new victory taunt.
I knew you were no match for the clockwork eye. You've got a strong mind, Cooper. I never would have guessed.
Things hadn't gone exactly to plan, but the Contessa was beaten and the clockwork eyes were finally mine.
Subtle shift in language on Sly's behalf here.
The clockwork tail feathers were ours and the clockwork eyes were finally mine. The Contessa was arrested and brought to trial for the crime she committed while working for Interpol. Their PR damage control went one step further by promoting Nila, the hero of Prague, to the rank of captain. Carmelita, still on the outs with Interpol, had to run with the rest of us. To my surprise and eternal delight, I got to help my favorite policewoman escape from the cops.
Man, I would have loved to know how that conversation went. Hey, sorry I trashed your getaway vehicle and stole your bargaining chip. Need a hand?
I tried to put it all out of my mind. This claw business was spiraling out of control, and I knew that my gang was at the center of it. We'd be back in action soon enough, but for now, well, we just laid low for a while.
Interesting contrast, especially compared to our last episode, how much of a not triumph this wrap-up scene makes out that mission to be. We got the Contessa, we got another crucial clockwork part, that dude's practically gonna be a headless chicken if they ever get him running, and yet, the focus is on what didn't go right. Nila is again rewarded for her treachery. Our entire mission seems to be descending further into chaos with each new goal we set. And while it may have been fun to run with Carmelita rather than away from her, that couldn't have helped with the allegation that she's in league with us. Ah, but that was Tangled Web. From a pure level design standpoint, it's probably my favorite. I adore the verticality and plethora of hooks and climbables, the escalation with the threat of the bombers in the third act, how much of the inside of the castle we get to explore as well as the outside, and the genuine feeling of pulling off the job right beneath an ongoing war. I can hardly say enough good about how bad the Contessa is, and topping it off with another role reversal as we chase Nila in a brand new context? I'll never stop giving Jailbreak the praise it deserves, but god if Tangled Web doesn't come damn close. Oh, but we're not quite done yet, because here on the menu, there's one more detail I don't want you guys to miss out on. Since beginning episode 5, the episode select menu's music has changed, adding in this muted brass instrumentation. It's hard to pin down the feeling this evokes. It's still a super chilled out song, but the simple act of changing it conveys evolution, escalation of the state of affairs. It honestly makes me feel a little apprehensive or even nervous about the next episode. Guess we'll find out if that's warranted next time. Let's go right ahead and break down episode 6. Bring it on.
Following the trail of spice shipments, we made our way up to Nunavut Bay, Canada.
Canada?
Canada! It's north, in North America. Hey!
Yeah, so there's actually no such place as Nunavut Bay. Rather, the Nunavut region is the northernmost territory in Canada. Nunavut Bay, then, is just the game consolidating that into a space that can be used as a level.
The secret hub of Jean Bisson's shipping empire. As a young man, he trekked across Canada to strike it rich during the gold rush of 1852. An avid prospector, he took some chances and ended up buried alive in an avalanche. Miraculously, the quick freeze kept him alive, and 120 years later, thanks to global warming, he thawed out. A product of his time, he dreams of taming the wild north, damming every river and chopping down all the trees, with progress delivered at the sharp end of an axe. Shipping spice for the Claw Gang proved a lucrative way to bankroll his one-man war against nature. And yet, I have to feel a little sorry for him. He's just a normal guy from the 1850s. Back in his day, he'd be a hero, but today, he's a villain.
Ah, so he's basically the ultimate boomer then. For real though, Jean Bisson is such an interesting character. Sly's 100% right. This is just what progress was 150 years ago. So we have a villain that you can really see where he's coming from. He's not necessarily sympathetic, but if we were put into stasis and woken up in the year 2200, we'd probably have some skewed values too. And I know I just made a boomer joke, but I have to roll it back, because the generation born around the 1850s was called the progressive generation. Did you do that on purpose, Sucker Punch? I hope you did.
Either way, that man's got more than his fair share of the clockwork parts. What a low-tech guy like Jean Bisson is doing with robot parts is a mystery. I almost don't want to know. But as always, it's only a matter of time before I find out.
So every title card we've seen so far plays Sly's leitmotif in an instrumentation that matches the theme of the episode. But I always get a special kick out of this one because the syllables just happen to match up with the notes. Take a breath, everyone. We made it through Prague, the emotional height of Sly 2 without a doubt, filled with treachery, daring rescues, elements of horror, and constant tension. The quiet winter of Canada serves as a cooldown period to let us recuperate, and maybe settle back into our comfort zone. That's not to say this level is easy, but the tone is definitely much more relaxed. New in the shop, we have a very desirable upgrade for Sly, Silent Obliteration, which completely alters his stealth takedown slam move to... I guess they get freaking... atomized, okay. Bear in mind, it's not completely silent. The initial uppercut move still makes the same amount of noise as hitting any guard does, but it will attract a fair bit less attention than the loud slam. However, I do have an issue with it, and that is it's actually a little bit slower. I like the expedience of the slam, and you can always use the Voltage Strike for a quieter option if you need, so buying this one should really come down to preference.
I've got a lead on the clockwork parts. Head through town and out into the wilderness.
Now normally, I'd wait until we have a proper mission to do before we start showing off the map and getting the bottles, but from the moment we step out of the safe house, we've got bottles everywhere, so we're gonna start now, on our way to the first mission. Nunavut Bay is a really cool area, with what is definitely the most complex ecosystem of ideas we've yet seen in a level. Seems we've set up our safe house in an old bait and tackle shop on the docks of a town that looks straight out of an old western classic. The train track running through it leads to a sprawling tangle of them out in the wilderness, surrounding this great big Matterhorn-looking mountain. A small cave system is carved out beneath the mountain, and scattered around are a number of small cabins to break up the wilderness. This is something I have to give praise to. Sly 2 manages to make what are honestly tiny areas feel huge. This is actually one of the smallest maps we've been on, but when any given point feels so distinct, it gives the illusion of being vast and sprawling. Now, about those bottles. Our first 6 are all around the safe house. Head down the docks and find one each on the top of both these boats, and overtop the sign at the base of the dock. One on top of the safe house itself, then one on top of the boat behind it, and then at the back corner of the safe house. Dang, Murray, I know you can drive, but how did you even park the van here? Next, let's head into town. On top of the usual stock of guards, we've got these big, snow tanks driving around. Trip the spotlight in front of them and they'll fire their cannon at you, but they won't notice you hanging out in front of their windshield. Trip the spotlights on the side though, and they'll summon 3 of these goose guards at once. Prepare for a brawl, especially since the ruckus will probably cause some of the flashlight meese to come running. Oh my lord. Head on to the top of this building near the docks to find a bottle up here, and then we'll cross onto the top of the biggest building to find 2 more up here.
Vinegar on the French fries, they sit on the Chesterfield, watch the hockey game, shoot the puck, daddy-o!
Now cross to the building on the other side of the tracks and find another pair of bottles. And then cross the next pair of tracks to find 1 more atop the building here. Also be careful crossing these tracks. Just like in Prague, the trains are instant death. Keeping that in mind, head along these tracks and find a bottle within this tunnel, and we'll kick off our first mission.
That cabin may seem rustic, but don't be fooled. It's the control center for Jean Bison's trade empire. Sneak inside and raid his files. You're sure to find out where he keeps his clockwork parts.
Ransacking his files doesn't sound hard. Now, climbing up a sheer rock wall? That'll be a challenge.
You're in luck. Before Jean Bison took over, this used to be a popular destination for rock climbers. Some of their old wall hooks are still around.
I'm guessing I just jump and hit the circle button to latch on.
That's right. And remember to lean back before you spring off the hook. You'll get more altitude.
Thanks for the tip. I'll give it a try.
Woo! It's our first brand new thief ability added to Sly 2 since crawling. I still can't believe that wasn't in the first game. Another new enemy type, these Rossetti moles are sort of like this level's equivalent to the snakes. The biggest difference being that they are actually a threat. If you don't take them out the moment they pop out, they'll probably get a hit off on you. This is actually the first real use I know of for Sly's triangle dive bomb attack, letting you take these guys out while they're attacking, but also be aware that they respawn constantly, though they may just be best left alone.
Jackpot, Sly! That's Jean Bison!
Looks like he didn't notice me come in.
Just stay out of sight and take a picture of each of his train routes. They should narrow our search for his share of the clockwork parts.
Alright, I'm on it.
Buckle up, we're gonna be in this room for a while. If you really want to, you can just grab the pictures you need and keep on moving, but Jean is having a juicy phone call right now, and how can you resist eavesdropping?
Hello, Arpeggio here.
Salutations, Mr. Arpeggio. Y'all got time to shoot the breeze?
Of course, for you, chum, always. Although must we communicate through that dreadful speakerphone?
This is not our first exposure to Arpeggio. If you remember back to episode 2, he was in attendance at Rajan's ball. He was the parrot in the giant mobile birdcage.
Yeah, I can think better while my legs move. Pumps blood to your brain.
Yes, of course. One must keep blood in one's brain. But do tell, is there some pressing matter you'd like to discuss?
First off, are you still coming on schedule to get that Northern Lights battery?
Yes, we're well underway. My blimp should arrive at the end of the week.
Bullseye.
They made Bassan's awareness super low in this room. I feel like they really didn't want you to get caught. You can do almost anything short of hitting him and he'll just keep trucking along.
For second, when you gonna give me a look-see at that clockwork brain of yours? I'd sure like to buy it off you.
Be sown, you covetous troglodyte. You already got the lion's share of the parts. Would you take my meager portion of the robotic bird for your own and strip me of all my earthly pleasures?
Easy there, partner. You're all up in a lather. It's just that I found some real use for the clockwork parts I got. Why, I put 3 of them in the engines of my best trains. With those robotic doohickeys feeding the fire, them trains will run all night and all day. I call them my iron horses. Of course, I gotta keep the plans hidden. Stuffed them in my 3 trophy bass.
Sly, did you hear that? Bison's hidden the Iron Horse blueprints in his trophy bass. Head for the fish on top of the fireplace and steal those plans.
Funnily enough, Bentley will actually say this regardless of how far you've gotten into the phone call.
First off, are you still coming on schedule to get that Northern Lights battery?
Sly, did you hear that?
No, in fact I didn't.
Sounds like you're making capital use of your share of the robotic loot. But for now, the clockwork brain stays with me on the blimp. Although, when I arrive to pick up the Northern Lights battery, I might be persuaded to give you a peek.
That'll do fine. By the way, you ready to giddy up into Paris for the final hoedown?
Yes, the blimp's hypnotist wavelengths conform to the specs drawn up by the Contessa, and Dmitri, before his unfashionable capture, did a bang-up job of distributing spice through his nightclub.
So, let's talk about the Claw Gang. After going through so many levels, we've got a decent understanding of their operation now. It's all based around spice, so we've got Rajan, he grows the spice, he supplies it to the rest of the Claw Gang, and distributes it around India and possibly other parts of Asia. Dimitri and Jean Bassan are major spice recipients. Dimitri is based in Paris, but it's likely he was in charge of distribution to much of Europe. And Jean Bassan, of course, distributes across North America. Then we have the Contessa, whose hypnosis research was dependent on spice. In exchange for a constant supply, she could use her influence within Interpol to keep the authorities off the Claw Gang's scent. It's possible there are other majors we have yet to hear about, but our last one for now is Arpeggio. Bentley said back in the Starry-Eyed Encounter that he specializes in exotic technology, but the fact that the clockwork part he received was the brain is a possible hint to his greater role within the gang.
Sounds like all you're missing is some Northern Light electricity.
You're correct, sir. Yours is the final piece to the puzzle, the missing link. Once the battery is aboard, nothing will stand in the Claw Gang's way. Paris will be ours.
Yeah, okay. So, I guess I'll be seeing you at the end of the week.
Right, farewell, Bison. Stiff upper lip. Ta-ta.
Trophy bass. Excellent. Now get out of that cabin before you're spotted.
What? A thief?
After analyzing Bison's decorating techniques, I think we'll find the other trophy bass above the mantle in the 2 remaining cabins.
Now our goal is the other 2 cabins out here, so let's get back to Bottles. We're gonna wait for the nearby train, climb atop it using this rail, and then use it to hop atop the cabin. From there, these icy platforms have 2 more bottles. We'll climb back up to the top of the cabin again, jump to these train tracks, and grab one there. And another on these platforms going down to the ice. Now you might assume, given these platforms over top of it, that you'd want to avoid landing on the ice, but nah. It makes a big show of cracking when you touch it, but that's really just a warning not to go too far out. As long as you stick close to the land, it's as safe as solid ground. Go too far out though, and it's instant death. Which conveniently puts us back at the first cabin. So we're gonna double back the way we came and head towards the start of the mission we're on. You'll notice there's a bear here, another completely unique enemy. This level has more unique hazards than any other, geez. Bears are essentially supercharged guards. They hit hard and run fast, but there are no friends to the other guards around here. If you do have one on your tail, distracting them with some unsuspecting geese is a good way to make your escape. Or if you're feeling especially metal, you can lure them into a freaking train! Yeah! Wait, what was I doing again? Oh, yeah, bottles. There's an entrance to a bear cave near where we found that first bear, and inside are 3 bottles all in a circle, as well as our first treasure. Head out the other way and along the tracks towards one of our cabins. Before heading up there, I want to point out that every enemy in the game is too scared to even move if you get them onto the ice.
Yes, this is my life now. Forever. And ever.
Climb up this series of platforms to find a bottle along the way, and we'll head into the cabin.
Yep, just like I thought. Get to the fish above the mantle and steal those blueprints.
Attention all cabin guards. I've heard tell from the boys at Ponderosa Cabin there's someone been in my hidden blueprints. Everyone stay sharp. This ain't no summer camp. I don't pay you boys to lollygag while there's a thief in these parts.
We know from this line that this is meant to be the 3rd cabin we go into, not the 2nd, but I get a kick out of doing it this way because it means he checked for the blueprints in his cabin, found they were missing, and went, couldn't have been on my watch, those lazy guards. So if you accidentally step on these bottles of syrup... Is that why Canadians are so fond of syrup? Because it doubles as a burglar alarm?
2 down, 1 to go.
These bookshelves have a highly satisfying amount of coins tucked away, but also don't destroy the books too fast. Look super close and you'll find a little Easter egg. The Sly logo on a volume titled How to Play. That's just adorable. On our way out of the cabin, we've got our second treasure next to the door. And I also want to point out all these bear traps. They can be destroyed, but you have to be a little clever with them. Oddly, they can only be broken when you use triangle button techniques, so the dive bomb and the uppercut. Weird. We'll find a bottle right here on the ice floats, and by climbing up and running along these power lines towards town, we'll find another. Now let's head back towards the mountain on these tracks to find a bottle on the way, and the rest will be around our last cabin. We'll start low, grabbing one in the river, then on these tracks heading towards the cabin, then dropping back down beneath the cabin to find one down here. Now we'll climb up these platforms for one on the way, one up here next to the cabin, and then down the northbound tracks for our last bottle. Ooh, that felt good. Let's celebrate by goofing off a little. We're gonna head up to the top of this tall track, and we're gonna hop onto this train's second car. When we try and ride it through the electric tunnel, we're gonna get ourselves a catapult glitch. It's just like old times. By the way, thanks to Joshua Barnhart for letting me know about this one.
The last trophy bass is above the fireplace. Be careful.
Yeah, I see it, Bentley, and as much as I'd like to sneakily navigate this cabin by cleverly using the environment, I also see my vault.
Jean Bisson's in for another rude awakening the next time he checks in this vault. The code should be 129.
The music box might just be the best power-up in the game. It draws attention with noise much like the alarm clock, but any guard close enough to it instantly falls asleep, enabling you to pick them off one at a time, loot their pockets, or just leave them sleeping, comfortably? Oh, but that's not even what makes it the best item in the game. No, rather, it's that this little music box has... What the heck does that even mean? Well, take a look at any hanging platform that's affected by the game's physics engine. Notice how it wobbles when Sly stands on it. Throw an alarm clock on it, and it'll react exactly how you'd probably expect. Throw a music on it, and... Yeah, I have no clue why this is. Perhaps it's just an oversight, but it's a fun oversight. Also, for the 5 of you who care, the song that the music box actually plays is called Brahms' Wiegenlied, or Lullaby. One of those old canons that's been given 20 sets of lyrics over the decades.
Exceptional work, Sly! That's the last of the blueprints. Armed with all 3 blueprints, we should be able to isolate and track the Iron Horse trains through that satellite dish.
Top of the mountain, huh? Shouldn't take long.
This appears to be the only way up. Keep an eye out for those rock climber wall hooks. They might be useful.
Up here at the top of the mountain, we have another new enemy type. These eagles will try and swoop down and claw at you when you're at especially high points. And here, next to our objective, is the meanest treasure of all. It's right there. It's right at the end of our mission, but as soon as we finish our job, we'll be teleported back to the safe house. Only way to get this one is to come all the way back up here.
This is great! We've got total access to the train's GPS system. It's all on my computer. Head back to the safe house. I'll crunch some numbers and give you and Murray the rundown.
Thanks to Sly's efforts, we now know the location of all 3 of the local clockwork parts. 2 lugs and a stomach. Jean Bisson has grafted each piece to the engine in one of his Iron Horse trains. This improvement allows the trains to run all night and all day. We won't have the luxury of sneaking in while they're stopped.
Okay, but what are they doing then? Aren't they picking up and delivering shipments, or are they just vibing?
While they're in motion, the only way aboard is through a hatch on the caboose roof, which unfortunately has been locked down. These need to go. First, collect the spice gas from the balloons above town, and then land on the back of the caboose to blow off the locks. Once the way is cleared, I'll suit up and jump into Iron Horse number 1 while it passes near town. With some luck, we'll have the first clockwork lug in a few hours.
Sly, it's awful. I can't believe it.
Slow down, Bentley. What happened?
Murray, he went out looking for a snack and got captured by Inspector Fox.
Carmelita? She's here? Don't worry, Bentley. I know how to handle her.
But I don't know where she's locked up, Murray. I'm used to having all the facts.
Calm down. Carmelita's not cruel like the Contessa. I'll follow her without being seen. She's bound to check on Murray sooner or later.
Okay, that's a good plan. Just don't get caught too. I don't want to be alone again.
God, watching these characters grow is a joy. Bentley may have beaten the odds once, but everything about this still scares him out of his shell. And Sly's little laugh here?
Calm down.
That's just the stuff friendship is made of. Honestly, this could be my favorite line read in this entire game. But now we've got Carmelita on the field here. Seems helping her escape last time didn't earn us any brownie points. She's ready to bust us at a moment's notice.
Freeze, Cooper.
I like how she is essentially a flashlight guard, enabling us to interact with her in this new context by giving her mechanics we're familiar with. I love how different her walking animation is to other flashlight guards, who have a generally laid-back stride. They're in no rush, they're just working. Carmelita moves with purpose, and she'll zap literally anyone that gets in her way.
It will slip up in your mind.
Now, let's see how she likes our new toy. Yeah, no, that wasn't what I was expecting. Another bizarre property of this little box, its sleep waves are actually a hitbox that radiates out of it. And since Carmelita is immune, it just beats the snot out of her instead. With this in mind, I checked, and yes, you can use it to kill the snakes.
Hey, criminal, you doing okay in there? I know it's tight, but you won't get shocked if you hold still.
I'm okay. And thanks for that bag of jelly beans. I was starving.
Won't be long now. Once I bust the other members of your gang, we'll get out of here.
I'm grateful for the jelly beans and all, but aren't you on the outs with Interpol right now?
I'm an honest cop. Busting the Cooper gang will prove my innocence and show everyone that Constable Neela set me up.
You mean Captain Neela? I hear she got promoted.
Whatever. Just sit tight. I'm going to look for your pals.
Murray, I've come to break you out.
Fat chance. This thing is triple padlocked and Inspector Fox is carrying all the keys.
Come on, buddy. You know I'm an expert at pickpocketing.
She's tough, Sly. If you manage to get a key, you'd better run for it. Carmelita's sure to notice and chase after you.
Leave her to me.
So even the Murray says Carmelita is tough, eh? Only one way to know for sure. Everyone stay calm. I've got the situation totally under control. Okay, so yeah, she's pretty tough. Another fantastic pickpocket mission.
What just? Cooper?
We've got to snag all 3 from Carmelita, who will detect us every time we grab a key, and then pursue us just like the good old days.
You can't run forever, coward.
My favorite way to do this is to grab a key and then hop a train. Of course, you can get as creative as you want. I imagine programming her pathfinding AI in this huge maze of train tracks and cliffs was no easy task. And there are absolutely a few ways you can abuse it.
Justice will find you. There's nowhere to hide. Hide and cower, worm. You're no match for me.
Thanks, pal. I was getting a Charlie horse standing in that box.
My pleasure. You know how I love to mess around with Carmelita.
Yeah, that's weird. See you back at the safe house.
After completing this mission, Carmelita will continue to patrol the map on a permanent basis, making this by far the most unique enemies we've ever had to contend with in a single mission. It's been super fun to see how they all interact with each other.
Okay, Sly, we need to break into the Iron Horse trades, but the only way in, through the caboose, is locked. To blow the locks off, you'll need to collect the ultra-unstable denatured spice gas from those balloons floating above town.
Man, I'm going out of my head with this one. Chemistry has never been my strongest subject, but I really have no idea what denatured spice gas could even be, or for what possible purpose you would store it in balloons. You're lucky you're fun, Spice Balloon mission, cause this isn't even the hardest I'm gonna come down on you.
How am I supposed to get up there to collect the spice gas?
Murray's already commandeered this ice plane. Jump on its strut, and he'll fly you up to a good paragliding altitude. Oh, and strap on a special vacuum backpack. It'll automatically collect the spice gas after you've popped a balloon.
Sounds like fun.
Once you've collected enough gas, you'll have to land directly on the train's caboose.
Why directly on the caboose?
Denatured spice gas is very unstable at lower altitudes. Unless you land on the caboose, you won't have time to get the gas tank to the lock before it blows up.
So you're saying I either land on the caboose or get blown to bits?
That's correct. Chemistry can be a harsh mistress.
Hang on tight. We're going up. Remember to use your paraglider.
Yeah, for whatever reason, trying to attack up here causes you to instantly explode, which is sad because I really wanted to try and dive bomb these trains from way up here. One trick to keep in mind on this job, you seem to gain much more height when you hit a balloon while your paraglider is out than you do by just bouncing on it.
That did it. You got a full tank of gas. Time to land on a caboose.
Ooh, that was smooth.
Get back to the ice plate. 2 more cabooses to blow open.
Yeah, you absolutely do not have to land on them by dropping from that high, but it's a fun challenge.
Meet Murray at the ice plate. You guys are doing great. There's just 1 caboose left.
You know, I really gotta wonder if there's a less life-threatening way to do this. Like maybe if we had a demolitions expert with a cache of explosives, or some kind of unmanned aerial vehicle capable of dropping bombs.
Yes, you guys did it. All the Iron Horse trains are unlocked.
Oh hey, it's Bentley's turn.
Attention, men. This here's John Masson. That was a quality job you boys did unloading the spice on them boats. Soon enough, I'll have one of them special Iron Horse trains come by and pick it all up for distribution. Stay sharp, and once this here spice business is taken care of, we'll have ourselves a hunting party. Go out into the woods and kill us some bears, eh?
What kind of monster would go out and purposefully kill a wild bear? Before heading out, Bentley's got a really nice power-up available in the shop, the Hover Pack. It gives him unparalleled jump height, and he rivals Sly for distance. This honestly turns Bentley into a virtually different character. We can now navigate certain areas with the most ease of any of the 3, and it's got really satisfying momentum physics that makes it especially fun to play around with. A far cry from the meek little guy that first stepped out of that safe house in Paris.
According to this timetable, Iron Horse number 1 should be passing by any time now.
I see it. It's moving awfully fast.
Just jump on the caboose and go in through the hatch. Piece of cake.
Okay, we are officially aboard our first train, and let me remind you, the hatch is the only way in while it's moving. There are no other conceivable ways we could have gotten into this train from the outside. That's why Sly had to risk his life making precision landings while carrying unstable explosive gas. Facetiousness aside, I love a good train robbery. Advancing through several security-packed cars on your way to the front is a lot of fun, and there's plenty of neat details along the way. It probably won't surprise you to learn we're not actually moving right now, but rather the environment we're in functions like a treadmill, unloading behind us and loading in ahead of us while we stay static, with some parallax scrolling on the mountain ranges to give us the illusion of moving through a larger environment. That's all good, because riding these trains while they are moving does weird things to our inertia. Check out this car loaded with crates and barrels. These trains are in charge of shipping Rajan's spices all across the country, and you can see these barrels have the Claw Gang insignia on them. If you've paid close attention, you may have spotted some of these exact barrels of spice scattered around some of the other levels. Ooh, hey, this is a pretty neat puzzle of sorts. Both of the paths we can sidle along are guarded by flashlight guards. Even if we manage not to get knocked off the train by them, that'd be a tough fight as Bentley. So you have to notice that there's a spot before the end of the sidle path that you can jump atop of. It's almost a shame you can bypass that entire conundrum with the jetpack.
Outstanding! Chalk up 1 strange robot organ for us, and 1 less Iron Horse train for John Masson.
Things are going great. We've already stolen 1 of Jean Basson's 3 clockwork parts. However, Iron Horse 2 and 3 are going to be a little tougher to crack. First, I'll need to hop aboard Iron Horse 2 and do a little preemptive RC chopper strike to clear out the air defenses. Once cleared, it'll be up to Sly to work his magic in the interior to get at that second clockwork lug. Murray, you'll need to trap some of the local bear cubs in order to unlock a nearby handcar. We're gonna need it to catch up with Iron Horse number 3. But don't worry, the cubs won't be hurt. Although I can't say the same for the guards.
Let's keep giving Bentley his time to shine, why not?
Heads up, Bentley. Here comes Iron Horse number 2. You and that RC chopper of yours ready?
We'll get the job done, provided I can catch up with that train. This had better work. Sly won't stand a chance making it through this train unless I neutralize the aerial defenses. Good thing I outfitted the RC chopper with a new cannon. Let's see. The X button drops bombs and the square button shoots forward.
So we've added a forward gun to our chopper, turning this into a sort of Galaga Space Invader-y kind of minigame.
I should bomb those missile launchers before things get ugly.
But with the additional element of still having our bombs to use on things below us. So we're doing battle on 2 planes at once. I like that quite a bit. I'm especially fond of the fact that you can hold down square to shoot consistently, but you can fire even faster if you rapidly press the button. That won't be too important to know just now, but keep it in mind for later.
Bentley strikes again! Yes, the aerial defenses are down! Now it's all up to Sly to finish the job. Sly, the second Iron Horse train is coming too fast! You might not have time to jump on top!
Relax, Bentley. There's more than one way to get on top of that caboose.
Wait a minute. This train is going backwards to how it usually does. What's that all about?
The other clockwork lug should be hooked into the engine's furnace. Sneak your way up there and grab it.
Now it's time for a Sly-flavored train robbery, which obviously means more abusing our music box. No, it actually means we have a series of linear platforming and security challenges, once again making me nostalgic for the original game. Always a plus.
You should have seen how many missile launchers there were attached to these train cars. I don't mind saying that it took some real finesse on my part to deal with the defenses.
Heck yeah, Bentley, talk your talk.
Attention Iron Horse number 2. In case you haven't heard, some lucky worm managed to make off with the clockwork lug in Iron Horse 1. All the guards on duty have been punished according to the Lumberjack Code. Don't let the same thing happen to you. You boys have done some real good work lately, and I hate to have them put you out on disability. That's it. Keep your axes sharp.
Alright, this has nothing to do with anything going on in the game, but in editing this episode, I decided to try out using auto-generated subtitles instead of writing them myself, and I gotta say, the temptation to keep them as is here is strong. Okay, so apparently the silent takedown can affect multiple guards at once? Alright, that's pretty cool. What the heck is the emotion this face is supposed to convey?
Fantastic! We're raking in the clockwork parts left and right!
Okay, I'm kinda dreading this, but let's do the bear cub one.
We'll need this hand car to chase down Iron Horse number 3. But for the time being, it's all fenced in.
No problem. I'll tear that fence apart.
The metal's too resilient for my bombs or your muscle. No, for this job, we're going to have to rely on a stronger force. The love of a mother for her child.
You got something to tell me?
Yes, I've had the good fortune of locating 2 juvenile bear cubs.
The heck, why is the Binocucom zoom playing right now? Did it used to do that in the original?
If you put them together inside that fence, they'd surely start fighting.
No, it did not. We're using this one.
Bears at that age are particularly antisocial. Noise from the squabbles should bring their mother around to free the angry youths.
I get ya. That big mama bear will be able to smash the fence no problem to free her cubs.
That's correct.
Beware, cubs, for you are hunted by the Murray.
Alright, Bentley said we wouldn't hurt any bear cubs. No, God, Carmelita. Carmelita, stop. What are you doing? It's just a cub, Carmelita. Oh my god! You think I can just unsee the things I've seen?
Good work, Murray. I'll send you the coordinates to the next bear cub.
Okay, whoa. So apparently these goose guards are the toughest guards yet, apart from General Clawfoot, I suppose. They're the only ones so far who can take 3 punches from Murray instead of 2. Even the Moosin go down in only 2.
Sorry to say it, but the other cub is somewhere in this bear cave. Be careful, Murray.
Yeah, Bentley, I think you just like putting us in unreasonably unsafe situations.
That was fast. The mother is already on her way. That was beautiful. Just like a nature documentary, only more violent.
Okay, guys, this is it.
Alright, that's that's really what you're going with.
Time to break into Iron Horse number 3 and carry away the Clockwork Stomach. Now, the train's moving too fast to jump onto here in town, so we'll have to catch up with it on Murray's new handcar. Once we're in position, Sly'll hop aboard and make his way up to the engine. While he travels through the interior, I'll provide air support with my RC chopper. I've planned this as a textbook train robbery. If we all do our jobs right, what could possibly go wrong?
Why'd you have to say that?
This heist is starting as Murray. Hang on, have any of the actual heist missions been headed up by Sly so far? No, 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 and no.
Hop aboard, guys! We've got a train to catch!
Really, Sly? You're just gonna stand there? Handcars are a two-man job. You're an athletic dude. Come on.
Got it. Strong work, Murray.
Yeah, sure. The Murray's strength knows no limit.
You're on, Sly. Break into that train and steal the Clockwork Stomach.
That Jean Basson's one strange guy. The Claw Gang divides up the clockwork parts and he walks away with the stomach and lungs? It still creeps me out.
Get creeped out later when we aren't riding an antique handcar at breakneck speeds.
Good point. It's time for a train robbery.
Alright, train robbery number 3. Another one is Sly, but they've kicked it up a notch. Check out this second car. This is the craziest laser formation I think we've ever seen. We've got this grid going along the bottom, but we've also got these sets of diagonal lasers going from the bottom of one side to the top of the other. Sure, if you really wanted to, you could crawl underneath all of this, but Mama didn't raise no quitter. I've freaking got this. And it's as simple as that, baby, every single time.
Ain't nobody getting past me. That there Clockwork Stomach is as safe as a snowman in winter. I'd like to meet the varmint that's been looting my Iron Horse trains. By Jiminy, I get hot neath the collar just thinking about how I'd cut that boy down. I'd kill him like a spotted owl. I sure would.
Thought I might find you here. Just can't stay away from these clockwork parts, can you?
Oh, I just do it to meet exciting ladies like yourself.
If you'd like some excitement, why not climb up on top of the train? I'm sure to get your heart pumping. Maybe even show you my new ride.
No thanks, Neela. I've seen enough already.
What's the problem, Poodle? Afraid you can't take me on? Have to call up your little friends for help?
Come in, little friends. Neela's got me pinned down. Any chance of air support?
I've already launched the RC chopper. She won't know what hit her.
Come on, Cooper. Let's play. What in blazes? All right, little RC friend. This should be a quick bit of destruction.
Oh, Neela's back. I definitely wouldn't have expected our boss fight against her to be in this Galaga bullet hell form. But here we are. Just hold down square and focus on dodging, and her HP bar will drain pretty fast. Or you could mash as hard as you can and take her down that way.
You Romy blighter! This is a... What? Oh no! Oh no!
That was some fancy flying, little friend.
Whatever you say, Poodle.
Sly and Neela's crackling banter is honestly just delicious, but we're also starting to see Neela become a bit unhinged. She played us like a fiddle in the first half of the game, but our escape and our antics in Prague definitely seem to have riled her. Each of her lines seem to have this slightly manic tone to them.
Hey, Sly! Get to that Clockwork Stomach fast! This old handcart is starting to fall apart!
Yeah, Murray, I got this. Although, mind you, this right here might be the most dangerous thing Sly has ever done. I feel like he'd be more likely to survive an explosion than falling off the train right here.
Never thought I'd see the day when his stomach got turned into a tool of evil.
Looks like Jean Basson's wised up and bolted the stomach down. We'll have to crack the engine block to get it free.
Then that's just what we'll do. A well-placed bomb down the train's smokestack will knock it loose. Just make sure to take some cover.
Not so fast, chum. The clockwork part is mine. They will all be mine.
Okay, Neela's back again, and honestly this might just be the hardest thing in the game. At least in terms of the fact that we haven't had a lot of practice with this mode of combat. Avoiding all these projectiles, as well as so many different patterns of attack, can be extremely difficult. I imagine especially so if you haven't had a lot of exposure to bullet hell shooters outside this game. I don't want to give the impression I don't like it though. I love a challenge, and I think this is a very fair one. But I could absolutely see it feeling unfair to other players. Even still, a bit of persistence or just another bout of button mashing, and she'll go down just fine.
You won't stop me! Not the Cooper Gang, not Interpol, not anyone!
I feel Neela gets a bit of flack for her vocal performance, especially here. I don't know, she's no Julie Andrews, but I've never felt her delivery was particularly lacking. You guys will have to let me know if it sticks out to you.
Stand clear, Sly. This might be messy. Sly! Sly! You okay?
I've got an upset stomach on my hands, but other than that, I feel great. The gang and I had pulled off the impossible. We'd successfully robbed all of Jean Bisson's iron horse trains, and we were walking away with 3, count them, 3 clockwork parts.
My god, we've found it! The sideways D-shaped organ! The treasure of legends!
And as a bonus, we shut down spice distribution in all of North America. Needless to say, we were pretty pleased with ourselves. Can't say the same for Carmelita. Once again, the framed policewoman had to run from the cops.
Little detail here, I love how every character in this scene is ankle deep in snow.
Which was fun at first, but I'm starting to feel a little sorry for her. I mean, what if they replaced Carmelita with someone else? I don't want another cop on my tail. She's a big part of why this is all fun.
This is a super strong character moment from Sly. I love that he realizes what the repercussions could be for letting her situation play out, even if it is fun in the moment. That shows a lot of maturity.
Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to clear her name. Some way other than turning myself in.
Phew, alright. He who tames the iron horse is done. Somehow that level felt super short. I think it's the great pacing. I love how we cap off 3 of the 4 acts with a train robbery and a clockwork part. Really satisfying to that part of my lizard brain that just likes getting things. Other than that though, I think this level actually gets placed as most people's least favorite in this game. I can definitely see why. Putting it right after the prog levels, it has a lot to live up to. And a lot of things do feel like a step down. Exploring around the wilderness isn't especially engaging compared to what came before. While there are some platforming paths to take, there's not much reason to take them. And while Jean Bisson's backstory is interesting, he does sort of feel like a big dumb lunk that we just get to stunt on all episode. But all of that's deliberate. As I said at the start, Canada functions as a cooldown period, a way to let us catch our breath, and I think it pulls that off super well. A lot of questions left unanswered though. Jean Bisson wasn't arrested, we fended off Neela, but she doesn't seem any worse for wear, and of course, we have arpeggio to think about. Seems we'll be pretty busy in the next episode. And before we even start episode 7, I've actually got a bit of a weird one right here on the menu. These episode title cards are pretty inconsequential, the kind of things you wouldn't even notice if they were gone, but they've got some cool information on them. Don't laugh at my playtime, I have a process. But I bring them up now because all 6 of the ones prior have used art from the opening cutscenes on their own missions, but episode 7's art is from episode 6's cutscene. Man, shut up me, who cares? Let's just jump in.
Things just weren't right up in Canada. Random acts of violence were popping up like weeds, and the Northern Lights, well, they just weren't right. One night they'd be brighter than ever, and the next, gone. In Nunavut Bay, I overheard talk between Jean Bisson and his mysterious partner Arpeggio. Somehow, those two are behind it all.
This moment always struck me as odd. Like, yes, we did overhear that conversation, but having the cutscene show that moment with Arpeggio actually there is strange. In addition to his being the face of this episode, it seems like the game really wants us to have his image in our minds going forward.
Tracking the source of the disturbance was easy. By simply following the lights, we were led north to an immense lumber camp. The sheer number of fallen trees advertised Jean Bisson's presence and that he was in possession of the clockwork talons. The Thievius Raccoonus makes numerous references to the talons slicing through plates of steel. A skilled lumberjack like Bassan could clear a forest in hours while wielding the artifacts. Those talons have got to go, both to finally do away with clockwork and to save the environment from his twisted sense of progress. The world just doesn't need to make space for another strip mall.
As a kid, I was completely unaware of, well, Canada. I didn't really know anything about the entire country. And getting to this point, I remember being so confused by the A in this mission's title. I read it as like, Menace from the North. Before we even leave the safe house, this level makes a strong impression. The eagles in the background, the beautiful aurora draped around the lighthouse, it's striking. Are you ready for my most useless bit of Sly trivia? That bird call, which you may have heard in a number of movies, is from something called a loon. Send help, these facts just get stuck in my brain, I can't stop them.
Okay, so here's what we know. 1, Arpeggio's blimp is on its way to pick up a battery from Jean Bisson. And 2, the only way we'll get a crack at Arpeggio's clockwork brain is by finding a way to sneak aboard his blimp.
But before we do that, we'll need to snag the clockwork talons off Jean Bisson. Time is short and we've got a lot to accomplish.
I like how we have a bit of a to-do list of overarching goals laid out for us at the start here. In all our other missions, we really just had one big objective, so it helps ramp things up a bit.
True, but first things first. This lumber camp isn't on any of my maps. I need you to poke around and take some recon photos. They'll help to get my sensors oriented.
No problem. Recon photos I got covered.
In anticipation of the icy climate, I took the liberty of modifying your cane.
Bentley, that's a family heirloom. Did you ask before making massive alterations?
It can now separate into 2 smaller canes, useful for ice climbing. Try ascending to the top of that sheet of ice. Just jump and hit the circle button to dig in.
Ah, well, I can't complain. This is pretty cool. So we're not technically on a mission right now, even though Bentley just gave us our whole briefing with the Binocucom, which I think makes this technically the only mission in the game that starts without a cutscene of any kind.
It's good to see my cane upgrade perform so well in the field. Now scout the area. I could really use the reconnaissance.
Recon, you say? Why, that sounds like a golden opportunity to break down the map in the bottles. Ah, my eyes. Holy crap, this map is blue. Let me see if I can tone that down a bit. Structurally, this map is surprisingly similar to the Predator Awakes, with a number of extremely tall structures and steep drops. It looks straightforward from any given point, but as soon as you try to get around it, you'll find it surprisingly difficult. Here's how we're gonna break it down. We've got this deep thoroughfare down below, which along with the river, breaks up the map into about 4 loose sections. Right next to where we started our mission, we've got bottle number 1. We're gonna hop to what I'll call the Lighthouse District and grab one on this log track. Stay sharp on these. These rolling logs aren't lethal, but they're still pretty punishing. Drop down behind this cabin and swing around underneath it to grab bottle 3. Jumping up to the top of the cabin, run across these power lines for a bottle, and cross past these big wood stacks for one down at the base of the silo. From there, we're gonna climb all the way back up to the top of the silo to jump over and grab one by the water wheel. A lot of up and down so far. Get used to that. Next, we're gonna cross the river, and I have to say, this river is strangely awesome. There are several points you can cross it apart from the 2 actual bridges, and all of them are unique. You can use the floating logs, the spire points on the water wheels, the different floating logs, rail walk along these water wheels. It's super gratifying. Anyway, our first bottle over here is at the bottom of the river, behind this outhouse. And by the way, these outhouses are just silly. Remember the wolf statues in Prague that could sometimes turn out to actually be wolves? Well, these outhouses can turn out to actually be occupied. The guards that emerge are always a unique variant too, wielding a pickaxe and a shield. Dude, I don't know what you were doing in there, but Bassan probably owes you a raise for dropping it just to try and take me out.
Fascinating. My sensors detect a Wi-Fi link to that boat. It must be piloted by computer.
Head upriver from there and we can find a bottle by these water wheels, a treasure on the other side of that building, and from the top of that building we can find a bottle at the bottom of this log track. Climb over this silo to get another bottle on the top of this great big wood pile, and then up the hill next to Bassan's house, where we can find a bottle, a treasure, and a photo.
Jean Bisson's house. The lair of the beast. The den of evil.
The epicenter of ecological destruction.
Alright, that's enough milking it, Bentley. Jean Bassan's really just a guy. Now, this is bizarre. There is a bottle on top of Jean Bassan's house, and ask most anyone who's played this game how to get up there, and they'll tell you you've got to take this series of ice spikes from over here. But what if I were to tell you you can just climb up this way? Which way, you might ask? This way. Yeah, as I said, bizarre. This section of wall here is climbable ice. You can just barely tell by the melty water particle effect and the slightly protruding geography. I always wonder if this was meant to be a secret or if they just forgot to color it. Anyway, that's our next bottle, and our last one on this side of the river is on the pole by this water wheel. Directly above that, we can cross this wire to another bottle.
This place is bear country, all right. Interesting. He's putting out a slight radio signature.
I shall name him Barry, and henceforth he shall be my faithful companion. Heck yeah, get him, Barry! Another bottle just a bit downriver from there, and then we've got one smack in the middle of the bear's territory. And two more on these raised areas looking over it. Next, let's use this ice arch to cross to the top of the main sawmill, grabbing a bottle as we go. Up here we'll find one just underneath the far edge of the roof, and another one down on this log track, and a third way down below that one. Climb back up to find another at the end of that log track, grab a picture of the saw blades.
Those saw blades look particularly old. I guess this logging camp has been around for a while.
And from there we'll head through this tunnel to grab another. Climb all the way up this arch, grab one there, and then we'll cross this wire for a bottle here. A quick paraglide down to another, and our last one for now is right up these wall hooks towards the end of the canyon.
Okay, that should do it. Now for the real point of interest. Head for that lighthouse, and try to find a way to sneak in.
Our last two bottles are at that lighthouse, one behind it, and one all the way at the top. Our last treasure is up there too. And that's another set down. Crazy to think we're only gonna do this one more time, huh? A quick bit of missable dialogue from Bentley if you try to take the front door.
That door seems to be locked from the inside. Try to find another way in. I was right. The entrance is barred from the inside.
Only the finest of locks for Jean Bassan.
That's the battery charger, but where's the battery arpeggios coming to pick up?
This spinner, oh man, it's schmovin'. This is probably the only properly hard photo to take in the whole game, and I just, like, come on, can there we go. Nailed it.
Just looking at that spinner makes me dizzy. Might as well get a shot of old Jean Bassan. Oh, Sly, listen in. He's mumbling to himself.
Come on, Jean. You got it in you. Those lumberjack games need some more competition, eh? What would attract the participants? Bullseye! I'll post the clockwork talons as a trophy. That should bring in the competition. Although, who am I kidding, eh? I'm gonna win just like every other year. Oh, it's tough being this tough. It sure is, yeah.
Head back to the safe house. We need to talk about these lumberjack games. Well, guys, Jean Bassan has unknowingly thrown down the gauntlet. With the clockwork talons as a trophy, we'd be fools not to participate in his lumberjack games.
I mean, would we though? We could, I don't know, we could try stealing them, right?
Fortunately, due to frequent avalanches, a log chopping guide was frozen in a wall of ice not far from our position. Sly, you're in charge of acquiring the book. I'm sure it will prove invaluable.
Man, we can't just, like, Google it?
Now, we're all aware that Arpeggio's blimp is coming to pick up another battery.
Bentley says another battery here, like he's gotten at least one before. Does that make sense? I feel like that doesn't make sense.
To sneak aboard without incident, I'd recommend we pull a Trojan horse and stow away inside the battery. However, the location of the device is still a mystery. We need some inside information. So, working together, you two will infiltrate the Moose Guard's secret RC Combat Club. Those guys all work in the lighthouse. If you win the battle, I'm sure they'll talk. Despite his antique mind, Jean Bassan's no fool. To keep tabs on him, we'll need to bug his house, steal the radio tags off local bears, and then jerry-rig them into a sensor array. It's a challenging set of tasks, and that blimp's on its way. Let's get to work.
This is gonna be a bit random, but before diving into those tasks, I had a thought. Dare I say, an idea. And my curiosity won't be sated until I've carried it out, so let's talk a bit about some guard behavior we've been seeing throughout the game, but I haven't really drawn attention to yet. The small guard varieties are pretty persistent, but they certainly don't match Sly's acrobatics, and it's incredibly easy to get yourself out of reach of them. When you do this, they'll start just picking up rocks off the ground and throwing them at you. This is honestly pretty genius design. It makes the guards seem a lot smarter and more proactive that they still take some action in these situations. And even though the pebbles don't do much damage, the fact that they do any urges you to take action and get away from the combat. Fantastic ludonarrative resonance that encourages you into that slippery thief mindset. But my question was this: can these rocks kill you? And if so, what does that look like? I took to the streets and didn't take any damage. At all. I tried against every guard, and for some reason, though they were clearly hitting me, the rocks were taking no health away. What the heck is going on? Have I glitched the game somehow? Has the game had enough of my antics? In one last effort, I started a brand new file and went to see if that resolved the issue, and it did. Now we can see what dying to this playground bully tactic looks like. Any minute now. So there we go. Now I know, but now the question is, why do the pebbles hurt on a fresh save but not my current one? I had one hypothesis, so to test it, I set out to get hit by the same attack on both files, and would you look at that? Why did I write that? I don't say that. One attack at 2 different points in the game does different amounts of damage. This means at some point in the game, we upgraded some kind of hidden defense stat. That's right, Sly 2 has RPG elements. Am I literally the first person to realize this? I can't be, right? Right? Anyway, I think we have a job to do or something. Before taking on this job, I want to take a look at the front of this cabin and excuse me, guys. I am trying to show something here. Barry, come over here and tell him what's what, okay? So we can see that the front door to this cabin is entirely submerged in snow. Is that something Canadians actually have to deal with? That sounds like a nightmare.
Sly, I've detected what appears to be an ancient guide to log chopping that might be useful for the lumberjack games. Unfortunately, it's frozen deep in an ice wall.
How are we supposed to get to it? Wait for more global warming?
That industrial laser is used to cut through petrified logs.
That's interesting, because there's nothing different about this laser from the literal hundreds we've been seeing all game, and those can't cut through a wooden table.
If it could be bounced out that window, with your help, I should be able to harness its energy to melt the ice wall and free the bug.
How do I redirect that thing?
There should be a switch on the other side of this wall. Throw it and then head outside.
These security lasers have got to be commercially available, right? What's stopping us from just having some of our own? Honestly, you could quite easily miss this one, but tucked away in the corner of this room, we have our vault.
If I did my math right, and I always do my math right, then the combination has got to be 583. Gadzooks, that's a nice one.
It's alright, Bentley. The lightning spin is a powerful ability, similar to the voltage strike. It instantly takes out any guards it hits, with the major differences being that you don't have to prime it first, you can just rush them. And it can take out multiple foes in one strike. The issue is, it costs a lot of... I guess I haven't mentioned what this orange bar is called yet. The manual calls this gadget power. But the lightning spin puts a huge drain on it, and just because of that, it ends up being my least favorite vault treasure in the game. So we can see the other side of the front door here with snow actively pouring in through it, and there's even a puddle of melted snow over here. Great detail.
Attention all you fellas working the sawmill. Make sure you keep a steady watch. The prowler's been spotted, and we cannot afford to have anything happen to our log cutting equipment, particularly that laser-type saw blade. We're gonna need it once we get to them old oaks up near Lookout Mountain. But hey, you know, you should still enjoy yourselves, eh? I mean, how many people get to cut down forests for a living? Oh, you all are lucky. Don't ever forget that.
You've done it! The laser's been redirected out the window. Now to get that laser pointed at the ice wall, you'll need to alter its direction with the crystals I put in your pouch.
I see. I just walk to where the laser stops, place a crystal, and it'll bounce the beam to a new position. That log chopping book is as good as ours.
The second half of this mission is Sly 2's core gameplay at its best, crisscrossing all around the map, making use of all our platforming, enemy evading know-how to get this laser where we want it to go. I'm particularly fond of the fact that the laser's endpoint is not shown to us with a waypoint, and you have to keep careful track of it as the laser's route starts to get more complex.
Stand clear, Sly! Something else is coming out of the deep freeze! I've never seen such a majestic creature. So full of life, so ready to live. So much for that, he's back in the deep freeze.
I feel like I should have something to say about this mammoth, but the only thing about it that really sticks out to me is that it's way smaller than the elephants we've already seen in the game. Oh god, I really hope it's not meant to be a baby.
Cheer up, pal. We got the log chopping guide.
So we finished laser redirection, but before we move on, I want to address that mission is home to one of the most famous glitches in the original game. This glitch was patched in the PS3 collection, but in the PS2 version, you can pull this off really easily at any point after getting the log chopping guide. All you have to do is head back into that cabin, make your way around the platforming challenge again, triggering Bassan's PA announcement.
Attention all you fellas working the sawmill.
And then head back outside. Once you do, you'll notice that you're technically back in the middle of that mission, even though the laser's not here, and all the mission progress you'd completed past this point will be undone. I have to wonder if this glitch ever seriously affected someone. Like, maybe they'd beaten the game and were just going back through to get the bottles in the vaults, and after running around just a bit too much in that cabin, found themselves with almost a quarter of their progress lost. It has to have happened to someone. And yet, it's actually kinda cool. Unlike the first and third games in the trilogy, Sly 2 has no real way to replay any missions you've already done. And with how many fun mechanics are just one-offs, that's a bit of a shame. So using this glitch to replay a few of the game's last missions was actually a bit of a cheeky workaround back in the day.
The wild bears in the area have been tagged with radio tracking devices. If you can snag enough of them, we should be able to set up a receiver array around Jean Bisson's house.
I'm always up for bugging someone's home.
What? Why did he say it like that? Sly? What?
The first step is crawling into that bear cave and stealing the goods.
I'm on it.
The radio transmitters have all been tagged in their mouths. You'll have to sneak up and pickpocket it while they're yawning.
Sounds safe.
Stay clear of the thin, crackly ice. Walking on it is sure to wake the bears.
I'll keep that in mind.
We've escalated our pickpocketing challenge again, now to a tense extreme. At this point, we're more than familiar with the threats bears pose, and sneaking around this cave just praying this whole horde won't wake up is a great way to take things up to 11. Wait, let me get this straight. Feather-footed Sly stepping on this ice wakes up all the bears, but doesn't cause them to so much as stir? Ever curious about what exactly this mission's fail conditions were, I noticed you only fail once you're actually noticed by a bear, so I wondered if I could wake one up without being seen, and it froze. It completely froze the game. I crashed it. Honestly, with how much I've been throwing at this game, I'm surprised it took until episode 7.
Only you could have pulled that off. Head outside and I'll fill you in on the next step.
I like how this route back to the entrance is a bit of a risk. You'd be safer going all the way back around, but a master thief could pull it off. I'm less fond of the fact that stepping on the ice at this point means you have to re-get all 6 transmitters though.
To form a receiver array, you'll have to place the radio transmitters in precise locations around Jean Bisson's base of operations.
Seems easy enough.
Once you're in position, hit the circle button to place the transmitter.
I like how most of the missions at this point are twofold, each one a miniature setup and payoff in their own right. This mission feels like a good partner to our last one, each testing our navigational prowess in different parts of the map.
Perk up your ears, boys. I'm gonna tell you all the tally for last month. The Blue Lumberjack team managed to clear-cut 128 acres of forest. Not bad, considering they had to kill all them badgers to do it, eh? The old Lumberjack team, bless their hearts, those boys chopped down 211 acres. Y'all hear that? 211 acres of progress. Almost brings a tear to my eye when I think about how much wilderness y'all tamed. Keep up the good work, fellas. Not long till we can start putting up those track homes. Yeah.
One of our transmitter locations is on top of Jean's house, and I'll let you know now, we never end up going inside of it. That always struck me as odd, especially after Bentley hyped it up so much.
Nice work. The array's up and running.
Oh, good news. The best of news. We've got an ear on Basan now, and you already know how I feel about that. Let's hear some of my favorites.
That Contessa should have been more careful. Well, that's what you get for being too bookish. Always gotta be on guard. There's grizzlies round every crook and hollow. Like my pa always says, the only good fish is eating fish. By Jiminy, that thieving raccoon messed up my iron horses. Makes me madder than a wet prairie dog. No, last I heard, Dimitri was still in the poking. He's a slippery kind of fella. I'm sure he'll get out. Sure is a shame about that tiger fella, Raw John. That old boy could sure throw a hoe down, even if he was a foreigner. That Arpeggio, always lording his la-di-da blimp over me. If he weren't so gall-darn smart, I'd use him for kindling. I'm gonna catch that raccoon and make me a hat, and wear it for a month of Sundays. Oh, my back's killing me. Thank Jiminy for the Canadian healthcare system.
Alright, we've got a mission to take on as Murray. So now that we're taking him out, I want to point out 2 power-ups. I said 2 new power-ups that he has available in the shop. New as of this episode and last episode. The Guttural Roar and the Berserker Charge. Man, those names. I feel like I'm doing boss splits again. Anyway, they're honestly nothing too special. Murray's base set already makes him such an absolute unit that most of his gadgets aren't much worth writing home about. But I want to show off these 2 specifically for a different reason. The Roar causes all guards in earshot to just drop combat and flee for a moment before they regather their wits, which, while not all that helpful, is certifiably badass. And then the Charge is basically Murray's own version of the knockout dive, so he can knock out flashlight guards he's already engaged with. The reason I bring them up at all, though, is that these are both things he used when we had to fight him at the end of episode 4. Feels very validating. Like Murray is calling back to an objectively terrible experience and getting something positive out of it. Oh hey Barry, what's up? You wanna tussle with the muscle?
Rumor has it that several off-duty guards meet in that cabin for an RC combat club.
This is going to be great. I haven't been in any RC combat since that job we pulled in Istanbul. It was awesome.
Murray's been hitting us with some real gems in his binocu conversations these past few levels. I love how we just get to imagine what kind of ridiculous job in Istanbul they pulled that called upon Murray's RC combat skills. But the real gold of these lines goes to the delivery. And Murray's voice actor, Chris Murphy, is honestly such a treasure.
You know, just let it go. Yeah, baby! Let it all hang out!
These icy platforms are trickier than they look. This game doesn't have ice physics, thank God, but these platforms will melt rapidly under your weight. So if you latch onto their ledge or land too far off center, they'll drop you in the drink pretty quick.
Those guards will never let you into the combat club without a disguise. That old moosehead should do the trick. Only there's no way for you to get up there. Hide out in this barrel, while I send in Sly to steal the head.
Forget you, Bentley. What makes you think Murray can't do this himself? Oh, I get it. Sly's the thief. Murray's just the big dumb muscle. Even the moosehead knows he can't be stolen by just any old lunk, huh? Fine. Fine. But Murray almost got a Charlie horse hanging out in that box last episode, so you'd better hurry the heckaroni up with this one, Sly.
Sly, if you can get the stuffed moosehead without being detected, Murray should be able to join the RC Combat Club without raising any suspicion.
Funnily enough, Murray will actually just disappear if you fail this mission. I like to imagine he saw Sly struggling and went, forget it, I'm waiting outside. On the subject of failing this mission though, I want to point out that this right here is the best opportunity to farm money in the whole game.
This ruby is near flawless.
4 stationary flashlight guards right in a row, and you can reset them all and their pockets just by getting spotted. If you are low on coins, I'd first recommend making sure you've snagged all the pedestal treasures. They're what really brings in the big bucks, but this room is a close second. Alright, let's actually platform our way around here, and man, this cabin sure is eerily similar to that one from the laser redirection mission. Oh, so you're gonna make me show mercy, eh, game? Well, we'll see about that. It says we're not allowed to fight with the guards or be spotted, but in fact, our actual fail conditions are being within their flashlights or a guard dying. We can actually do whatever we want as long as we avoid those 2 things, so let's just... Oh, weird. So apparently when a guard is hit by the Insanity Strike or the Rage Bomb, they see other guards, for the purpose of enemy behavior, as members of the Cooper Gang. though their flashlight landing on the other guards fails the mission. Alright, I think we've messed around enough, eh?
Murray, heads up.
Hey fellas, any of you guys think you can beat the moose? Maybe put a bet on it.
Oh, I'm in, eh? I ain't got a lot of money for this wager, but there's no way I'd lose to a new guy like you, huh?
That RC combat drone takes some skill to control. Steer with the left analog stick and hold down the X button for gas. After you collect the fallen ammo, press the square button to fire its turret. Here's a pro tip. You can only aim the turret while you're stopped.
Oh boy, another vehicle mission, and this one's possibly the weirdest yet. Our left stick controls our maneuvering and our aiming, dependent on whether or not you're holding a button. We've got ammo to run around and collect, but how much we're holding isn't displayed anywhere. The other guy has a flamethrower for close range damage. We can damage ourselves with our own shells if we're not careful. There's a lot to this one. And honestly, I don't feel like I've ever quite gotten to grips with it before the battle is already won, so I guess just try stuff till it works. Best advice that I can give is that the tank basically automatically aims the correct distance away, so you can fire from across the arena. So if you are struggling, bide your time and keep your distance.
You won, eh? But I ain't got no money.
That might be okay. It all depends.
Depends on what?
On whether or not you know the location of the Northern Light Battery.
Oh, well, I guess I owe ya.
That's some mighty classified information you're after there, strange pink moose no one's ever met before.
After reading through the log chopping guide, it's become painfully clear that to win in the lumberjack games, we'll have to cheat. Now, I've constructed a plan that hinges around us acquiring an eagle's egg, which is more difficult than you'd think. First, Murray needs to lure a bear into taking out the local oil mains. Once destroyed, the pressurized oil should ignite and create updrafts, which Sly will then use to paraglide over to the eagle's nest, grab an egg, and then head back to the safe house.
What the hell, Bentley? This is the most galaxy brain scheme I've ever heard. Somebody explain to me how this is easier than just stealing the talents.
Thanks to Murray's undercover work in the RC Combat Club, we've learned that the Northern Light Battery is hidden in a silo nearby. The battery needs some serious modification if we're going to hide inside it to sneak onto Arpeggio's blimp. First, we'll short the battery with grapple lines on local boats. Then, we'll all break into the lighthouse and sever the power flow to the battery. That way it won't recharge. Given my electrical engineering background, this plan has a 97% chance of success. Pretty good, huh?
Alright, I feel like Murray got a little shortchanged in his last mission. Let's see if we can actually play as him a little this time.
If we're gonna get an eagle egg, you'll first have to destroy all the local oil mains.
It looks pretty sturdy. The Murray is strong, but his fists can't punch through metal.
No problem. See that old bear down there? His name is Grizzleface. The guards ignore him because he's blind and practically nerve dead, except for his sense of smell. If that old guy smells fish, there's no stopping him. Use Grizzleface to take out the oil mains.
But I don't smell like fish, do I? How can I lure him around?
Bentley's taken up a post along the river. He'll keep tossing bombs into the water and the fish should get blown sky high. Plenty should land near your position.
So you want me to throw a fish at the oil mains so that old Grizzleface will knock him apart?
That's the idea. You might even try throwing fish at the guards. Might improve their odor.
This mission would probably be a pretty novel experience if I weren't already an expert at manipulating the bears, but I'll bite. The struggle with this job is navigating the cliffs. Grizzleface can't jump or really fall either, and getting to all these oil mains along the ground is not easy if you don't really know the map, which you probably won't because there's been no need to until now. But you can actually make this mission as easy as you want it to be. You don't literally have to lead Grizzleface around by the nose. Just hang out near your objective with a fish and he'll pathfind his way all the way to you. I also appreciate Sly's little lines that assure you that this is a valid way to go about things.
That bear can run pretty fast. He's on the way. Grizzleface is moving towards your position.
Solid work, Murray. Now that the oil lines are exposed, Sly's all set up for a paragliding job off the lighthouse.
Grizzleface is also just kind of sweet. Like, look at his little face. He won't attack you no matter what, only the guards. Though I feel I should probably acknowledge the elephant in the room. And the pigeons. and the bear. All these wild animals existing directly alongside anthropomorphic animals raises some really odd questions. Why is this what an elephant looks like if this is what a rhino looks like? Why are there bats flying around Prague, but also bats walking around Prague wearing clothes? This is the exact sort of thing Disney's been getting away with for like 100 years now, so what's up? Well, the in-universe answer is probably something along the lines of humans live alongside wild primates. From the outside looking in, that might actually seem like a bit of a contradiction. So who's to say that these aren't all just more intelligent varieties of the same family of animals? But the real reason is that creating caricatures of these animals instead of populating the world with people serves to convey ideas quickly. Sly being a raccoon helps us get immediately on board with him being a thief, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. They're not just fuzzy animal friends because it's a kid's game. Almost every character's species serves as narrative shorthand for something, and it's yet another detail that helps elevate this game above the crowd. Though through this lens, I can't make heads or tails of that moose head from the last mission. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets.
If we can trust Murray's informant, that's the silo with the battery hidden inside.
To prepare it for travel, we'll have to drain off its northern light energy. By attaching a boat's grappling hook to the top of the silo, we should be able to deplete power from the battery.
Murray's in position to help throw you out onto the boat.
Once on board, I'll hack into its steering controls and move the vessel close enough to fire its grappling hook.
Okay, I'll climb on top of the silo and attach the hooks. How many grappling lines will it take to drain the battery?
3 should suffice. Once the first line's attached, Murray and I will commandeer another boat. You should stay in position.
Finally, I get the easy gig.
Nah, what do I need Murray for? I got a jetpack. Alright, man, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
I'm all set to throw you to that boat. These days, my aim is impeccable.
Now, game, I can't help but notice that this level is gonna have 3 hacking objectives.
Now to hack the steering controls.
These new hacking enemies make things pretty interesting. They drop obstacles rather than shoot you, which can make things pretty crowded very quickly. Along with them being melee enemies that are incredibly tanky compared to the red ones, and we've got a fun challenge in knocking out the firewall. Mind you, my favorite part of this level is seeing how few of these red dots I can get away with actually destroying.
Nice work hacking the autopilot. That boat's heading into position. I'm already on top of the silo. Shoot the grappling hook up to me, and I'll make sure it gets attached to the battery.
Weird how we've got both Murray throwing Bentley and Sly catching grappling hooks. Both skills that came into play in our very first heist that we've not seen since.
The hook's in place. You guys should head out for another boat before anyone picks up on what we're doing.
Golly gee, game, this level sure looks similar to the last one.
The second hook's in place. One more grapple line to go, and this thing will be on empty.
If you get too far from Murray as you run along here, dude will freaking Mongo jump to you.
I was wondering what happened to that guy. Guess he just prefers to be frozen.
Okay, fine. Honestly, this is the first time I feel like the trio of hacking level structure is kinda justified. There is a lot going on in this last room with the amount of enemies and bullets flying, but it's not like I'd be complaining if the prior 2 levels were like, shaped differently, at least.
That did it. With the battery chamber empty, we'll be all set to move in. That lighthouse is the conduit for collecting the northern lights. We need to shut it down, or the silo battery will continue to fill with energy, making it impossible for us to stow away inside.
So, you want me to go in there and bust the thing up? Sounds like work for Murray.
Actually, this job will require all 3 of our skills. The front door is locked, and you're the only one capable of climbing up to the hatch on top. Once inside, sneak down to the ground floor and let us in. We'll help you finish the job.
Alright, see you on the ground floor.
Man, I gotta address those northern light reflections. In almost any game made before ray tracing was super prevalent, objects reflected in glass or water or shiny floors were usually reflected by just having an identical entity on the other side, in reverse, since actually simulating a reflection is a lot more taxing than just adding more models. So that's exactly what you're seeing here. Which is why, and I don't say this lightly, it looks so bad. But fret not, this is just one more thing I can pin on Sanzaru. Seems to be some sort of layering issue that happened while upscaling, cause it looks just fine in the original. If anything, I gotta admire the ambition. Seeing how fast you can climb this lighthouse is a lot of fun. The snapping with the ice pick move is super generous, so you can make some crazy looking jumps with it. These electric pulses coming up the center make jumping straight down impossible. So seeing just how fast you can make it down is also a ton of fun.
Hey there, all you boys working the lighthouse. The lumberjack games are a-coming, so make sure to practice up on log chopping, ice wall climbing, and log rolling. This is a great event to honor those pioneering lumberjacks who paved the way. Without them, the whole sail's clear from the techniques we enjoy today. That's it. Keep your axes sharp.
Hey, genius! Smash that chair and let us in!
Whoa, Bentley. Chill.
Thanks, pal. Just let me at that Northern Light attractor. It'll be slag in minutes.
Not quite that simple, Murray. I'll reverse the energy flow from the control computer while you lift the main circuit breaker. That should give Sly a short window of opportunity to climb up the power lines and overload the system from the top.
Up, down, up, down. They should put an elevator in this place.
Get climbing, Sly. We can't keep this thing reversed forever.
Yeah, this is heavier than it looks.
Now we can climb up the ropes in the center. The unclimbable sections and these electric pulses forcing us to switch from rope to rope makes this another fun challenge, which we can also completely bypass by just taking the stairs. Man, you gotta stop letting me get away with this. It only encourages me. There's a switch that I can flip, and Bentley told me to flip it. Hold on, I can figure this out.
Flip the double reverse circuit breaker. Hurry!
Stop shouting at me, Bentley, I'm trying to figure this out. Honestly, kind of bizarre that this even has a time limit when there's no timer on screen or any kind of indication as to how much time we have. Not to mention, it's such a generous amount, I didn't even know you could run out of time until right now.
We did it! The collection mechanism is overloading!
Okay, this one scared me. Sly 2 reuses surprisingly few sound effects from the first game, but the sound they use for this thing breaking is the same as when those cars fall from the roof in Sunset Snake Eyes. Even I don't know how I noticed that one. My powers are becoming too great.
In order to overcome Jean Bisson in the Lumberjack games, we'll need to enlist the help of the giant Canadian eagles. Their nest is out on that iceberg. Steal one of the eggs, and then bring it safely back to the safe house. We'll use it to direct the eagle's protective instincts against Bisson.
Sure, sounds easy enough. Except for the part where I have to swim a half a mile through freezing water.
Why swim when you can paraglide? With the oil mains all destroyed, the pent-up combustible materials have just caught fire.
I see. The updraft created by the flames should give me some extra altitude.
Just make sure to stay out of the fire. Get too close and old Grizzleface will be eating barbecued raccoon for dinner.
That's a charming image, Bentley.
I love how Sly and Bentley are just trading back and forth extremely violent ideas for each other's deaths. Like, that is officially one of their friendship dynamics. Man, there is super not a lot to this one. This could almost have been a tutorial mission for the paraglider if we hadn't had it for almost 3 full episodes now. Except that dodging these eagles at the end can actually be a bit tricky. If you give them too much space, you'll fall a bit short and have to do the mindless first 2 minutes of the flight again.
Excellent job! If you could get that eagle egg back to the safe house, we'll be all set for the Lumberjack games. Great work, Sly! The Lumberjack games are upon us. Now, despite Murray's study of the log chopping guide, none of us are skilled enough to beat Jean Bisson at his own game. So, though it pains me to say it, we'll have to cheat.
So we're going through with this instead of trying to nab the talents by literally any other means. It's an interesting character beat for the gang that this is the plan, likely informed by how smoothly stealing not 1 but 3 parts went last episode. This plan is essentially built to rub Bisson's nose in it. We're not just gonna take the talents, we're gonna upstage this man at his own event and he's gonna hand them to us as a prize. After all, what's he gonna do? He's 150 years behind the times.
Murray, you'll participate in the power log chopping competition. Get us a good score, and then let Bisson up for his turn. While he's chopping, I'll sneak the eagle egg into his trousers, and the protective parents should disturb his axe swings.
I just realized how utterly unfeasible it is for Bentley to have pictures of this. I now have to assume that these slides aren't pictures at all, but highly detailed 3D renderings Bentley makes while the other boys are carrying out the missions.
Sly, given your ascension skills, I've signed you up for the ice wall climb. We'll keep Bassan from beating your score by pulling him off the wall with some nearby grappling lines. And finally, I'll represent our team in the log rolling competition. With my knowledge of rotational mechanics, we're sure to get a stupendous score.
Alright, what am I looking at here? I'm assuming R is short for rotations and PSEC is short for per second, so essentially what you've written here is log equals rotations per second. The brains of the operation, ladies and gentlemen.
Sly will be in charge of greasing Bassan's logs, so he has no chance of beating it. If you guys are ready, I say we head out and show these meathead lumberjacks what we're made of.
Oh, lumberjack games, I'm gonna play me some lumberjack games, gonna split me some lumberjack wood, and that's always good.
So on this file, I haven't gotten the alarm clock gadget yet, and you get a unique line from Bentley if you try to head out without buying it first.
We're all ready for the lumberjack games, though you should probably buy an alarm clock gadget first. You never know when you'll need one.
This makes the alarm clock one of the only required gadgets in the game, alongside the paraglider. Though, thinking about it, since I love the glider so much, I've never seen if there's a unique voice line for not buying it by the heist. Let me rectify that real quick.
Sly, you'll need a paraglider for the heist. Once you buy one, we can get things started. Okay, guys, let's head down there and win those talons from Jean Bisson. Sly, try to keep a low profile when we get close. We don't want him to recognize you.
Man, I guess we really lucked out that the games are happening literally right now. Isn't it like 2 a.m. or something? Before getting started, we can actually go check out the setup here. We've got the logs and this giant climbing wall that seems to have been constructed just for this event. Man, Bassan's got budget.
Excuse me, sir. We humble lumberjacks would like to participate in your lumberjack games.
Think you got what it takes to win the Clockwork Talons, eh? Well, I'm sure enough gonna let you play, so long as you pay the entry fee.
Much obliged, partner. We'll, just take our positions for the competition.
Does Bentley need to do a voice here? He's just openly mocking Jean now, isn't he?
Enjoy the moment while you think you still got a chance. It's as close to winning as you'll ever get. This year's first event will be a power chopping contest. Not like anyone's ever gonna beat my record, but let them try.
Okay, this job is my freaking nightmare. This mission has 23 unique voice lines from Jean Bisson, all for failing the mission under unique conditions. And every single one of them is chosen from a random pool of at least 3. So if I want to show off some of my favorites, I'm gonna be here a while.
Your technique is pathetic, big man. Where'd you learn to chop? From a book? I was actually expecting better from a big fella like you. Not bad, Hippo. But watch and learn as I destroy that log without even breaking a sweat.
Okay, Bentley, you're on. Plant the eagle egg on Bassan, and the angry eagle parent should swoop in and throw off his axe timing.
Man, how many eggs were in that egg?
Bullseye! That chomp was almost as good as my first chomp back in 1831. And old Betsy comes through again. It's an old axe, but a good one.
Ooh, that attack by an eagle. Skill issue for sure.
What? I think you better rethink them scores, boys. What you intended to give me was perfect 10s, right?
So as this mission progresses, we'll see more evidence that the judges are basically in Jean Bissan's pocket. But like, you're telling me they didn't see this entire-ass Bentley sneak up behind Bisson?
So your pink friend knows how to handle an axe. Let's see how you handle a vertical wall of ice. Ooh, not fast enough, you little varmint.
These judges have surprisingly complex programming to them. They'll choose what number to give based on how well or poorly you did on each event, but there's also a slight degree of randomness to them. So apart from the perfect 10s, you'll pretty much never get the same score twice. That's a lot of effort considering these minigames are all essentially just pass-fail.
Pretty good for a scrawny raccoon. Now, watch and learn as I demonstrate the art of power climbing.
Murray, use those grapples to hook onto Bisson. You will need to hook him with all 3 lines to pull him off the wall.
And really, this is not even remotely subtle. Forget the judges, how does Bisson not notice this?
What? No applause for that masterful display of climbing?
This is a weird one. The sound files they use for Bisson climbing are some of Dimitri's voice lines?
It seems you have pulled the wrong cards again. Did I ever tell any of you the story about the judge from last year's competition who mistakenly gave me a score other than 10? I see we're tied with only one event to go. Unfortunately for you, I've saved my best event for the last. The spinning log competition.
Okay, looks easy enough. I just need to stay out of the water.
Okay, I really like this. These logs can be tricky. As simple as it seems, the timing of it is really satisfying.
Those little legs of yours just can't move fast enough. You turtles aren't good at nothing. A log-rolling turtle. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Yeah, he's prejudiced, but you guys have profiled some characters based on species in the past, so I wouldn't feel too superior.
You're one lucky turtle, I'll give you that. But now, watch how a skilled log roller does it.
This is crazy. John Bisson's got those judges so intimidated, there's no way he can lose.
You're right, Murray. Those guys need to go. Okay, I'm just making this up on the fly, but what if I were to lure the judges one by one into that cave? Once inside, you two will knock them out and take their clothes.
Ingenious!
Is it though? Is it really? What if we just replaced one of them? Or like, what if we had Sly steal their 10 cards? I know things are going wrong, but this definitely seems like the time to regroup and try something smarter.
When all 3 judges have been restrained, we'll be able to don our disguises and take their place at the judges' table. Sly, you can use the alarm clock gadget to distract the judges and lure them into the cave.
That's a great plan, Sly, but you'll have to move fast. Once John Bisson finishes the log rolling event, the gig is up.
Was there ever any question of my supremacy? I have been undefeated for 20 years, ever since 1847. What? I thought I warned you judges about the consequences for incorrect scores. Wait a second. You aren't the judges I hired. It's the scrawny raccoon and his annoying friends. Well, if you want the challenge, then why don't you just take them?
So our thematic word of the day is hubris. Would the gang have even considered such a pitiful last-second plan against the Contessa, or even Dimitri? We had every reason to be overconfident, but now, we'll see what underestimating our opponent gets us.
Oh, my aching head. Those talons really pack a punch. Sly! Murray! Wake up!
Yeah, I'm awake, but not so loud. I have a splitting headache.
Where are we? What's going on?
This looks like the sawmill control room. Bisson must have thrown us in here for interrogation later. I, for one, would like to escape before he returns.
It looks like we're pretty well sealed in here. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you can fit through that hole.
I think I could squeeze through there. I'll drop down and try to free you guys from the outside. If there's any trouble, I'll call with this walkie-talkie. You might be able to help me with these sawmill controls.
While you guys do that, I'll try prying open that steel door. Given enough time, I might be able to make some progress.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, Bentley, and remember to shout if I can help you from up here.
Bentley, you okay? I can't see you from in here, but I heard the fall.
I'll be fine. Just give me a moment to catch my breath.
Well now, Candy Britches. I should have figured a puny turtle like you'd find a rat hole to squirm through.
Well, I just dropped my glasses, had to come pick them up.
I ain't like you, boy. I ain't stupid. When y'all were unconscious, me and my boys paid a visit to your hideout and found all them clockwork parts. Lucky thing, too. Arpeggio is willing to plunk down a king's ransom for the whole lot. I even threw in the talons.
You sold all the clockwork parts? Arpeggio has them all?
That's a big deal. Everything we've worked for all in the hands of the Claw Gang once again?
I wouldn't expect one of your kind to understand the finer points of commerce. You turtles are too stupid to know a woodcutter from a woodchuck.
That's it! Time I showed you just how stupid we turtles really are. Sly, on my command!
I hear ya.
Prepare yourself, Bisson! En garde!
Okay, Walnut. Get ready for a smushing.
Call out which lever I should pull.
No time to consider that bombshell though, it's time for a boss fight. A peculiar one. Bentley may be frail, but that's not really a factor here. With total control over the sawmill's mechanisms, we don't even have to get close to Bisson to lay the smackdown. This is really elegant design too. The buttons mapped to each function were chosen very deliberately, so memorizing them only takes a second. Square for these fires, circle to drop the logs, and triangle for the pointy saw blades. Despite his future phases incorporating a dynamite ranged attack and goose reinforcements, the only real complication in this fight is avoiding the hazards we summon, though this ends up being pretty easy. Don't miss out on his victory taunts though.
Take that, puny little turtle. Looks like I'm tougher than you are clever.
Dizzle is dizzle!
Tarnation! I've been done in by some four-eyed turtle? Times have changed.
Once again, brains triumph over brawn.
Good job, little buddy. That was some fast thinking.
Don't forget about me!
You did a great job opening that door, Murray.
Thanks!
Attention, John Bisson. Arpeggio's carrier blimp will arrive to pick up the Northern Light battery in exactly 1 minute.
Okay, enough patting ourselves on the back. If we're going to get the clockwork parts back, we need to get onto that blimp.
The silo battery isn't far. If we run, we can make it.
Enough talk, let's move!
Shake a leg! That blimp's on its way!
Alright, now we've got to freaking go. 1 minute, more or less. That means the difference between everything and nothing.
As we shut ourselves into the Northern Light battery, it became black. For a few long minutes, we just sat there in darkness. No one dared to talk for fear that Jean Bisson's men might discover where we were hiding. Time seemed to have stopped. And then, we felt it. We were being lifted up to Arpeggio's blimp. It was all so strange. The focus of all our schemes had been stolen from us. Our clockwork parts were gone. Looking around the inside of the battery, I knew we all felt it. Failure.
That is an extremely deliberate choice of words. Oh my god, we've failed? After everything we've overcome, the slowest, least complicated villain we've faced just took it all away? It seems impossible, and yet the reality sets in here.
I was twitchy and ready for action. Any action. Bentley tried to make some sense of the situation by drawing up meaningless plans. But Murray took it the worst. He just sat there sobbing while the team van floated away over the horizon. That van was his life. I knew I'd have to find a way to make it up to him.
Somehow, even after we've had the wind knocked out of us, reeling with the hits we've already taken, that's what ends up hurting the most. The team van has been a constant since our earliest days. Losing it is like losing Arcane. But that's it. Episode 7. Much like Episode 3, it's difficult to talk about when the weight of that final cutscene is looming over our heads. How can I discuss things like level structure and highlights when we've just fallen so far? But I have to, because God, do I love that level. In conjunction with Episode 6, it is genius, setting us up like bowling pins. Every single mission until the heist is the gang operating at their best, many of them being strong displays of teamwork as 2 or more of the gang join their skill sets to make it happen. But that finale, pulling the rug out from under us like that, is not an easy thing to do. But now we've only got 1 episode left. And as much as I'd love to find an excuse to build the suspense even further, let's just go ahead and pick up right where we left off last time.
There we were, heading east across the Atlantic Ocean, stowaways on a giant airborne fortress. Though time was short, we made sure to study up on our unknowing host, Arpeggio.
Even when we're so deep under the gun, our villain's backstory remains one of the gang's highest priorities. Sly just has this need to understand why they do what they do.
While attending a prestigious boarding school, the young Arpeggio excelled in all subjects.
Oh, yep, there we go. You know I love legible text in the backgrounds of these. What you got for me, game? I don't know if this is English. Okay, the school appears to be called Wiclasty of Waston, okay, and then overtop the arch, I'm guessing this is like the school motto or something, so maybe it's Latin? Isiul backwards Pile Caius PS29. Alright, I'm a little out of my depth here. I can at least assume the PS stands for private school, maybe. I don't know, what do you want from me?
But he never managed to keep up with the other boys physically. Sadly, his wings, due to their small size, were useless for flight. Furious at his feeble body, he focused his powerful mind to search for a cure in the works of the Italian Renaissance masters. Their notebooks provided the springboard for this sinister young genius, and it wasn't long before the Claw Gang took him on as chief inventor.
Pretty obvious one, these sketches and journals he's studying are a clear reference to the works of Leonardo da Vinci, and no, I have no idea what this says either. If you mix and match a bunch of languages, you get something similar to mobile in water as well, but man, that's a reach. I give up, game. No more legible text, please.
His talents must have been at work repurposing all the clockwork parts for their criminal schemes. And now this mastermind is in possession of all the parts. It's only a matter of time before he puts them back together. And when that happens, well, I'm not gonna let that happen.
Okay, now that's a good pun, if a little tough to understand as a kid. The title being overtop a close-up of Clockwork's face is also a clear reference to the first game, where the same was true of its final episode. Now we're in the level proper, and oh, wow. All of our levels thus far have been so anchored in reality. For our final foray to be aboard an airship large enough to be compared to the city blocks and palaces we've become so accustomed to, this is incredible, so original, so inventive, and yet so off-putting. This is not the first time we've been on an enemy's territory, but it's definitely the first time we've been completely isolated there. No van, no escape. Unless Sly can somehow paraglide with a hippo on his back, we have no alternative but to play by Arpeggio's rules. We finally learned a bit about him thanks to our intro cutscene, but this blimp's design is also characterizing for him. Look at all these different means of lift. We have massive propellers, some more modern, some based on Da Vinci's designs, inspired by ship sails with canvas. Wings based off the same, giant balloons for hot air, others for helium. No one source of power was enough for Arpeggio. He had to have it all, just like he had to have all the clockwork parts. It paints a picture of a villain whose resources and technology far outclass anything we've faced before, which is just one element designed to make us feel off balance. Our safe house hardly feels like it lives up to the name, the shell of the battery bolted to the front of the ship. Crystal clear, like any guard nearby could discover our hiding place in an instant. The line between safe rooftop and dangerous ground has never been more blurred. Countless spots of the ship can't be traversed without crossing a guard's path. Even the way the horizon is tilted in the sky. Episode 8 just feels crooked. We've messed up. We're at every disadvantage, but we press on because we don't really have a choice.
My instruments have picked up large magnetic fields radiating from inside that blimp. If Arpeggio's already started reassembling clockwork, that's where you'll find it.
Sounds good. I'm on my way.
Don't waste any time here, Sly. Get to the blimp and take some recon photos. To build a plan, we need to know how close they are to reviving clockwork.
Relax, Bentley. I've got it under control.
Wait a minute, can you really have just like a whole setup like this inside the balloon section of a blimp? That'd usually be filled with helium. You're not actually supposed to breathe too much of that stuff.
It can cause a lot of problems, and only one of them is funny.
I had no idea they could reassemble clockwork so fast!
Calm down, Bentley. He might be in one piece, but he doesn't appear to be, alive. Let's stick to the format here. How about some recon photos?
You're right. We need to be informed to create a plan of action. Try to get a shot of Clockwork's head, a mech egg, and one of those spinning magnetic inducers. They seem important to the procedure, but stay away from the guards. If you get detected, we won't have time for a second chance.
Okay, this is actually the toughest small area to navigate yet. Despite what Bentley says, we can be spotted by these guards without failing the mission, but we're not allowed to take them out. You can actually see their pockets glowing blue as though they have keys, but you can't fully pickpocket them for the moment. This is definitely the only time that happens.
I'm sensing radioactivity from inside those mech eggs. I wouldn't get too close.
Alright, but there isn't nearly enough high ground to fully avoid these guards' territories. At some point, we're gonna have to take a risk.
These magnetic inducers seem to be holding the clockwork parts together.
I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure the sound effect for these inducers is the same as the level portals from the first game.
Clockwork appears completely inanimate. We still might have a chance.
These clockwork parts are affected by the physics. I hope you're thinking what I'm thinking.
I'm detecting voices from the front of the blimp. I think it's Arpeggio. Neela? Neela's here too!
Bentley fully demands these pictures be taken from the much foggier glass of the doors than from here. Man, I guess I just don't get photography.
There he is, the mastermind behind this blimp and the source of all our problems. I can't believe it! She must have been working with Arpeggio all along. I don't need to study those photos to see the writing on the wall. Clearly, Neela and Arpeggio have conspired together to rebuild Clockwork, and it looks like they're dangerously close to realizing their goal.
Look, Bentley, I know it's not your style, but I need a quick plan of attack. Try to think of a way, any way, to stop Clockwork from getting reassembled.
Well, those magnetic inducers seem to be holding the parts together. If you reverse their polarity, it should pull Clockwork apart. Unfortunately, the inducer speed control station is locked down tight. Pickpocket keys for the 4 patrolling guards to get at it. Then you'll need to manually reverse the polarity of each inducer deck at the top of their rotation.
Consider it done.
Okay, this mission is pretty great. In this compact area filled with guards, we've got to navigate around, take pictures, pick pockets, and then once we have the keys...
Now get to the speed control station to slow down the spinning inducers. Now that the inducer decks are spinning slower, get up there and reverse the polarity of each deck.
We've got a pretty cool platforming challenge as well. What a complete test of all of Sly's main abilities, and this is just the first mission at that. Just a tiny nitpick though, I could totally get on top of these platforms without them being slowed down. Just saying. Launch me. Launch me! Yes! No, that didn't quite work. I got him stuck. Don't worry, this mission is still quite completable. Sly is fully capable of climbing on the oxygen molecules in midair. Oh. That ain't good.
What's all this then? The magnets have been reversed. But... by Jove! It seems to have locked the clockwork parts into place. Excellent!
Sly Cooper! Of course this would be your doing.
Ah, Mr. Cooper. No doubt you believed a reversal would pull the old bird apart, eh? But it seems to have had quite the opposite effect. I'm truly grateful. When fully powered up, I'll join myself to its circuits and be born anew!
All this because you can't fly. You're pathetic.
Immortality! Immortality is what I seek.
What does Baron von Ruthless do?
He starts monologuing.
He starts monologuing. He starts like this prepared speech about how feeble I am compared to him, how inevitable my defeat is, how the world will soon be his.
All right, everyone, strap in and hold on for dear life. Arpeggio is about to dump a lot of information on us. It's gonna come at us thick and fast, so I'm gonna break it down piece by piece.
The other Claw Gang members were much too short-sighted. They were satisfied using the clockwork parts to drive their various trivial schemes. But not me. No. I saw them for what they really were. The keys to life eternal.
Arpeggio is the de facto leader of the Claw Gang. If we were to ask any other member, they'd probably tell us that each one gets a say in what happens, but Arpeggio is the mastermind, the one who knows what steps to take to turn ideas into successful schemes, and he knows the rest of the members well enough to manipulate them towards his own interest. So he's been sitting pretty on top of this whole spice operation, as discussed a couple episodes ago. We got the grower, the distributors, and their spider on the inside of the law. But then, through his research, Arpeggio learns about clockwork. He sees the frame is up for grabs in Cairo, and believes that with it, he could cast off his mortal shell. But he can't steal it by himself, and the Claw Gang won't steal it for him unless they know they get a slice of the pie. So he spins a little story. He says, hey, those clockwork parts have incredible potential. I could repurpose them to increase spice production, magnify the Contessa's hypnosis abilities, and so on. So they pull off the job. Only Arpeggio did his job too well. While Jean Bassan might have been willing to part with his share in exchange for just the money to buy more trains or hire more lumberjacks, the rest all stood to gain much more by keeping their parts. No matter though, Arpeggio's willing to dismantle the Claw Gang if it means getting all the pieces. After all, once he and Clockwork are one, what need would he have of them? Lucky for him, through his research into clockwork, he already knows there's a piece in play that's motivated to do most of the legwork for him. As one final touch to the heist, he instructs the Contessa to place a specific officer to stake out the crime scene.
So, what? You had Neela put me on the scent back in Cairo, and then waited while I stole the parts from the other Claw Gang members, all the while not arousing any suspicion that you were behind it all?
Sly would steal the parts, and Neela would make sure the Claw members were quickly snapped up by the law shortly afterwards, all while keeping tabs on the Cooper Gang's ever-growing stash.
You make it sound easy, Cooper. I had to carry your pathetic gang through that first set of heists. I was overjoyed when Arpeggio let me toss you in jail. I could finally go after the parts myself.
And then, of course, Neela herself. The woman who managed to get in good with the Claw Gang, Interpol, and the Cooper Gang all at once. It's clear no one but Arpeggio knew she was involved with the Claw. If the Contessa had that kind of intel on her, things might have gone much differently in Prague. Most importantly, her involvement answers many questions that have been cropping up over the episodes, and deliciously helps snap some piece of foreshadowing into place.
Thanks for clearing out the Contessa. Nothing I did could pry her away from the clockwork eyes. Wouldn't she be enough for the old bird?
The fact that a first-time player can assume she's talking about clockwork here? Too good. So Neela's the cornerstone of this whole operation. Without her masterwork, who knows how far we or Arpeggio could have gotten.
Ah, but acquiring all the parts was only half the equation. Think, Cooper. What kept clockwork alive for thousands of years?
He was fueled by his hatred for my family.
Splendid! That's right. Hatred. Putting his gears and wires together was child's play.
compared with accumulating that much hatred.
You can't make people hate.
Oh, my poor naive boy. My meticulous mind has found a way. As your hippopotamus friend will attest, spice consumption makes you both angry and susceptible to hypnosis. The Contessa, hypnotist extraordinaire, devised a way to command people through the use of flashing lights. I've created this blimp to be a massive transmitter of those precise light frequencies. The only problem I faced was finding a suitable source of light waves.
The Northern Lights. You've been collecting Northern Light energy so you could hypnotize everyone beneath the blimp.
Ah, hypnotize those who'd eaten food covered in illegal spice. Thank goodness for Dmitri. Through his nightclub, he got the whole city to consume the spice.
You're going to Paris to unleash a hypnotic light show of hate. That's outlandishly cruel.
Cruel, perhaps, but necessary to give Clockwork his spark of immortality. Ah well, my new body awaits me. Be a dear, Neela, and keep him covered. Ta-ta!
Stupid arpeggio. I double-crossed the Cooper gang, Interpol, and Carmelita. What made you think I wouldn't do the same to you?
Yeah, honestly, we all should have seen that coming.
This is preposterous. You're my protege, not the next candidate for my immortality. I demand you exit the Clockwork frame or...
Oh my god, this makes Neela the only villain in this game we've seen outright kill someone. This is actually great subversion of the monologuing villain trope. Arpeggio got to have his moment laying out all the pieces of his plan for us, but then gets absolutely stuffed 20 seconds later by the one factor he didn't account for.
Behold, Hlopla is born!
Yeah, I'm not calling her that. Sly's just like, uh-oh.
As we all know, things are looking grim. Neela has joined herself to the Clockwork frame and the Union has produced Clockla. She's out and free to terrorize the world. This blimp is still in motion to Paris. I can only assume Arpeggio's autopilot will activate the hate hypnosis light show. If that happens, there will be no stopping Clockla. She'll be immortal. But we still have a chance. In her new form, she'll need to draw a lot of energy from this blimp's engines to stay strong. If we can disable the engines, that should be enough to weaken her to a state in which we can attack. Getting at these engines will require all three of us to work together in perfect harmony. We've pulled off some tough jobs in the past, but they were just the warm-up round for what we'll be going through tonight.
Okay, now it's time to really get into this level. Right off the bat, let's take a look at the last batch of power-ups available in the shop. We're going to be heading out of Sly, and his final new power-up is the Feral Pounce. It's a bit pricey, but it's one of my favorites. The Feral Pounce is a long jump ability. In conjunction with Sly's double jump and paraglide, it gives him absolutely insane distance off his jumps, making him more mobile than ever. It's also just really satisfyingly animated. I love the way he rolls out of it, or lands on all fours. It's got that Jak and Daxter kind of feel. If you can't afford it, the pedestal treasures around here are worth way more coins than anything else. While we're talking about coins, there's something I've been holding off on pointing out for a long time, but it's one of my favorite little details about this game. Every region we've been in has its own unique coin designs. Here on the blimp, they all have Arpeggio's signature A on them. The same ones we can see on his birdcage and all over his blimp. Wait, didn't Neela destroy that thing? In Canada, they have what else but the maple leaf on them. In Prague, they have these cute little spiders. In India, they have these abstract kind of tiger symbols. Back in Paris, they have these twirly Dimitri tail symbols, which you can also see all around the nightclub, like on the dance floor and in Dimitri's office. Finally, back in Egypt, yet even here, the coins have this wingy symbol on them, which you can also see at the front of the museum. I love that the game does this. It's such a small detail that helps give each locale that much more of its own identity.
To disable that engine room, you and I are going to have to work together.
Happy to have you along, Bentley. What do you need me to do?
Pickpocket the guard's keys to the engine room. Once you've got the door open, I'll take over.
Okay, you should take your position. It's not gonna take me long to lighten these guys of their keys.
Now, as you can probably guess by this bottle sitting right in front of my face and the plethora of objectives scattered across the map, I chose to do this mission first so we could break down the bottles. Now, this map is actually not that big, but it's mechanically complex, and it definitely doesn't separate into a few neat chunks either. The highlight for me are these giant steering propellers towards the back. It feels super slick to jump onto the low edge of one and use it to reach the upper levels, but there are little navigational challenges like that all around. So obviously we're gonna grab the one right here where we started the mission, and then loop around to the front of the ship here, grabbing one on these lamps and picking up our first key. Next, let's climb up to the top of the crane over the top of the safe house and find two more way up here. From here we can see that Neela is really making her presence felt, making sweeping laps around the airship accompanied by those classic clockwork noises. She even casts these spotlights down from her eyes. If you get spotted by her, your position gets bombarded by these egg drones. You'd be forgiven for not realizing that's the case though, because there's really nothing visually connecting Neela with the appearance of these robots. They just sort of happen, which is pretty janky. Turns out what's actually happening is that the eggs are being launched at you from Arpeggio's blimp. Yeah, that big lump there is a cannon, and this is what that whole stash of eggs in the back of the ship was for. This is such a bizarre and specific combination of elements, which I didn't even know about until just now. I have to wonder if this mechanic was going to be the focus of a mission at some point, and if maybe that was cut. Unfortunately, I do have to point out, this level was pretty obviously the victim of some crunch time. This was the last level made in development, and it actually has the fewest number of missions, the smallest variety of guards, a good deal of reused mechanics and assets, and a couple of uncharacteristically buggy visuals as well. The lack of guards especially may be pretty disappointing. We have our flashlight guards and only one variety of rooftop guard, which we can actually see are just the same model but with different equipment. And as much as I adore the visual gag that is a dodo with a jetpack, past levels felt a lot more dynamic with multiple varieties of guards which could come at you with a variety of weapons. Like the rats could have batons or be unarmed or have dynamite. The monkeys could have spears or torches. It's not something I personally feel drags this level down, but it is a bit of a shame. Mind you, we also have these little egg drones, and my favorite thing about these guys is what happens if you knock them onto the blimp's main propeller. Next, we're going to drop down below the safe house, find a bottle there, and then head over to this turbine to find a bottle next to it, and one on the top of the flag. Next to that hot air balloon, we'll find one on this bouncy thing. And now we can head towards the center of the blimp. This little gazebo sort of thing has a bottle on top of it that is impossible to reach without some kind of gadget. It's always stuck out in my mind, because it's just a little too high and a little too far. Fly can reach it with his feral pounce, Bentley with his jetpack, and Murray with his big jump. Now this central propeller system has a ton of bottles around it, so starting from the top, we'll find 2 on these long poles, then on the large middle ring, we'll find 3 more by running all the way around the circuit. We'll also get our second key. Man, why did they make it so you could run across this thing? This looks amazing. Next, down on the lower level, we'll find 3 more bottles by circling around this central platform, and our third key is here as well. Now we'll climb up this level on the port side of the ship and find a bottle here. You know, I was gonna say north, not port, because relative to the direction the ship is flying, which by all accounts should be east, this should be the north edge, but the actual in-game compass would disagree. Apparently we're heading directly due south. Not sure what's up with that, but hey, I'm no pilot. Up here we'll find a bottle on top of this pole, and then we're gonna hop down to this big platform. Now we'll find a bottle over the center of this propeller, and another on this pole leading to the other big platform. We're gonna cross this storage area where we'll find a key, a pedestal treasure, a bottle, and honestly the biggest safety hazard in this entire game. Arpeggio, you're just transporting unsecured crates on an open-air platform like this? You're gonna kill somebody. Next we'll head towards this ladder leading to the upper levels. Grab the bottle here, and head upstairs. Here we'll find a bottle on this lamp, and then we'll head across the steering turbine to find a bottle up here. There's this well-hidden pedestal treasure beneath us, and by climbing up this balloon tether, we can reach this upper area with a bottle here, and one here. Cross these big flappy wings, and we'll find 2 more bottles in this upper structure, and then we'll drop straight down to this somewhat hidden platform for our very last bottle. That's all 240 of them in the bag. That feels good. Oh, and our last pedestal treasure is right up here, along with our final key.
Okay, Sly, I'm waiting by the engine room door.
Okay, Bentley, you're on.
Hey, Bentley, I'm looking at these, blueprints, and I think you've got to shoot out all the bulbs with your dart gun to get up to the second level. Here's the hard part. Once you shoot a bulb, you'll need to then take out the bulb the electricity is going to. If you miss and break the wrong bulb, there'll be a big power surge and kablam!
Alright, this is a really fun challenge, but it kind of baffles me too. We have not once in this whole game been called upon to hit a moving target with our darts, so necessitating this level of precision with a one-hit kill consequence is actually kind of insane. But I do love it, especially in Fast Forward.
Okay, pal. You're all set to bounce up to the next level. If I'm reading this right, it looks like you need to bomb those power nodes to get into the control room. Once that door is open, you'll be able to shut this engine down for good.
Now we've tested our dart skills, now to put our bombs to use. This has honestly got nothing on that bridge demolition level. Though we are being constantly swarmed by these infinitely respawning drones, they're really not fast enough to be much of a threat.
Take it all the way, buddy. Flip the override switch and this engine is toast. That's one less engine for that creepy clockla thing to draw power from.
Now we're out and about as Bentley, and I want to talk about his final gadget. He gets the Temporal Lock. This is a reference to the ultimate ability from Sly 1, freezing all guards on the entire map for a few moments, enabling him to go to work with his darts, his bombs, or just get away clean. It's like the music box, but you don't have to aim it. So now, of all three party members, Bentley can run faster, jump higher, and incapacitate guards easier than Sly or Murray. It's actually kind of crazy how powerful he's become.
That's one of the engines that needs to be disabled. I won't lie to you, Murray. This is going to be a tough job that requires both our skills.
My skills? Okay, Bentley, if you say so.
First, I'll need to hack the stations controlling access to the engine room. Then, Murray, you'll need to head inside and use your muscle to finish the job.
The Murray will be ready to go.
No, not 3 hacking objectives, please. Come on, we were doing so well. Oh, but upon booting up this hacking minigame, you might notice something is a bit different. These enemies are insane. We actively stand no chance of taking them head on, but this hacking setting has a unique mechanic. Our bullets are now bouncy, and through clever use of angles and corners, we can destroy these supercharged enemies without needing to directly engage them. Now this is what I'm talking about. We've got a cool, unique mechanic that builds on what we already know, and it's just visually satisfying to watch these things ricochet all around the map. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, and this second level isn't the same as the first. Oh, it's so beautiful. I knew you had it in you. This is where everything we've learned comes together. These melee enemies apply pressure while we try and set up just the right angle to take out the shooters settled in these corners. You've got to stay on the move even while you want to stay settled in one spot. Oh, it's so fun. Hey, have you ever wondered why there's no loading screen in and out of the hacking minigames? Not even like a fade to black? Shut up, no you haven't. You're not some kind of weirdo like me who spends their precious brain cells thinking about that sort of thing. But the reason is, the hacking levels are actually on the same map as the rest of the level, just hidden above the skybox. This is true of every hacking level we've ever done. If we pull the camera out far enough, we can find the digital world. Oh, the implications of that.
There are fields, endless fields, where human beings are no longer born. We are grown.
This last level's pretty sweet too. Our super tank friends are now mobile, making this a massive game of push and pull as we try to press forward, but need to fall back to maintain our advantage of angles and ricochets. I only wish we could have started hacking at this level and seen how far they could have pushed this mechanic. I love this.
Make way for the Murray!
Looks like you'll need to lift all those giant cylinders. Once they're locked in the up position, you'll be able to take them out from the top level.
So this is pretty dang sweet. Each of these missions to destroy the engines is built on being a final test of everything we've learned as each of these characters. I love that each one is a tag team effort too. So every time we lift these plugs out of the ground, a guard is going to come pick a fight with us. I like that we're kind of encouraged to push our luck here and see if we can lift an extra plug before the guard reaches us. These guards are actually kind of interesting too. Unlike every other guard in the game, they don't have a weakness to fire. Probably to make it so they don't kill each other with their jetpacks, but it makes for some weird interactions.
Nice work. Head up to the second level and thunderflop on the giant cylinders. That should finish them off.
So this is the first and only time in the game the thunderflop is required to use. I wonder if anyone's gotten to this point without knowing it was something they could do.
Perfect. Now, head into the control booth and pull the plug on this thing. Another engine bites the dust.
So now we're running around as Murray, and you might reasonably wonder what crazy cool final gadget he's got available in the store.
Oh, Murray didn't get one.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Murray, it looks like I'm gonna need some help getting into that engine room.
Happy to help.
Bentley tells me that the door to that room is locked down by wall-mounted power stations located throughout this blimp. I'll need you to take out all the power stations and then pry open the door by hand.
No sweat, Sly.
So yeah, this mission basically just is the alarm horn mission from Black Chateau, only set in a tougher area. I mean, I'm only a little salty. We still just get to punch a bunch of fools.
Looks like the power locks are offline, so go on back and pry it open for me.
Your turn, buddy.
Careful, Sly. This place is packed with laser security. First, you'll need to make your way to the far end of this room. Then jump up to the second level to get at the engine room control center.
Alright, well this isn't technically the craziest laser setup we've ever seen, but it's absolutely up there.
Alright, the control center is opposite your position in the room. With some well-timed spire jumping, you should be able to get access.
The saw blade setup isn't too bad, but you can't afford to get lazy with it. Miss a single jump and it's back to the beginning. I always found it funny that if you stand on a saw that's blading, it counts as fire damage. And hey, here's our final vault.
That arpeggio really knew his encryption algorithms. As it stands, I'm only 86.5% convinced the code to the vault is 725. You've gotten the Shadow Power move!
Shadow Power is essentially the invisibility power from the first game, with many of the same limitations. It allows you to completely avoid the notice of guards, however, you can't use it if you've already been spotted, nor can you jump, run, attack, or even activate it in midair. Additionally, while it can still be used to fool spotlights, it does not work on lasers like it once did. Unfortunately, while this power is pretty cool, it comes so late in the game we don't have a lot of opportunities to make use of it. I'd have loved to sneak around Dimitri or Rajan with this equipped. Eh well, perhaps another time.
That's lights out for this engine.
Our last mission of this set is as Sly, and I always loved this. As long as the first mission you take on in this sequence is one of Sly's, you never actually have to go back to the safe house to switch characters. Really elegant design there, and paces this level out super well.
This engine room is locked down tight. Since we can't get in, I figure we'll have to destroy it from the outside.
I hope you're carrying some heavy explosives, Bentley, because that engine isn't small.
It just so happens that there's a ready supply of explosives already available on the blimp. Walk one of these TNT barrels up to that engine room to destroy it.
Sounds easy enough. What's the catch?
The initial payload in that TNT barrel won't be powerful enough to do the job. If you pick up 3 magnetic chargers, you should achieve the necessary blast force to destroy the engine. It's simple, really. Just get close to the chargers, and they'll automatically attach to your barrel.
All right, let's blow stuff up.
All right, let's blow stuff up. Oh, wait, no, not me, no. So for this mission, the blimp is absolutely crawling with flashlight guards. Between that and our drastically reduced mobility, this is our final test of Sly's stealth abilities. We have to make our way all over the ship to get the charges we need. But honestly, it all sounds a little more exciting than it is. In practice, we are just walking from point to point while not walking when there's danger. It does end up being a bit slow, though no less funny of an image now than it's ever been.
Yep, that TNT was definitely there a second ago.
The hardest thing about this mission is figuring out a way onto the upper levels of the blimp. You have to figure out that these bouncy things have been made to function completely differently for this mission. That's a bit cheeky.
That should be the last time anyone puts that engine to use.
Okay, so we've destroyed the engines on the blimp we're on, which is crossing the Atlantic Ocean. I don't think we thought this one all the way through.
And an unexpected windfall, I've been contacted by Inspector Fox over the shortwave radio.
So assuming she hasn't miraculously cleared her name at Interpol, Carmelita definitely stole that helicopter, right? Also, can you fly a helicopter from Canada to Paris? That sounds unlikely.
She's well aware of the dire situation we all face if Klakla becomes immortal and has agreed to join forces with us so that we can destroy the robotic bird. The only catch is that she's unable to locate this blimp on her radar. To help her hone in on our position, we'll need to boost the strength of 4 local radio towers. Once Inspector Fox is in range, she'll take one of us on board to act as a tail gunner in a dogfight against Klakla. This is it. We don't have time for another plan. We're almost over Paris, and if that hate hypnosis light show goes off, well, you know the story.
Okay, so kicking off this mission set, Sly has a thing strapped to his back. And funnily enough, if you wanted to try right now to get some of the pedestal treasures, you just straight up can't. Guess we'd better do the mission then.
Okay, Sly, we need to send Carmelita a radio pulse so she can home in on the blimp. To do that, I'll need you to get on top of 4 very tall towers. They are too big to climb and too tall to jump up normally.
What's this all got to do with this thing you've got me wearing?
It's an experimental mega jump pack. By pressing the R2 button, you'll perform a huge jump, so be careful.
All right, sounds like fun.
Oh, it is, Sly. It really is. For this mission and this mission only, Sly has access to the Mega Jump gadget, which enables him to really just go anywhere he wants. This is the ultimate upgrade. Need to escape from guards? Mega Jump. Need to get over there? Mega Jump. Don't feel like using a ladder? Mega Jump. Just goofing off? Mega Jump. In a tight spot? Oh. Maybe don't Mega Jump there. In the past, I've even waited until this mission to grab all the bottles, just because it makes exploring and finding them so fun. So this is my favorite mission. After a whole game meticulously structured around where you can or can't go, it's just freeing to soar around this crazy airship using this absolutely bonkers ability. Haha, we can even make it to this blimp. No. In a lot of ways, there's no mission I associate closer with this game. As a kid, I would start all the way over and play through the whole thing again just to re-experience this mission. And much like the game as a whole, it's the kind of thing you hope will never have to end. But you know what they say about all good things.
Carmelita has picked up on our signal. She's now headed on an intercept course directly for us.
So, a nifty glitch here. Until we exit the map or change characters, we get to keep our Mega Jump equipped, in this kind of phantom state. We can even make it back to Arpeggio's blimp, which flew out of range after our first mission. We can't go back inside, but you can get this really cool view of the whole airship from way back here. But unfortunately, there's really nowhere else for us to go except to finish this. Unless I can make it up to Neela myself! I am too powerful! Wait, Neela, no, wait, what's happening? What the heck is going on? Aha, she counts as solid ground. You can't get rid of me that easily.
Look, Sly, for once, let's cut the flirty chit-chat and get down to business. I need an experienced tail gunner. Jump in and grab the gun. We've got a bird to take down.
That's not flirty chit-chat?
Alright, this is it, our rematch with Clockwork. Odd as it is for our final boss fight to be a turret mission of all things, it's somehow appropriate. While perhaps we could have had this whole fight centered around jumping our way up to them and going to work with Arcane, Carmelita's role in this fight is crucial. To say nothing of how many parallels this fight shares with the final boss of the original game, her shouts of encouragement throughout this fight are downright invigorating.
We're getting through! Keep at it! We're winning! Don't let up! You're doing great! Take that, Neela! You're doing it, Cooper!
Gotta love the contrast from her usual brand of commentary.
Hide and cower, worm. You're no match for me!
It brings the whole game full circle. Where once Neela helped us out and Carmelita opened fire, after a whole game of that tiger's treachery and lies, we joined forces to bring her down. However, if there's one complaint I've heard leveled at this game more than any other, it's that Neela is not an effective final villain, maybe lacking the presence and thematic impact of the first and third game's villains, and I must disagree. Though I can see how people get there. See, it all comes down to what we still don't know about her. Her backstory. We don't know her past, we don't know her ancestry, we don't know what set her on this path, and we can only guess at where she plans to go from here. She's an enigma, a chameleon that has spent this whole game being whoever she needs to be to further her own schemes. Which means now, we have no idea who Neela is. In that way, she actually represents a fantastic foil to Sly and his values. Neela, the woman without a legacy. Sly predicates everything he is on his family history, a history with which Clockwork has been intertwined. Neela becomes our priority not just because she's a snake that needs to be put down, but because by joining with Clockwork, she parasitizes that history. She poisons our past, all while reviving a threat that now looms not just over Sly and his loved ones, but his legacy as well. Which brings us back to the fight itself. This is one of, if not the toughest challenge in the game. Neela has a variety of attacks at her disposal, primarily these yellow rockets, which must be shot down to be avoided. These red rockets are the same, but take multiple hits. Throughout the fight, Clockwork's eyes will begin to glow, accompanied by this sound effect. This indicates she's charging up her strongest attack, and you'll have to hit her several times to get her to stop, or else she'll unleash this heavy damage lightning attack. Once you get her down to about 2/3 of her health, she'll start sending out lightning rings. Hit the ring to make them safe to pass through, though be very careful. If you hit the ring again, it'll make it dangerous once more. I recommend just holding your fire until you're safely through so you don't accidentally flip the switch at the last moment.
Shoot the bird, not the air!
However, if she starts charging up and sends a ring at you, you might have some difficult decisions to make.
Can't take much more of this!
You don't have to play perfectly. You have a fair bit of health, and you only have to get Neela down to about 1/5 of hers before we're finished. Just focus on surviving over dealing damage, and you should be just fine.
You should have been a cop. That was some terrific shooting.
Sly, we've got a serious problem here. Clockula's looking mighty upset, and I think she's going to take it out on us.
I'm coming, guys. Hold on.
This music here always struck me. It's not a climactic, get to the chopper triumphant action theme, it's this quiet, precarious piece.
Help! Anyone! SOS!
We're plummeting through the air, our friends on the horizon, picking our way through the debris of the blimp, just trying to find a foothold.
If I get out of this, I'll never speed again.
Desperation definitely feels like the appropriate word. Even one misstep here, and we're dead. No thought in our head but to catch up to Neela and see what can be done.
Oh no! Help! Please! Someone!
When's this bird gonna stop? Just make it stop! I can't take it anymore!
I knew I'd go out this way, inside a battery. I just knew it. Hurry, Sly! We're going down really fast!
Hurry up, Sly! This is getting kinda out of hand!
You want a piece of me? Don't worry, there's plenty to go around.
You might have a new body, Neela, but you're still the low-down, backstabbing coward we've beaten time and time again. This won't be any different.
Be brave while you can, Cooper. I might not have the immortality born of pure hate, but I feel some power growing within me.
She'll make a big show out of this lightning attack again, but this time you'd have to actively try to be hit by it. Besides that, it does seem she's dropped our friends, so let's finish off the last of her HP and hope we're closer to the ground than we look. We made it back to Paris. Up till now, you might have thought of this as our comfort zone.
We did it.
Right on!
It's an emotional moment.
Die, insects, die! My hate will smash you.
Watch out. That thing's still kicking.
Clockula mentioned something about a hate chip. It sounded like the source of her power.
If we remove it, she might stop attacking.
Then let's do a little open head surgery. I'll pry open that beak so that Bentley can go to town with his bombs.
Although these final moments don't have much fight to them, it's fitting that we don't finish off Clockwork just as Sly. We get our last chance to reflect on the roles our best friends have played.
I hate you, Cooper Gang. I will find you in your sleep and I will destroy you. You will never know a moment's peace for the rest of your short, miserable lives. The Clockwork will know revenge. I am revenge. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Clockwork!
It's hard to know at this point if Neela is using Clockwork's body, or if Clockwork is just using Neela's voice. I think that's left up to interpretation. Either way, We've got to end this.
I still have my hate shit. You will not defeat me, ever!
Let's get out of here! She's about to explode! Ah! My glasses!
Huh? Bentley! I'll save you!
Pick me up! I can't walk!
Come on, Sly, let's get out of here!
And there we were, at the end of the road. The Claw Gang had been defeated, and the clockwork parts lay scattered around in heaps. Yet, despite the explosion, they remained pristine. It was as if nothing could ever hurt them. Carmelita cursed herself for showing up too late to get a few shots in on Clockla. So she took it out on what was close at hand, the hate chip. And just like that, it was over. Without that core piece, that essential center of clockwork, there was nothing left. The parts aged before our eyes as if time had finally caught up with the ancient bird.
The hate chip is an interesting addition to this story. Rather convenient that after thousands of years of Coopers, we are the first to find this core that can finally end clockwork permanently. It certainly runs the risk of being contrived, but spending this time picking that apart might miss the point.
How ironic that Carmelita, a police officer, would be the one to lift the curse from the Cooper family. The menace of clockwork would never again rise to threaten me or my children.
Rather, the hate chip's existence lets Carmelita fulfill this role in the story. That she got to land the final blow affirms everything Sly feels for her. And, more importantly, did you catch that?
The menace of clockwork would never again rise to threaten me or my children.
This is the first time Sly has ever mentioned his potential kids. With Clockwork finally out of the picture, he's no longer locked in his past. He can look to the future.
True to her nature, she informed us that we were all under arrest. But one look at my gang told me that we were in no shape for a fast getaway. So I offered to go peacefully in exchange for letting my friends walk.
And then he does this? How incredibly mature of him not to push for one last escape, to lay himself down for the sake of his friends.
They'd taken some bruises through all of this, but I was surprised, shocked really, to see them leave their gear behind as they walked away. Their wounds were deeper than I'd imagined. Those guys were hurting. Carmelita's old police unit soon arrived. With me in custody, her name was cleared, and she even got a well-deserved promotion. It was the least I could do.
We get this moment as well, which directly mirrors this one from the end of episode 6.
Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to clear her name, some way other than turning myself in.
Before, turning himself in was the one thing he wouldn't consider. Now, it's the least he can do. He's finally looking past himself.
The ride to HQ started with us sitting in silence, trying to read each other's thoughts. As the reality of my capture started to sink in, she began to relax, and we got to talking. We spoke freely about our previous adventures, comparing notes and even getting in a few laughs. Then we started talking about, well, everything. Books, music, art. It was like we were on a first date. She even showed me the bottle she'd been saving for the special occasion of my arrest.
This is just a joy. No deception involved, neither running from the other. Sly and Carmelita finally get to just talk. It's honestly beautiful. And you can bet I want to take a closer look at some of these frames. Look at Carmelita's little Cooper mug, and her bunny slippers. Sly's actually reading the Thievius Raccoonus here, probably a passage on safecracking. Here we see Carmelita just straight vibing to some Neil Damon. Oh, and I absolutely want a closer look at this artwork. Obviously up top here we've got Van Gogh's Starry Night, but these other two I'm at a bit of a loss. This might be some kind of ship, so that could be anything, and just going off the colors, this other one could be Bruegel's The Harvesters. But the best thing about this frame is that this is the exact same display for both Carmelita and Sly.
My heart sank when she realized that our short flight across town had already taken 2 hours, a fact I'd kinda clued into after seeing the Eiffel Tower float by 17 times. She went forward to ask the pilot what was up, and it looked like my pals had left me a little going-away present before taking off.
Whoa, wait, when did...
Floating away on the night breeze, I could faintly make out Carmelita's voice.
I'll find you, Cooper! I'll be seeing you soon, Ringtail.
God, what a way to cap off the game, with the only fully animated clip in any cutscene. And so, here we are. Sly 2 Band of Thieves, broken down bit by bit. This has been quite a journey, both for Sly and for me, which I have enjoyed thoroughly. There are many reasons Band of Thieves seems to have withstood the test of time. It's not just about playing cops and robbers, it's not just about jumping and pickpocketing and running and gunning. Sly 2 is about the lifestyle of a thief. Not the kind of thief in it for the money, but the kind that's in it because it's all they know. It's a thrilling lifestyle that we've gotten to experience firsthand. Tremendous highs, beating the odds, knocking down those stronger, smarter, more resourceful than us, and yet it's fraught with risk. The title of the game, Band of Thieves, it's fitting not just mechanically, but thematically as well. Our focus this whole game has been on Sly and the friends surrounding him. There is no question as to what he couldn't have accomplished if they didn't have his back, which is what makes it so bitter that Sly's not just risking his own neck, but those of his friends. He might well have assumed they'd always bounce back, that their luck was inexhaustible, but watching them walk away, I think after all we've been through, the player feels what he feels. But if there's anything we can learn from our journey, from the villain that set us on it, it's that nothing should be made to last forever. What we leave behind when our time is up, the people who care that it's over, that's what makes us human. That's what makes life worth living. That's what's at the heart of a legacy. So treasure the memories we've made, the ups and the downs, and maybe we'll see this Band of Thieves again.